Hello everyone, my name is Wei Yong. Today, I want to talk about the person I feel the most regret towards in my entire life, my wife, Wei. There was a colossal misunderstanding between us. Before she married me, she was pregnant. I always believed that I had become a stepfather. It wasn't until the moment I died that I realized the child was mine. Let me start from the beginning. Back then, my mom brought Wei home and told me she had found a wife for me. She was a delicate, beautiful girl. Unfortunately, my heart belonged to Wang Xiaoling, the prettiest girl in the village. No matter how beautiful Wei was, I just wasn't interested. Shortly after my mom passed away, it was just the two of us left at home. A few months later, I noticed Wei's belly starting to show. I did the math. It must have happened before she married me. I was furious. My family was dirt poor, unable to put food on the table during the severe famine. How could I possibly raise another man's child? From that day on, I beat her often. I didn't care. Eventually, my hatred went too far. I sold her. I sold her to Shui Yan, the son of the deputy director of the village's grain bureau, in exchange for 2 sacks of millet. This was so I could marry Wang Xiaoling. The day those men took Wei away, the look in her eyes, utter despair, I could never forget it. After selling her, I married Wang Xiaoling, just as I had planned. But once she moved in, she refused to do any chores, yet expected to be well-fed and well-clothed. At the time, a severe drought had struck the Northeast. Not a single crop survived. Families were surviving on weeds and roots. Where on earth could I get food for her? With no option left, I risked my life and ventured into the mountains to hunt. The outcome? I was attacked by a bear and lost both my legs. I was ruined, crippled, left bedridden and immobile. That's when Wang Xiaoling drained me of whatever little I had left, took anything of value in the house, and left me lying there to die alone. Waiting for death was torturous. As I lay there near the end, all that played out in my mind were memories of the past. The one that haunted me the most. That look in Wei's eyes on the day I sold her. The look of despair that cut right to my soul. Later, I heard what happened to her. After the Shui family bought her, they forced her to have an abortion, killing both her and the baby. Wei met a cruel and tragic end. Just as I was about to take my last breath, it all hit me. Like a movie playing in my head, memories came rushing back, sharp and vivid. A month before my mom passed away, I had gone to a wedding feast in the neighboring village. I had way too much to drink and stumbled into the Qin family's home, mistakenly climbing into someone's bed. There was a girl lying there, beautiful and delicate. Fueled by alcohol, I selfishly forced myself on her. At that moment, everything became clear. It all made sense why Wei, a pristine young woman, would willingly marry someone as terrible as me. That night, it was me who destroyed her life. The child she was carrying, it was mine all along. She had told me the truth before. She had told me the child was mine. But I didn't believe her. The more she explained, the more I beat her. Eventually, she stopped saying anything at all. When I hit her, she would curl up and hold her head, silent, enduring. As I remembered all of this, regret flooded my heart. Her desperate, pained expressions felt like arrows piercing into my soul over and over. If only I could turn back time. When I opened my eyes again, I sat up in bed suddenly. The earthen house around me, the heated brick bed beneath me, it all looked strikingly familiar. This was before. I turned and looked at the calendar, 10 years earlier. It was the exact day I sold Wei. Back then, the drought had lasted 15 long months. Not a single crop grew. Food was hard currency, and I remembered vividly. I had exchanged my wife, the mother of my unborn child, for 2 measly sacks of millet. How could I have been so heartless? But this time, heaven gave me another chance. She hadn't been sold yet. It wasn't too late. Everything could still be fixed. I shoved the door open and called out, "Wife." This time, I swore to protect her and our child. No more hunger, no more suffering. Never again will I raise a hand against her. I'll give them a good life. When I walked from the east room into the west room, Wei was crouched in the corner, clutching a firewood knife, terror evident in her eyes. When she first married me, she was so lively and radiant. Despite her family's poverty, she at least had food to eat. But since marrying me, all she had eaten was wild plants mixed with a handful of cornmeal. She had grown frail and pale, yet her skin was still snowy white, her eyes still like shining pools of water. She truly was stunning. Looking back now, I must have been blind in my past life to have given up someone like her for Wang Xiaoling. Wei Yong, don't come any closer. I'll fight you to the death. Wei's delicate arms trembled as she raised the knife. She looked like a frightened little rabbit, helpless and pitiful. This scene, it had played out in my last life too. Back then, her resistance was futile. A hungry, frail woman stood no chance against me. This time, I took slow, deliberate steps toward her and said, "Wife, I was wrong. I'm not going to sell you. Hit me if you'd like. I deserve it." She froze, stunned. Yesterday, I had beaten her so badly that her eye was swollen and bruised. How could I have possibly changed overnight? Suddenly, she collapsed to her knees, tears streaming down her face. Wei Yong, I'm begging you, please don't sell me. I'll work myself to the bone for you. I'll eat less, do more. Alive, I'm your wife. Dead, I'll be a ghost of your family. I'm begging you. As she sobbed, she began knocking her head against the floor in desperation. My own tears welled up and spilled over. I dropped to my knees as well and gave myself a hard slap across the face. Wife, I've been a monster, treating you like this. From now on, I swear. I, Wei Yong, will make sure you and our child will live a good life. Qin Wei looked at me, her teary eyes filled with uncertainty. It wasn't that she didn't want to believe me. She had hoped I'd changed so many times before, only to be let down again and again, each ounce of hope greeted with heavier fists. By the end, she stopped hoping entirely. All she wished for was that the beatings would be a little lighter so the child wouldn't get hurt. But now, faced with my sudden change, she looked utterly lost, as if she were dreaming. Was this man the same husband she knew? Had he really changed? Her thoughts were interrupted by a coarse voice shouting from outside. Wei Yong, I'm here to pick up your wife. The 2 sacks of millet are ready. Hurry up and bring her out. Shui Yin had arrived. Qin Wei's face turned white as a sheet. Shaking, she held the knife up to her own neck. Wei Yong, if you sell me to him, I'll end my life right here and now. Her hands trembled. The knife was heavy, and she was too weak from hunger. I quickly took the knife from her. I knew she wouldn't harm herself. As soon as I took the knife away, she crumpled to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Wei Yong, I swear, the child inside my belly is yours. She had barely dared to say those words in the past. Every time she told me, I inflicted more harm on her. She tried to explain, but I wouldn't believe her. I never dared to speak out anymore. That day, I drunkenly crawled into her bed, and she ended up getting pregnant. If it weren't for the baby, she wouldn't have willingly married a notorious scoundrel like me. But now that she's married into this, all she gets is a life full of hardships. I helped her up and earnestly said, Wife, I know. This time around, I swear I'll take care of you and our child. I'll be a responsible husband and a good father. Qin Wei looked up at me, astonished, as if she couldn't believe her ears. Meanwhile, banging on the door outside grew more urgent. Wei Yong, can't handle it. Open the door and let me deal with her, the voice barked. Qin Wei panicked immediately. What do we do? Shui Yin is here to take me. We can't afford to cross him. Shui Yin, son of Shui Fugui, the deputy head of the grain bureau. During a famine sweeping the province, all the relief grain was under their control. If he said no, even the village chief's pleading wouldn't help. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Food is heaven system binding. Rewarding host with 1 cubic meter of storage space and 1 acre of experimental farmland. Binding target. Qin Wei, fullness level, 2. Increase the target's fullness level to receive additional rewards. I froze in place for a good second. Then, a surge of euphoria flooded my chest. With this system, food would be the least of our worries. My wife would never have to starve following me around again. I looked at Qin Wei's fullness level, only a 2. My heart ached beyond words. She took care of all the housework, pregnant, and still had to serve me, barely eating her fill every day. What kind of miserable life was that? This time around, I swore to never let her down again. The pounding on the door grew louder, almost breaking the flimsy wooden panel apart. Snapping back to reality, I grabbed the hatchet by the wall and stormed out. Standing before the wooden fence, barely a meter high, I fixed my cold, unyielding gaze on the person outside. It was Shui Yin, a fat, pig-headed man with a bloated figure. While the entire village gnawed on wild roots and grass, his face was greasy and full, all thanks to his father's cushy position. What are you shouting for? Summoning ghosts or something? I spat with mockery. He faltered for a moment, clearly not expecting me to speak to him like that. But when Qin Wei crossed his mind, he swallowed his anger. The thing is, out of the whole Zidong Tunzi village, my wife was the most captivating. Slim waist, wide hips, she looked like she was born to bear sons. Shui Yin had been eyeing her for a long time. He'd visited numerous times, trying to pry open her legs by offering food. But Qin Wei would rather chew on bark than touch a single grain of his rice. Fortunately, for him, the old me was a scoundrel who tried to sell her off just to marry Wang Shaoling. That finally gave Shui Yin his opening. Suppressing his temper, he smiled slyly and asked, Wei Yong, where's your wife? Why hasn't she come out yet? Not coming out, I said firmly, and she's not for sale anymore. You can leave now. Shui Yan's face stiffened. Wei Yong, is this some kind of joke? I even brought millet. Don't tell me you're backing out. What about Wang Shaoling? Aren't you marrying her? In his hands were 2 sacks of millet, probably at least 40 pounds each. Enough to get a family through the winter without starving. But now, I had zero interest. Not marrying her anymore. I already have a wife. Why would I need anyone else? His face darkened completely. Wei Yong, are you screwing with me? Let me remind you, 3 days from now, I'll be in charge of distributing the relief grain. Are you sure you don't want your share? At that moment, I slammed the hatchet onto the fence. Shui Yin was quick to react, pulling his hand away just a split second before it could have been severed. Listen here, Shui, I growled. I'm not selling my wife. You'll give me every grain of our relief food, not a speck less. Try shorting me even 1 ounce, and I'll cut off one of your hands. I'm a big guy, tall and strong. Most of the food in this household had ended up in my belly, leaving me with a sturdy build. Seeing my fierce stance, Shui Yin actually got scared. These days, a man with nothing to lose wasn't afraid of anyone. If this starving nobody went all out against his privileged, well-fed self, the fallout wouldn't be worth it. Shui Yan's face turned an ugly shade of green. All right, Wei Yong, I'll remember this. You just wait. Carrying his millet sacks, he stormed off, furious. No doubt when the relief distribution rolled around in 3 days, he'd try to make trouble for me. The old me might have tolerated it. May have even turned around in frustration and taken my anger out on Qin Wei. But in this life, a life where I get a second chance and have this system in hand, think I'd let some rich punk push me around? Not a chance in hell. I stepped back inside. Qin Wei was still clutching the knife, crouched in the corner, trembling from all the commotion. I sent Shui Yin away, I said. Every word of the earlier altercation had reached her ears. I was still rough around the edges, as brash as ever, but this time, it was all to protect her. Her confused, skeptical eyes rested on me, as if she couldn't tell whether I had really turned over a new leaf. I didn't bother explaining. Words mean nothing. It's what I do over time that'll convince her. Right now, my mind was focused entirely on the food is heaven system. Closing my eyes, I could see an imaginary space in my head. Inside was a small plot of land, roughly the size of a basketball court. Its soil, dark and rich. The land outside was dry, cracking with deep fissures, impossible to grow anything on. But this piece, it was moist, fertile, and clearly the ideal planting ground. If I could grow something in here, we could finally make it through this crisis alive. First things first, I needed to feed Qin Wei. At the very least, fill her stomach and ensure the baby was born safely. With the system, I could definitely keep her well-fed and warm. Wife, do we still have any potatoes at home? I asked. Qin Wei nodded instinctively. There are a few left in the cellar. But as soon as the words left her mouth, she hesitated. Regret washed over her face. We were down to our last reserves. Every bit of grain in the house had been thrown away on my futile attempts to woo Wang Xiaoling. Those potatoes? They were her lifeline for the winter. Without them, she and the child might not survive. Wei Yong, don't touch those potatoes, she snapped desperately. Before she could finish, I shot toward the cellar, excited. We had no seeds left in this house. The only thing I could plant was those potatoes. But she misunderstood me, thinking I was planning to offer them up to Wang Xiaoling again. These potatoes were our last rations. Eaten sparingly, they might help us scrape through the winter. Wild roots and leaves from the mountains could be scavenged for now, but once winter hit, there'd be nothing left. Those potatoes were crucial. If they were gone, she and the baby would surely starve to death. Carrying the potatoes out of the cellar, I was stunned to see her drop to her knees, crying her heart out. Wei Yong, I'm begging you. Please, don't give the potatoes to Wang Xiaoling. If you do, we'll all starve this winter. A bitter smile curved on my lips. Damn, how badly had I let her down in the past. These potatoes, our last bits of food, were my only viable seeds now. If I could plant them in the experimental land and they sprouted successfully, not only would we survive winter, we'd have more than enough to eat. I helped her up and reassured her. Wife, you've got it wrong. I'm not giving these to Wang Xiaoling. Some of the potatoes have sprouted. I want to plant them and see if they'll grow. She froze in place, unsure of what to make of my words. Since when did someone like me ever touch the soil? Even back when my mother was alive, during calmer, famine-free times, she used to say the same thing. I'd never once set foot in the fields. Food. I either revolved around Wang Xiaoling or spent my days idly wandering. Farm work? Not even lifting a single finger. But when my mother-in-law passed, every bit of the farm work fell on Qin Wei, my newlywed wife. And now, a famine is upon us. Do you expect me to take up farm work? That's ridiculous, completely out of character. Wei Yong, don't try to fool me. These potatoes, these are my lifeline. As long as we had these potatoes, the child in her belly wouldn't go hungry. I said, relax, wife. I'll handle it right in front of your eyes. I crouched in the cellar, carefully sorting through the pile of potatoes. Only the sprouted ones got picked. Short sprouts or those without buds went right back. Having the sprouted potatoes, I cut them into small pieces, ensuring each piece bore a single bud, maximizing the chances of growth. Seeing me actually working on the potatoes, Qin Wei believed me. Well, at least a little. Wei Yong, don't waste your energy. The ground's so dry, planting them is pointless. No worries, I replied. Worst case, I'll haul water to irrigate. Let's see what survives, and it's better than nothing. She stayed silent. Some of the diligent folks in the village did go the extra mile, hauling water to their crops. But let's be real, it was backbreaking work, barely making a difference. So most folks only cultivated a small patch for personal survival. Qin Wei, burdened by her pregnancy, couldn't fetch water, leaving the field abandoned. For me, I was known for being the laziest around, so why was I suddenly willing to toil on farm work? No doubt she was becoming suspicious. I didn't take too many potatoes out of caution, not wanting to worry her unnecessarily. Carrying the basket and a hoe, I made my way straight to the field. When I arrived at the edge of the plot, I planted a potato right away and quickly checked my system. Sure enough, in my trial space, there was now a small dirt mound mirroring the one outside. Excitement surged within me. It worked. For every potato planted outside, one would simultaneously grow in my little system's dimension. Outside would depend on the weather gods to bless us, but inside the system space, no drought, no flood, guaranteed success. They might even grow faster. My worries about a harsh winter were immediately lifted. Winters in the Northeast were brutal, life-threatening. Even if you didn't store enough food, you inevitably starved. Last winter, almost half our village perished. This year, even with the government aid grains, it wouldn't be enough. We still had to fend for ourselves. After planting all the potatoes, I made my way home with a now empty basket. On the way, I ran into Chu Widow. She was nearly 30, with looks that weren't bad, definitely not on the same level as my wife, but still noticeable. The real attention grabber? That enormous pair of grain sacks on her chest. In these famine-stricken years, how she managed to develop like that was anyone's guess. Her natural endowments made it impossible not to steal a glance. Well, Big Yong doing farm work. And no beating your wife today, huh? Everyone in the village knew me for roughing up my wife. Smirking, I let it slide. Sis Chu, just doing a bit of work here. Catch you later. She froze for a moment. Normally, I'd respond with a string of foul language. Working in the fields? Courtesy without a single swear word? Surely the sun was rising in the west today. When I arrived at my house, I spotted Qin Wei walking in from the door. My heart chuckled bitterly. She must have been following me, worried I'd sneak potatoes off to Wang Xiaoling. In this second life, there was no way I'd repeat the sins of my previous one. I knew all too well that Wang Xiaoling was just a leech, draining one victim dry before moving on to the next. My past foolishness for her had cost Qin Wei her life. As I was about to enter the house, a silver bell voice called out behind me. Big Yong. Turning around, there she was, Wang Xiaoling. A vibrant red dress clung to her, showing off her best angles. Sure, people called her the village beauty. But let's be honest, she just knew how to dress up. If this dress were on Qin Wei, it'd look 100 times better. What do you want? My tone was flat. Wang Xiaoling froze. Normally, I'd leap at the chance to talk to her. But today, I couldn't care less. She toyed with her braid, trying to put on a coy act. Didn't you say you'd get 2 sacks of millet to marry me? How's that coming along? Her eyes discreetly darted toward me. In my past life, I was completely bewitched by those watery eyes, reduced to her devoted lapdog. Not this time. Seeing her scheming face, I let out a faint smile. I was considering it, but I've changed my mind. Why? She demanded, a frown replacing her playful expression. In my prior life, even after I had brought home 2 bags of millet, she didn't agree outright. She drained every last potato from our stores before finally marrying me. In her eyes, it was always her world, and I had no say. But today, I said I changed my mind. Of course she'd be stunned. I chuckled and said, because you're not worth 2 bags of millet. You're not worth it. The words hit her like a sucker punch, rendering her speechless. She never expected me to say something like this and struggled to process it. Seconds later, her face flushed red with anger. Wei Yong, what do you mean by that? But I didn't bother replying. Turning back around, I stepped into the courtyard and shut the door. With tears welling up in her eyes, she stood frozen, her expression shifting between hurt and rage. She had always thought she had me wrapped around her finger. Today, she had no idea what went wrong. Frustration boiled within her as she stomped her foot. He's really done it now. Without at least half a pound of sugar, don't think he's making it up to me. Wiping away her tears, she stormed away in a huff. Inside the house, Qin Wei had seen everything. The whole scene played out right in her view. Watching me coldly brush Wang Xiaoling off had filled her with joy. For once, the food wouldn't be wasted on her rival. With the government rations supplemented by whatever resources I salvaged, making it through winter suddenly felt brighter. As I walked in, Qin Wei stood up immediately. You must be hungry, Big Yong. Let me steam you a potato. Despite being skin and bones herself, Qin Wei made sure I was fed first. Even if she was starving to the point her ribs touched, she'd still find something nutritious for me. I shook my head. Wife, you eat the potato. It's been days since you've had real food. Her stats in my system showed her satiety at just a 2. And pregnant, no less. She needed nourishment first. Startled, she stared at me, dumbfounded. In the past, I'd wolf it all down and even lash out at her when it wasn't enough. Now, this sudden change, it left her at a loss. Big Young, I'm not hungry. If I eat it, it'll just come back up. I don't want to waste it. But I knew better. She wasn't not hungry. She was just saving it. Letting things keep going this way wouldn't do. She was pregnant, and living on wild greens alone would break her body down completely. If her satiety stayed this low, my system wouldn't even provide more rewards. The trial plot was ready, but there wouldn't be results overnight. For the immediate crisis, a quicker solution was necessary. Luckily, I had memories of my past life to guide me. Behind the village of Shaodong was a stretch of mountains, home to hidden treasures. In the past, I'd scoured those hills countless times, hunting for Wang Shaoling. I even knew the nest locations where wild hens laid eggs. Pulling out a few wild eggs? No sweat. Who knew? Maybe I'd even catch a pheasant for some real meat. Daylight was no good. Pheasants were out foraging. I'd sneak off tonight. When I refused the potato, Qinwei looked a bit surprised before putting it away. Winter was nearing, so saving every bit was crucial. She'd make do with porridge made of wild herbs for now, keeping the potatoes for the harsher days. After finishing our meals, I headed straight to bed. Qinwei took her spot far away on the other side. In the past, she used to sleep close for warmth, but now if I say it's mine, no one will believe me. I clenched my teeth, reflexively diving into action. The pit was just a small gap ahead. The trapped roe deer panicked and wailed, trying its best to escape, but got more entangled in the branches covering the trap. With no time to waste, I slipped closer silently, careful not to rustle the dead leaves underfoot. It was a race against time. Zhao Long and his son wouldn't take long to get up here, and once they saw me, this wouldn't end well for me. I assessed the situation quickly. The best way was straightforward but bold. Grab the roe deer from the pit and hide it in my space before they could witness anything. But it wasn't going to be that simple. The branches, the deers flailing, everything made noise. It was bound to be a gamble. There was no other choice, though. I got closer to the trap, holding my breath while studying every rustling sound from below. Their voices were growing louder. They are up ahead. Looks like it's struggling pretty good. Zhao Long's voice echoed, followed by his son's eager exclamation. We're gonna eat well tonight. No way. Not on my watch. I acted fast, throwing myself down next to the trap. With one powerful motion, I tightened my grip and pulled the heavy, thrashing roe deer out of the pit. Its sleek legs tried to kick me a few times in its attempt to escape, but I had the element of surprise. Before it could make too much of a commotion, I envisioned my space and focused hard. Gone. The deer vanished the second it entered my space. My breathing was erratic, but I couldn't stop to feel victorious now. The voices were just around the bend. Panic rose in my chest, and I crouched low, brushing my tracks frantically with my foot to make it appear that no one had been here. A few seconds later, Zhao Long and his son appeared. They were carrying a makeshift spear and a hunting tool, their flashlights illuminating the area. Hey, Zhao Long barked. He must have spotted the mess I'd left behind. I stood up, hands raised in a casual pose, acting like nothing had happened. Oh, Zhao Long, you guys are here late. What are you doing here? He demanded suspiciously, his brow furrowed. This is my trap. Did you touch it? There should have been something caught just now. I shrugged innocently. Not much here when I arrived. Heard some commotion, but when I got closer, it was already empty. Zhao Long's son, Zhao Fei, looked skeptical. You're saying it escaped by itself? That's pretty rare with a trap like this. Guess you'll need to fine-tune it a bit, old-timer. I joked, aiming to lighten the mood. Anyway, the forest isn't great. Not even a feather of a bird out here tonight. Zhao Long grunted, but didn't press further. The father and son seemed reluctant to accuse me outright, probably because they couldn't find concrete evidence. They moved toward the pit to examine it, still murmuring doubts under their breath. I only lingered a moment longer before taking my leave. My heart was still racing. I couldn't make out if it was adrenaline or the fear of being caught, probably both. As I walked away smoothly, internal relief seeped in. My gamble had paid off, and best of all, dinner was saved. When I got back home, Qinwei was still lying where I left her, her small figure swaddled in the thin blanket. Hearing the door creak open, she sat up abruptly. You're back? Are you okay? Did you find anything to eat? A big grin spread across my face. More than enough, I thought proudly to myself. Yeah, I think we'll eat a little better tomorrow, I said, keeping it understated on purpose. There was no need to mention the close call just yet. She looked visibly relieved, though still a bit worried. You're not hurt, right? Nope. Safe and sound, I assured her as I dished out a few eggs from my pack, as evidence of my nightly success. First thing in the morning, I'll get something cooking, don't you worry. My tone was lighthearted, but as she lay back down, I couldn't help but watch her pale complexion, her bony fingers pressed to her stomach protectively. That soft, determined look on her face as she tried not to show weakness. It hardened something deep in my heart. I wasn't going to let her or our baby down anymore. Not this time. They deserved better, and I was going to give it to them, no matter what. It's someone else's after all. Good thing I have my system space. I took a leap and jumped into the pit, intending to place the roebuck into the space with a thought. But it didn't work. I froze for a moment. So turns out the roebuck is still alive. Living animals can't be stored in the space. Without hesitation, I pulled out the machete and swung it down hard onto the roebuck's head. After a few chops, it was completely lifeless. Just then, the footsteps of Zhao Long and Zhao Fifan came closer and reached the pit. Dad, there really was something that fell down here. Give it a jab first, just in case. The Zhao father and son were seasoned hunters. Their traps were powerful but wouldn't usually kill instantly. If it were a wolf or a wild dog that fell in, and it retaliated, things could get ugly. As Zhao Fifan raised his knife, I quickly shouted, "Zhao Ge, don't strike." "It's me." Zhao Fifan froze and squinted to look. Disappointment filled his face. "Wei Yong, what are you wandering out here this late for?" Invoking my acting skills, I said, "I was starving, so I came out to look for mushrooms." The village chief rolled his eyes. "Are you an idiot? It hasn't even rained. How do you expect mushrooms to grow? Were you the one who fell into the trap? Let me tell you, we've marked all our traps, so if you fall in, don't try blaming us." I've long held the reputation as a troublemaker in the village, so naturally, the village chief didn't give me an ounce of kindness. Smiling, I replied, "It's fine, just a bit of blood, didn't hit any bones." I climbed out of the pit and hobbled a bit, feigning a limp, as I prepared to head downhill. Suddenly, Zhao Long frowned. "Wait a second." He jumped into the pit, grabbed a handful of dirt, and gave it a sniff. "This is animal blood." Zhao Fifan's face darkened immediately, his tone sharp. "Wei Yong, are you lying to us? Was there really no animal trapped here just now?" I squinted slightly. "What's that supposed to mean? If there was an animal, wouldn't you be able to see it?" Zhao Fifan pointed his knife toward me. "Let me search you." Swiftly, I drew out my machete and struck his blade with a forceful slash. "Search me? Who the hell do you think you are? Come at me again if you dare." I didn't just act out with my wife. I scared the whole village. Except for Wang Xiaoling, no one else generally dared to mess with me. Calling Zhao Fifan Zhao Gu was out of respect for the village chief. Otherwise, I might have just called him Little Shorty Zhao. Even though the Zhao family had considerable standing in the village, I wasn't about to play nice. Push me too far, and I'd even take on the village chief. "You." The force of my strike left Zhao Fifan's hand trembling, almost causing him to drop his knife. He knew well enough that if it came to a fight, he wouldn't win. Zhao Long stepped in. "All right, it's just a misunderstanding. Wei Yong, it's late. Hurry back down the hill." Humph. Sheathing my machete, I walked away with big strides, leaving an indignant Zhao Fifan behind, his face dark and brimming with frustration. Zhao Long patted his son on the shoulder. "He's just a scoundrel. You really want to stoop to his level? There's animal blood in the pit, sure, but he's got no place to hide big game on him. It's likely a pheasant or a hare at most." Zhao Fifan frowned. "Dad, I'm telling you, I heard it clear as day. Whatever fell in was big. It sounded like a deer." Zhao Long chuckled. "You must really be craving meat. If it were a deer, could Wei Yong really have hidden it so fast? You think he's some kind of wizard?" Though Zhao Fifan couldn't retort, he wasn't about to give up. He kept searching the area thoroughly. As for me, I made my way downhill, excitement boiling within me. I had only planned for a pheasant, but ended up with a massive haul. Even if I ended up on bad terms with the Zhao duo, I wasn't worried. If Zhao Long tried to cause trouble for me, I'd hit back tenfold. This roebuck was huge, surely enough to fill my wife's satiety level. Qin Wei's satiety level was miserably low, stuck at a measly 2, with her stomach constantly in torment. Those who've never experienced it wouldn't understand just how unbearable gnawing hunger could be. This catch could significantly improve our lives. It marked the first step toward better days for my wife and me. And with this system, I didn't even have to fear famine years. Once I maxed out her satiety level, I was confident the system would unlock even more features. As I snuck down the hill, close to its base, I suddenly spotted 2 silhouettes. Upon closer look, wasn't that Widow Chu? I'd exchanged glances with her earlier in the day when we crossed paths by the fields. That figure, enough to make any man take a second look. And the other person with her? A man in his 30s. This Widow Chu was quite bold, sneaking out into the woods late at night for a rendezvous. Curious, I inched closer for a clearer look. The man? None other than Li Ping, the grain depot chief's son. Li Ping was already married, his wife reputedly a high-ranking city official's daughter. With such connections, his future looked set. But who'd have thought this normally composed and polished guy was tangled up with the alluring Widow Chu? Not that I blame him. Widow Chu's sultry walk could stir any man's soul. And these days, even a bit of food could secure someone's loyalty. I promise I wasn't looking to eavesdrop, but the spot they'd chosen happened to be right along my way home, and taking a detour would have been a hassle. Besides, judging by Li Ping's state, this wouldn't take long. True enough, within moments, he was already lighting a cigarette, lounging back on the ground. Nothing beats a post-action smoke. Widow Chu slipped her clothes back on, leaning coyly into him. "You'd better give me extra when the relief grain comes in," she purred. "Winter's around the corner. You wouldn't want me to starve, now would you?" Her full figure wasting away. No man could bear that. Li Ping chuckled. "Don't worry. Stick with me, and you'll never go hungry. Tomorrow, I'll bring you some beef jerky." Widow Chu perked up immediately. "Really? Bring lots. That stuff keeps you full and tastes amazing." After a few more exchanges, the two began heading back to the village, giggling and holding each other like lovers. I'd just watched quite the show, but it reminded me of my own lovely wife waiting at home. Feeling a rush of motivation, I quickened my steps. Reaching the spot where they'd just been, something on the ground caught my eye, a red belly band. I picked it up. It was still warm. Widow Chu's. After mulling it over, I tucked it into my space. Something like this could be useful leverage someday. When I finally got home, I pulled the roebuck out of the space and slung it over my back, carefully sneaking indoors. The sound of the door startled Qin Wei. She immediately walked out, having stayed up waiting for me. There was no way she could have slept. "Oh my God, De Yong, what is that on your back?" "A roebuck. Wife, it's meat day for us." Qin Wei rushed over. He rubbed his eyes, hardly able to believe what he was seeing. "That's one big roe deer. Where did you even get it?" The joy on her face was impossible to suppress as she ran her hands over the deer, already drooling even though the meat hadn't been cooked yet. "I ran into it on the mountain and chased it into the village chief's trap. Let's keep it low-key so no one finds out." Qin Wei nodded. If the village chief found out, he'd definitely come to claim it. These days, even the village chief's family didn't have enough to eat, let alone meat. Qin Wei quickly started a fire and prepared to boil water. The sky was still dark, but she felt wide awake with excitement. I began butchering the deer. My technique was clumsy, but I had strength on my side, hacking straight through the bones when I couldn't find the joints. Qin Wei's eyes sparkled as she looked at the pile of meat. Tentatively, she asked, "Wei Yong, this meat?" She wanted to know how I planned to use it. Despite hearing me say harsh words to Wang Xiaoling earlier, she still worried that I might give all this hard-earned meat to her. But that thought hadn't even crossed my mind. "First, we'll have an incredible meal. Then, half of it will be made into smoked jerky and the other half into dried meat snacks, for you to enjoy whenever you want." At last, the weight in Qin Wei's heart lifted. It seemed her man really had turned over a new leaf. I suddenly picked up a long strip of meat from the basin. "Darling, this piece is mine. Don't even think about taking it from me. I need this for recuperation." Qin Wei froze for a second. "What is that?" "You know, the part that helps with passing on the family line. I'll eat it and have more energy tonight under the covers." Qin Wei's cheeks instantly turned bright red, like a ripe apple ready to drip juice. "I don't want it. You go ahead and eat it." Since marrying into this family, she'd never gone through a proper wedding night with me. Except for last night, I'd hardly touched her at all. Flirting like this? She wasn't used to it at all. Her blushing face radiated charm, the kind of beauty that could rival a model if she'd been born in a different time. In my previous life, how could I have been so blind? With such a gorgeous wife at home, why did I waste my thoughts on Wang Xiaoling? Carefully, I removed the deer hide. It wasn't suitable for clothing, but it would make a great bag, durable and waterproof. As the venison started to stew, the aroma soon filled the air. Qin Wei couldn't stop swallowing her saliva. She couldn't even remember the last time she'd eaten meat. I suddenly handed her a few wild eggs. "Here, darling, boil these and eat them later." Qin Wei's eyes lit up with delight. "Wild eggs? Where did you get these?" "Found them while I was out. I'll head back in a few days. Maybe I'll even catch a wild pheasant and make some soup for you." Looking at the eggs in her hands, her eyes grew misty. I quickly put down my work and pulled her into my arms. "What's wrong, honey? Why are you crying again?" Tears streamed down her face. "I'm just happy." Before, she carried the burden of the whole household while suffering through my beatings and abuse. The little food she did manage to scrape together, I'd always given to Wang Xiaoling, who strutted around in her fancy clothes. She had kept all that pain bottled up with no one to confide in. Now, seeing me change, becoming someone she could finally rely on, she felt genuine happiness for the first time, as if she'd found a long-lost hope to keep living. "Darling, all the hardship you went through before, I'll make it up to you. Twofold." She nodded, her cheeks flushing a gentle red. Just then, a sweet voice called out from outside. "De Yong, come outside for a minute." Qin Wei's expression shifted instantly. It's Wang Xiaoling. As the saying goes, it's far easier for a woman to pursue a man. Qin Wei felt that the only reason I'd let go of Wang Xiaoling was because of her high demands. But if Wang Xiaoling were to lower her standards, could I really resist? For the first time in a while, Qin Wei had glimpsed hope. Now, it was at risk of being taken away. Even though the meat in the pot was nearly ready, she suddenly lost her appetite. I walked outside to the yard, stopping at the gate as I looked at Wang Xiaoling. What do you need? My indifferent tone clearly displeased her. After storming away from me earlier, she had cried at home until her anger reached its peak. How dare I treat her like this? Everything had been fine yesterday. Why the sudden change today? Could it be because I had misunderstood her meeting with Shui Yin yesterday? If it was just a misunderstanding, she needed to clear it up. Someone as obedient as me wasn't easy to find. Wei Yong, you must have seen me talking to Shui Yin yesterday. Don't get the wrong idea. He told me they're distributing relief rations the day after tomorrow. I was just asking about that. I frowned. Who you talk to is none of my business. Wang Xiaoling, let me make myself clear. I have a wife. Stop coming to me. You might not care about the village gossip, but I do. Her face darkened. What did he mean by that? I didn't care about gossip, but he did? The whole village knew I beat my wife and was even rumored to want to sell her to marry Wang Xiaoling. Was this his way of cutting me off for good? After being humiliated twice in one day, she fumed. You better think this through, Wei Yong. If you tell me it's final, then from today onward, we'll act like strangers. Don't ever expect me to say another word to you. In the past, I would have eagerly groveled and offered her anything and everything I had just to please her. But now, whatever she said barely even registered. Qin Wei had been standing near the doorway, listening to the conversation. It wasn't until then that she finally felt completely at ease. This time, I really had turned over a new leaf. She didn't want us talking any longer, wiping her eyes quickly before stepping outside with a cheery call. De Yong, the food's ready. The moment the door opened, the rich aroma of venison stormed out and filled the air. Wang Xiaoling, standing by the gate, was practically slapped in the face by the fragrance. During this time when people couldn't even get enough coarse grains, let alone meat, the mouth-watering smell nearly dragged her in by force. You made venison stew? Her tone softened slightly, curiosity slipping through. Yeah, I replied. Where'd you get the meat? How come I didn't hear about it? Her earlier sharpness faded quickly, replaced by a more docile demeanor. Where I got it isn't something I need to tell you. She bit her lip, suppressing her irritation, and tried to appear sweet. How about you give me a bowl, and I'll forgive you for earlier. Even though I had been rude to her earlier that day, just one bowl of stew would make up for it in her mind. I couldn't help but laugh. Wang Xiaoling really was full of herself. What makes you think I want your forgiveness? This meat is for my wife to rebuild her health. Who do you think you are? I feel so suffocated that I can hardly breathe. If I ever treat her kindly again in this lifetime, my last name won't be Wei. Wang Xiaoling's face turned beet red, completely fuming with anger. She had softened her tone earlier and practically handed me away to de-escalate things. All she asked for was for me to serve her a little meat, and she'd let today slide. But I actually had the nerve to be this unreasonable? Wei Yong, remember this. From now on, we don't know each other. If I ever speak to you again, then I'll take your last name. She stormed off, wiping her face with her sleeve as she went. I didn't see her face, but judging by her reaction, I assume I made her cry again. I was just about to head back inside and enjoy the meat when a man came over. Hey Wei Yong, your house is cooking meat? Smells amazing. The guy was Chun Rongmao, a notorious penny pincher from the village. Lazy, unmotivated, stingy to the core, and endlessly trying to score freebies, he had a rotten reputation. Somehow, though, the guy was lucky enough to marry Wang Yu, a renowned beauty from the surrounding 10 villages. Wang Yu had a glowing complexion and a strikingly pretty face. The crown jewel of her features, though, was a certain asset that even rivaled Widow Chu's legendary figure. But it was a pity Chen Rongmao couldn't step up his game. After all these years, they hadn't had a single child. Wang Yu might boast ample meal halls, but they were tragically empty of diners. So what's up, brother Chen? I said, trying to keep a polite front. Chen Rongmao's mouth almost watered from the aroma of the meat, but he was too embarrassed to outright ask for any. Where'd you get the meat? Wei Yong. I hunted it on the mountain, I said. Hey, let me tag along next time. Good to have a buddy for safety, right? It's true that hunting in pairs has its benefits, but Chun Rongmao would clearly be dead weight. He wouldn't be much help. That said, his wife might just be the golden ticket. Now don't go misunderstanding me. I'm not eyeing somebody else's wife. Wang Yu owns a vicious wolf dog named Dahe that listens to only her. She also has a bow and arrow at home. With a weapon and a trained dog, hunting success rates would absolutely skyrocket. Meanwhile, I've got my own hunting rifle at home, but bullets? Hard to come by. Better to save them for emergencies. Brother Chun, I'd consider it, sure. But I'd need sis-in-law to bring Dahe along, and the bow and arrow would need to come, too. No problem. How about tonight then? Sounds good. Wait for me at your place after dark. Chen Rongmao reluctantly walked away. He clearly wanted to step inside for a taste of the meat, but since I didn't invite him, he couldn't quite summon up the nerve to freeload. Back inside, there was already a spread of venison and wild eggs on the table. Surprisingly, Qin Wei even went through the trouble of cooking millet porridge, a simple dish, but better than the wild vegetable mush we usually make do with. She sat at the table, waiting quietly. She wouldn't eat until I came back to sit down together. Despite hunger evident on her face, she steadfastly endured it. It was clear, I mattered to her more than I realized. Come on, wife, let's eat. Only then did Qin Wei pick up her chopsticks. I watched her carefully. I wanted to see how much eating this meal could boost her fullness. She cautiously picked up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. There wasn't any added oil or seasoning, just plain venison. But in these dire times, where people are chewing tree roots to survive, soft and tender venison like this tasted like the finest delicacy. Her eyes crinkled into crescent-shaped smiles. Come on, wife, eat up. Don't get up until you finish all of it. I prepared nearly 3 pounds of meat and 4 wild eggs just for this. My goal today was to make sure she was properly full. Within half an hour, the table was wiped clean. Satisfied, Qin Wei leaned back and patted her stomach, her face aglow. I'm full. Qin Wei's fullness +5. Experimental farm crop, growth speed +5%. Reward, North Mountain map obtained. I nearly jumped up in excitement. Who'd have thought feeding my wife could actually grant me rewards? And these were incredibly useful rewards at that. The experimental farm's potatoes were already growing, but they weren't going to solve the current food crisis. However, with the boosted growth rate, it was a whole new story. If they could mature in just 1 month, not only would we have plenty of food to eat, but we could also trade extra spuds for grain in the township. Winter would finally feel manageable. And the second reward? It was even better, an actual map of the North Mountain. I activated it in my mind. Instantly, the full layout of the mountain appeared in my head, with moving red dots scattered across it. Big ones and small ones. Those had to be prey animals. With this map in hand, hunting in the mountains would basically become effortless. Potatoes growing in the farm and wild game from the mountains. Just imagining it, I felt like my future was brighter than ever. Riches wouldn't be far off, either. Excitement bubbling over, I slapped my thigh. After cleaning up the dishes together, we climbed into bed. Life in rural areas offered little nighttime entertainment. Once the belly's full, all that's left is to indulge a bit in private thoughts. My mind was practically overflowing. Thinking about Widow Chu's flirtatious behavior last time we crossed paths in the woods, or Wang Yu's eye-popping figure. Ahem, let's not go there. Qin Wei lay in her usual spot. I lifted the blanket and called, come here. Last night, we'd slept cuddled together, her in my arms, warm and snug. Tonight, though, she seemed hesitant. I'd eaten certain parts of the deer earlier and had told her it'd make me more energetic. Naturally, she was worried I'd actually act on it. Turning her back towards me, she shuffled her way under the blanket. But I wasn't having it. I pulled her into my arms and wrapped us tight under the quilt. Under the soft moonlight, I saw her face flush scarlet. My hand slipped under her shirt. Startled, she whispered, "What are you doing?" "Just checking if the baby's dining hall is big enough." Her face turned bright red. I couldn't help but sigh. My wife was truly gifted. Even in her half-starved state, her capacity was still impressive. Once properly nourished, she might just surpass even Widow Chu in that department. "Wife, how about we make up for our missed wedding night tonight?" She wriggled a bit in my arms and said, "Not yet. The first 3 months are risky for the baby. Let's wait until after I hit the 3-month mark." She didn't want to turn me down, but for the sake of the child, she had no choice. She knew my enthusiasm might be too much, and since the pregnancy was fragile, it'd be too dangerous to risk it. "Fine," I sighed. "For now, let's just sleep like this. I'll head for the mountains later tonight." Qin Wei wasn't happy to hear that. "Why go again? We've got plenty of meat to hold us over for a while. It's too dangerous out there. Relax. This time, I'll be going with Chen Rongmao and his wife. Sister Wang will bring the dog, Dahe, so we'll have backup." Hearing that, she finally relented. "All right then, I'll cook some eggs and meat for you to take along." I didn't refuse the kind gesture. When you treat someone sincerely, they'll naturally care for you in return. After she finished prepping the food and sealing it in the pot, Qin Wei crawled back into bed. I held her close until she dozed off. When the time felt right, I quietly got up. The room had already gone cold. Wood stove heat just doesn't last through dawn. If winter gets this bad, you'd have to sleep bundled in thick coats and pants just to survive. That wasn't sustainable. Before winter came, I had to at least purchase half a ton of coal. But right now, my pockets were literally empty, not even 50 cents to my name. That meant the experimental farm needed to get up and running, fast. Even tonight, with so much meat on hand, Qin Wei's fullness level only increased by 5 points. It looks like feeding her back to full health isn't going to happen overnight. It's going to take time and effort. With the lukewarm eggs and meat tucked into my pocket, I made my way to Chun Rongmao's place. No need to knock. Big Black barked once, and the couple came out. Wang Yu was wearing a white outfit that made her particularly eye-catching in the dark. Before you even saw her face, your gaze would be drawn to those prominent, grain sacks. The size was downright exaggerated. Her clothes were tightly stretched. No wonder she rarely went out. If she took a stroll around the village, every man in town would likely come outside just to take a look. Her small, delicate face was incredibly striking. Chen Rongmao, that stingy miser, sure was lucky. You Jia, Wang Yu greeted warmly, holding onto Big Black while pointing at me. This is one of us. Don't bite. Naturally, she was friendly since we were about to team up to hunt for some meat tonight. But first I had to cool the mood a bit. You Jia, Gu, let me make this clear up front. I'm the lead for this hunt, so we can't evenly split the catch. If we get meat, I'll give you 2 kilos. If we come up empty-handed, you'll get 5 wild eggs. Agree and we go. If you don't, there's still time to back out now. Hunting in the mountains isn't just about being in numbers. It's a skill game. They turn to me because they can't catch anything on their own. Establishing clear terms beforehand is fair. I took a glance at the map earlier, and there are some big red dots on the North Mountain. Looks like we've got some big game tonight. Wang Yu had no issue with my terms. Experience is invaluable in mountain hunting, and the primary hunter deserves the lion's share. Chen Rongmao also quickly agreed. Whether we catch something or not, they'd still come out ahead with meat or eggs. All right then, let's get going. Gotta make it back before relief grains are handed out tomorrow morning. The 3 of us entered the North Mountain. This time, I skipped collecting wild eggs. I'll save those nests for later. I'd rather stockpile a bit more to nourish my wife and prep for winter. The red dots were clustered on the northern slope, which meant climbing over the southern side to reach the mountain's peak. By the time we were halfway up the mountain, Wang Yu was out of breath. No doubt, those sacks were quite the burden. Watching her glisten with sweat was, well, a feast for the eyes. Chen Rongmao was in even worse shape. After just a few steps, he plopped down on the ground, gasping for air. I'm beat. How much further is it? Can't we find any game around here? This area is frequently visited. The animals are no fools. They stay away. Chen Gu, try to keep up. Chen Rongmao shook his head repeatedly. I can't do it. I'm done. Wang Yu gave him a sharp glare. Useless. Look at him. Wei Yong doesn't even look tired. And then look at you. Chen Rongmao muttered under his breath. I've been eating wild greens and cornmeal porridge all day. How could I compare? Davion, how about I head back? If we delay the grain distribution tomorrow, it'd be a disaster for us. You 2 go on without me. Clearly, he was at his limit. What I needed was the Bao and Big Black, and as long as Wang Yu was tagging along, it wouldn't make a difference if Chen Rongmao came or not. Wang Yu was fuming. This useless man didn't think twice about letting his wife go into the mountains in the middle of the night with another man. Unbelievable. I, on the other hand, didn't mind. Works for me, as long as Yu Jia is okay with it. Wang Yu shot him a glance. Fine by me. Chen Rongmao dusted off his pants. All right then, I'll head back. Wife, don't be out too late. He was a bit uneasy. After all, who wouldn't find it suspicious for a man and a woman to venture into the woods at night? But knowing I had my eyes on Wang Shaoling instead of Wang Yu reassured him slightly. As soon as he left, Wang Yu's flushed face betrayed her nerves. This was her first time spending the night alone with any man other than her husband. The whole village said I was a rascal. What if I tried something? Yu Jia, hand me the Bao. If we spot game, make sure Big Black stays silent. Okay. My focus was entirely on the hunt. I had no other thoughts. But Wang Yu, on the other hand, seemed to be overthinking things. Her cheeks were still rosy. As soon as I touched the Bao, I could feel it. This was a high-quality Bao. Tonight was looking promising. Looking at the map, I could see several red dots clustered together, 2 big ones and 4 smaller ones. Definitely a group of animals. Most likely wild boars. I only worried about their size. If they were too big, a bow and arrows might not be enough. Thankfully, I also had an old hunting rifle. Though it hadn't been used in years, I wasn't sure if it still worked. As we approached the boar's den, Wang Yu started to tire too. For a woman burdened with extra weight, making it this far was no small feat. Tired, Yu Jia? Why don't you take a break? Game should be close by. We'll just need to wait for the right time. All right, I could use a break. Her calves were sore. Just as she was about to sit, she stepped on a loose rock. As the stone rolled downhill, Wang Yu instinctively reached out to grab something. I reacted quickly and pulled her up with all my strength, directly onto my lap. Her perfectly rounded frame landed solidly on me. The sensation? Soft and full. That was my first thought. In times of famine, maintaining this kind of figure was nothing short of outstanding. If she ever got proper nutrition, goodness, I couldn't imagine. Wang Yu let out a small yelp before quickly standing up, her face flushed with embarrassment. Ah, sorry, Dio. I chuckled, still relishing the moment. No worries, Yujia. You're actually quite sturdy. She rolled her eyes playfully. Huh, are you trying to tease me? I'll tell your wife you misbehaved. I laughed lightly. For someone who rarely left her house, one you seem to have an open, playful personality. Not teasing, just complimenting you. Clearly, Gu makes sure you eat well. Wang Yu snorted. Him? He wouldn't even let me have a bite of millet porridge if it meant going hungry himself. If there's anything to eat, he keeps it for himself. How could he ever think of me? A bit of banter eased the awkwardness. Right at that moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed in my head. Target Wang Yu successfully bound. Target's hunger level, 5. Increasing target's hunger level will yield rewards. I froze. Didn't think my system could bind to someone other than my wife. Wang Yu? Seriously? Boosting her hunger level. Would that speed up the growth of my test fields as well? If so, this could be a game changer. I pulled out a wild egg from my pocket and handed it to her. Yujia, I brought some food. Eat to keep your energy up for the hunt. The egg was still piping hot. Wang Yu looked genuinely surprised as she took it. Are you really giving this to me, Diyong? Wild eggs were a rare delicacy back then. Getting one for your birthday was considered a big deal. I nodded and smiled. Eat up. Jia, gotta keep your strength if you're gonna keep up with me in the hunt. Well, in that case, I won't hold back. Nobody pretends to be polite in tough times. Wang Yu couldn't even remember the last time she had an egg. Whatever they had went straight to Chun Rongmao's selfish stomach. 3 gulps, and it was gone. Then she looked a little sheepish. Diyong, this egg will count as part of your payment, okay? If we don't get any meat tonight, I'll pay you back with 4 eggs. Come on, Yujia, it's just 1 egg. Don't worry about it. Wang Yu's hunger level +1. I frowned slightly. 1 wild egg barely made a difference. I reached back into my pocket and pulled out a piece. The venison was still steaming. As the paper was opened, the rich aroma of the meat wafted out. Wang Yu swallowed hard, but her expression suddenly changed, and she shot to her feet. Diyong, tell me honestly, do you have a thing for me? I chuckled bitterly in my mind. These days, someone who gives you meat to eat? That's no casual relationship. But honestly, I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to fill her hunger bar. Sis, don't misunderstand. I'm just worried you'll run out of energy, and it'd slow us down. She finally sat back down. Truthfully, the smell of the meat had already glued her to the spot. What she said earlier was just to give herself an out. So, sis won't hold back then. Go ahead, eat. I bit into a hard-boiled egg and acted like I wasn't paying attention to her. Only then did she start devouring the meat ravenously. As soon as the meat hit her stomach, a warm flush spread through her entire body. After she finished, she finally noticed I was still chewing on my egg. Diyong, you only brought 1 piece of meat? And you let me eat all of it. Wang Yu hunger bar +5. Test field growth speed +5%. I was overjoyed. Up until now, it was just my wife helping speed up the field's growth. Now that Wang Yu joined in, tiny sprouts started poking up from the test field. It's fine, Sisyu. I'm not that hungry. Let's eat and keep moving. Ahead of us was a steep incline. The hay bolted to the top in 1 leap. I clung onto a few small trees and scrambled my way up as well. When it was Wang Yu's turn, she hesitated. I anchored one hand on a tree and reached the other down. Sis, let me pull you up. She paused for a moment before finally giving me her hand. As soon as our hands touched, her face turned scarlet. In times like these, even exchanging glances between men and women would spark gossip, let alone holding hands. If it were anyone else, she'd rather scramble up on her own by clinging to rocks. But I wasn't just anyone. She'd just eaten my meat and eggs, for crying out loud. Her hand was incredibly soft and warm, almost like silk. I didn't linger, pulling her up quickly and letting go. Sisyu, your hands are so smooth. I bet Brother Chin never makes you do any chores, huh? Still teasing me, are you? That lazy Chin Rong Mao doesn't lift a finger. My mother-in-law and I do all the field work. As we chatted, we barely noticed the strain. Before long, we reached the marked spot, a wild boar's den. Wang Yu gasped, covering her mouth. Diyong, it's a wild boar. I nodded. The giant beast must have been at least 400 pounds, its menacing tusks glinting ominously in the moonlight. This thing would be hard to take down, even with a hunting rifle. What do we do? Lie low. Wait for the 2 big ones to go out foraging. Then we grab the piglets. Big boars are impossible without the right firepower, but the little ones? A single arrow would be enough. The village head and his son often comb this area, so it's first come, first served out here. We lay on the dirt hill, and Wang Yu started chatting with me again. Diyong, people in the village say you're worthless trouble. What? Do I look it? No. If you were truly trouble, you wouldn't share good food with others. Maybe I just want to scheme and snuggle up into your bed. She blushed and punched me on the shoulder. Quit teasing me. If you keep that up, I'm not coming with you again. Sisyu, you've got more admirers than just me. Which guy in the village hasn't been sneaking glances at you? They've got wandering eyes but no guts. And here you are, saying whatever you please. She said that, but I knew her opinion of me had shifted a little. Those other men might eye her, but they don't give her anything. At least I shared meat and an egg. As we chatted, the two big boars slowly wandered off to forage. Sis moved. Get Dahay ready. She removed Dahay's collar and patted his head. Dahay, be prepared. I drew my bow to full tension. It was a sturdy one, and luckily, I'd eaten enough to power through. Swoosh. The arrow flew just as Wang Yu released Dahay. Go. Dahay leapt forward like an unleashed stallion. What a good dog. I couldn't help but envy that. Suddenly, a wicked thought crossed my mind. If I could win over this little sister-in-law, wouldn't both the woman and her dog be mine? One arrow skewered a piglet, while Dahay snapped another's neck. Two piglets remained, sprinting for their lives. Animals remained predictable. They ran in the same direction. Sisyu, tell Dahay to chase them. At her command, Dahay bolted after the fleeing piglets. They wouldn't last more than 5 minutes against the dog. We followed behind, pacing ourselves to conserve energy. Near the foot of the hill, Zhao Fifan pricked up his ears. Dad, did you hear that? Sounds like someone's caught something up there. Zhao Long nodded. Let's check it out. The father and son were familiar with the northern hills. With the southern slopes stripped bare of game, they'd moved north, hoping for luck. If others had caught something first, maybe they could snag a share. Tracking the sounds to the boar's den, they spotted two piglets, lying barely alive. Dad, they're piglets. Zhao Fifan's eyes lit up. It had been days since they'd tasted meat, and the hunger had made his head spin. He'd barely have the strength to head out tomorrow. We don't know who caught these. Who cares? If no one claims them, they're ours. While Zhao Long hesitated, his son had already grabbed the piglets. Just then, a gust of wind shot past. Watch out. Clink. An arrow grazed past Zhao Fifan's head, lodging deep into a tree trunk. The arrow still quivered, and the massive tree shook from the impact. Zhao Fifan broke into a cold sweat, nearly wetting himself. He turned to see me, bow drawn taut again, aimed squarely at him. Drop it. Not even a second of hesitation. He immediately let the piglets fall to the ground. Zhao Long was panicked too. Deyong, we're all from the same village. Lower your bow. Only then did I ease the tension on my string. Wang Yu and I revealed ourselves, for piglets between us, clearly, one whole litter. Zhao Fifan, realizing he'd been caught red-handed, retorted indignantly. Wei Yong, what's the big idea? I saw they weren't dead and was just trying to help you grab them. And you shoot at me? Do you want to kill someone? I laughed coldly. You know exactly what you were trying to do. I'm giving you a chance to save face. The arrow and bite marks on the piglets were clear indicators they had an owner. If I wanted to go by the book, I could accuse him of outright theft, and he wouldn't stand a chance. Understanding this, Zhao Long forced a smile. Deyong, you're lucky today, shooting a whole nest of piglets. But why are there only little ones? Haven't seen any big boars. If we did, we wouldn't be able to take them down anyway. His gaze landed on Wang Yu, standing behind me, holding the piglets. His brow furrowed slightly. Why are you two out hunting together? Brother Chun and Sisyu, we came as a group. Brother Chun worried he wouldn't make it back in time for relief rations tomorrow morning, so he headed back early. The explanation was crucial. Without clearing it up, village gossip could ruin someone's reputation for life. Zhao Long nodded but couldn't take his eyes off those piglets. Deyong, how about trading us a bit of that meat? We haven't had good food in ages. Fine. Grain and sugar, either works for me. Deal. I'm just dropping by to chat about your family's relief rations when I have a moment. Don't worry, it's just the two of us. If there's anything troubling you, just say so. I'll definitely help. Qin Wei trembled as she listened, clenching her fists and grinding her teeth, but she didn't utter a word. Seeing this, Shui Yin smiled smugly, his expression saying, You'll have to give in eventually. Just then, a furious roar cut through the whispers of the onlookers. Shui Yin, are you looking to die? The crowd turned to look. It was me. With several wild boar piglets slung over my shoulder and my face contorted with rage, I charged straight toward him in long strides. No one dared to stop me. The moment Qin Wei saw me, her nose stung, and tears welled up in her eyes once more. Damn, I roared. Whoever bullies my wife, I'll fight them to the death. Shui Yin froze, his eyes darting nervously, but still relying on his status. He said disdainfully, Was I wrong? You don't have a marriage certificate, getting pregnant out of wedlock. How could you do such a thing? What are you showing off for here? I sneered. Shui Yin, you've got the guts to say that again? As I strode forward, the villagers behind me began to feel a sense of unease. Wang Yu shouted from the side. Deyong, don't be impulsive. Don't smash the table. The Grain Bureau officials aren't people to mess with, and the village chief is watching too. Humph. If he dares to bully my family like this, even if the king of heaven himself showed up, I'd teach him a lesson. With that, I tossed the piglet off my shoulder onto the ground, strode up to Shui Yin, grabbed him by the collar. and glared at him. Kid, because of that filthy mouth of yours. Let's see how you're going to get out of this mess today. English translation. In general, life was a little better for most people now. They had refined grains and white sugar. My family wasn't short on meat, so I figured I'd use the opportunity to trade for some things to help my wife's health. Wang Yu and I headed down the mountain. Behind me, Zhao Fifan clenched his fists, his face livid with anger. But he knew he was in the wrong and had nowhere to vent his frustration. Dad, there's got to be a big wild boar where all these little ones came from. Should we come back for the big one tomorrow? Sure, bring extra traps. Wang Yu and I trudged along slowly, taking breaks as we went. The trip was already exhausting, and now, with 4 piglets weighing nearly 100 pounds in total, our progress was even slower. Truth be told, I could have stored the piglets in my space, but I couldn't do that in front of her. Sisu, you can head back first. I've got this. I'll carry them myself. No way. Don't wear yourself out. I'll stick with you. She had such a kind heart. If I carried all this myself, I'd end up passing out from exhaustion. But having caught all these wild boars, she seemed happy too. I had no choice but to follow her, matching her pace as we took our time. Thankfully, she was a beauty. The journey didn't feel so lonely with her around. I started, Sisu, let's stick to what we agreed on earlier. 5 eggs and 4 piglets. Each one comes with 2 pounds of meat for you. Wang Yu immediately beamed with delight. She had thought she was only getting 2 pounds in total, but it turned out it was 2 pounds per piglet. That was 8 pounds. Enough for several good meals. Deal, no problem. Then I added, Sis, you've helped me out so much. Just splitting the meat with you doesn't feel like enough. Come over to my house for dinner tonight. I'll make rib stew for you. But let's agree on one thing. You come alone. Wang Yu paused, blushing slightly. What's that supposed to mean? Inviting me over, but not letting me bring my man. Are you planning to do something bad, huh? I gave a wry smile. Sis, what are you thinking? My wife's at home. What could I possibly do? The real reason is that we need your strength tomorrow for more stuff. You've got to eat well tonight to recover your energy. This rib stew is meant to reward you. It's got nothing to do with Chun. Hearing this, Wang Yu finally agreed. Truth be told, the thought of rib stew alone had already been tempting her. But visiting my house without bringing her husband would have seemed strange, so she needed a reason. With what I said, it made the whole thing look perfectly reasonable. My wife was at home, so there'd be nothing odd about her coming for dinner. And besides, why should Chun Rongmao get to enjoy the ribs when he hadn't done any of the hard work? I said again, Sisu, could you head back first and help my wife light the stove? She's pregnant and can't move around easily. All right, I'll head back first. As soon as Wang Yu left, I stored all the piglets in my space and found a quiet spot to rest for a moment before heading back to the village. At the moment, there was a horse-drawn cart parked in front of the village chief's house. The whole village had gathered around to see, though it wasn't the horse that interested them. It was the bags of grain loaded onto the cart. It was time for relief grain distribution. Though not much, the food was life-saving for our tiny Dongtuan village. Without it, this winter would have been another one where people starved to death, just like last year. The people distributing the grain were 2 men, Li Ping and Shui Yin, the sons of the first and second heads of the county's grain authority. Both of them also had official jobs at the grain department in town, a world away from our little rural lives. At the entrance to the village, 3 tables were set up, one for Li Ping, one for Shui Yin, and one for our village chief, Zhao Long. Behind Shui Yin's table were 2 bicycles. Back then, a bicycle cost over 100 yuan, and even if you had the money, they weren't easy to buy. Riding a bicycle was a big deal and left everyone impressed. The young women and married ladies of the village whispered among themselves, all talking about the 2 men. Shui Yin was clearly enjoying the attention and cleared his throat loudly before speaking. All right, no fussing. Get in line and register. Each household gets 20 pounds of millet and 20 pounds of cornmeal. If you have more than 3 people in your family, you can collect 2 portions. The villagers were overjoyed. 40 pounds of grain was enough to get through the winter. It wouldn't be enough to fill every stomach, but at least no one would starve. Let's get the paperwork squared away, he said with a sleazy grin, reaching out, attempting to put his arm around Qin Wei's shoulder. Anyone with a shred of awareness knew what this meant. Going to the township office with him meant you'd never have a shred of dignity for the rest of your life. At that exact moment, a sharp, slicing sound cut through the air. Shui Yin reacted quickly, stepping back just in time. An arrow zipped past the tip of his nose and embedded itself into the ground. I stood there, bow in hand, my face stormy and cold. Shui Yin, I dare you. Try laying a hand on her again. Shui Yin went pale, a fraction slower, and that arrow could have pinned his forehead to the ground. At my sudden arrival, Qin Wei seemed to find her backbone again. She ran to my side, tears streaming down her face. Shui Yin snapped back to reality, sneering. Wei Yong, don't pull this good guy act with me. You two aren't legally registered as married. You haven't got the papers. No papers, no rations. That's the rule. No amount of arguing will change it. You're not taking a single grain today. The villagers stood by and watched coldly. Times were tough, and everyone was struggling to survive. Who cared about anyone else? If I couldn't get the rations, it was my own worthless problem. I let out a cold laugh, raised my hatchet, and slammed it down hard on the table. Crack. The hatchet stuck firmly into the wooden surface. Listen here, Shui. Do you believe me when I say, these rations? I'm walking out of here with them today, no matter what. Shui Yan's face twisted in anger. Big talk. I'm telling you, if you so much as touch me, I'll make sure you rot in jail. I dare you. He was confident. There were so many witnesses. If I as much as shoved him, he'd milk it to ruin me completely. In his mind, I had no moves to make. Off to the side, Li Ping wore an indifferent expression, arms crossed, watching the scene with detached amusement. He'd seen this play out too many times. Shui Yin with his petty power, abusing it every chance he got to harass young widows or the village women. Li Ping couldn't be bothered to intervene. When I buried the hatchet in the table, though, Li Ping jolted slightly. His eyes flicked up, and this time, they caught something. The hatchet's handle had a red piece of fabric tied around it. Too familiar. Far too familiar. His eyes widened in recognition. Wasn't that a dudu? His mind raced as he pieced it together. Of course. The other night in the woods, when he'd been, indulging in a rendezvous with Widow Chu, they'd realized halfway home that she'd lost her dudu. They'd retraced their steps frantically, but came up empty-handed. It wasn't just about some undergarment. It was what it symbolized. If word got out that he and Widow Chu were involved, what a scandal. Li Ping's political future hinged on his father-in-law, an influential leader in the city. If this got back to his wife, game over. His entire life would crumble. So, when he spotted the dudu tied around my weapon, realization dawned. I was the one who'd found it. Widow Chu caught sight of it too and quickly began shooting Li Ping nervous glances, begging him to act. Li Ping immediately rose, walked over, and pulled the hatchet free from the table. All right, enough. His voice was sharp and commanding. What kind of behavior is this? Are we even human beings anymore? His tone made Shui Yin go tense. Any further theatrics died out immediately. If Li Ping had intervened, there'd be no room to push things further. Li Ping gave me a quick glance, subtle, calculating. I kept my expression blankly innocent as if I hadn't noticed. He cleared his throat. The young man here is right. Not everyone in the countryside has official marriage papers. No papers doesn't mean they don't count as family. There's no rule against them receiving rations. Hand out the grain. Shui Yan's eyes nearly popped out of his head. But, Brother Ping. Li Ping shot him a steely glare. Did I stutter? Or are you looking to make a mistake that ends up dragging me into it? Stand down. Now. Shui Yin fumed silently, fists clenched tightly, but in a battle of hierarchy, he wasn't stupid enough to challenge Li Ping. His own father's job was under Li Ping's father's thumb, after all. Gritting his teeth, he had no choice but to bottle his rage. Still, he couldn't wrap his head around why Li Ping of all people had stepped in for me. As far as he knew, we'd had no prior relationship. Unbothered by his confusion, I kept things moving. By the way, my wife's expecting. We're 3 mouths. Give us 2 shares. Shui Yan's anger boiled over. You stop being so damned greedy. Before he could finish, Li Ping waved him off with a sharp, quiet, double it out. Though his pride bristled, Shui Yin begrudgingly followed orders. Holding back his own resentment, he handed me the extra share. I immediately passed 2 bags to Widow Zhang, offering, Zhang Jia, let me help you carry these. She beamed, happily taking the offered rations. Thank you, De Yong. Shui Yin shot a quick glance at Li Ping, but seeing his grim, silent demeanor, kept his complaints stuffed deep down. Then, from behind, Wang Yu hollered, De Yong, hurry up and take these piglets. I can't carry them anymore. All eyes turned. Wang Yu was hauling not 1, not 2, but 4 tiny wild piglets, all practically weighing her down. Gasps rippled through the villagers. Yujia, where'd those come from? Someone finally asked. Wang Yu replied nonchalantly. Wei Yong caught them in the mountains. They're his. Murmurs buzzed from every corner. I'd gone hunting, and actually caught something. Catching game these days was close to impossible. Grabbing a piglet, I walked straight over to Widow Chu and said, Chu Jia, if it hadn't been for your tip-off, I wouldn't have tracked these down. This one's for you. A little thank you to settle the debt. We're even now. She flinched for a split second, then instinctively darted a glance at Li Ping. He gave her a small, approving nod. Understanding the gesture, she accepted silently. Now, of course, this wasn't actually for her. It was for Li Ping. Today, I'd leverage something over him big time. If I left things unresolved, tension would spiral. It was better to smooth things over and earn a sort of goodwill. Also, by saying, we're even, it was a clear message for him. I wasn't going to hold their secret over their heads again or use it to my advantage in the future. Li Ping seemed satisfied. Smart kid, he seemed to think. knew his boundaries. Meanwhile, the spectators burned with envy. A single piglet weighed over 20 pounds. All Widow Chu had done was point me toward the trail. It was absurd, so generous. I ignored the stares, hollering back, Zhangjia, later, swing by my place and help unload the pigs. I'll save you a couple of pork knuckles. Zhang Widow's smile grew ear to ear. Deal. Just let me tidy up first. And with that, a small group of us toted the grains and piglets back home. Among the crowd left behind, most were brimming with regret. Had they known earlier, they'd have spoken up. Just a word or two, so effortless. Look at Widow Zhang. Casual as anything, and she was getting a precious morsel, pork knuckles no less. Mouth-watering. Still, hindsight was a cruel mirror. None had stepped in. Likely the one with the most conflicted expression? Wang Xiaoling. Her friend nudged her with a sly grin. Xiaoling, with all these pigs Wei Yong's hauling, he'll definitely bring you some. Save me a little when it comes, all right? Xiaoling's face looked like the color palette had malfunctioned. Yes, I'd nabbed meat, plenty of it, but would I share it with her? Not a chance. Not after the way she'd humiliated me when she'd come knocking twice before. I'd lost patience with her completely. Even if she begged now, there wouldn't be another piece for her. Still, for appearance's sake in front of her friend Su Xiaowei, she said, "Oh, of course. He'll sneak me some later for sure." Su Xiaowei beamed back excitedly. "You're the best. Save a bowlful for me, okay?" "We'll see," she replied, masking the bitter irony. If yesterday's stew was any indication, where I'd outright refused her, mocking her to her face, there was zero hope she'd see even a sliver of pork this time. Once home, I instructed with a sharp but affectionate tone, "Wife, get the fire going. We'll stew some ribs tonight. And don't forget, Yujia's eating with us." Qinwei nodded in agreement without overthinking it. She knew I didn't have that kind of ability and that the meat must have come from relying on Wang Yu's dog to hunt. Hosting Wang Yu was, of course, a given. Wang Yu said, "Sister-in-law, you rest. You've got a baby in your belly. Let me handle the fire." As she worked on the fire, Widow Zhang arrived. She rolled up her sleeves as soon as she walked through the door, saying, "Where's the piglet? Let me help you guys." Her father used to be a butcher, so she had some skills in cutting up meat. Faster than me, for sure. Once the pig was cleaned and prepped, I handed her 2 pork hocks and 5 eggs as thanks. "Zhang Jia, thank you for standing up for my wife earlier." Widow Zhang smiled brightly. "Oh my, De Yong, you're too polite. I just can't stand seeing them bully others just because they're in a position of power." I shoved the goods into her hands and, in the process, lightly brushed her small hand, smooth and soft. Feeling shy, Widow Zhang didn't stay for dinner and took the items back home. Meanwhile, Qinwei beamed with joy, her face glowing as she looked at the dozens of pounds of grains now stocked at home. I took the piglet's offals, placed them in a separate bowl, and brought it over to Dehei, our dog. Stroking its head, I said, "Dehei, go ahead and enjoy." It was as if the dog understood, diving straight into the bowl, wagging its tail happily while savoring the feast. Even animals can tell quality food apart when it's scarce in one's home. After more than an hour of preparation, the food made it to the table. The pork ribs smelled even better than venison. Wang Yu, practically drooling, couldn't stop herself from swallowing hard. "De Yong, I've taken too much from you today, both food and gifts, and haven't even returned the favor." I grinned. "Sister Yu, don't worry about it. Your dog, Dehei, was the real helper today. When we're done eating, take some bones back for it to chew on." "All right. Are we heading back tonight?" she asked. "Yes, but go home and rest a bit first. Get your energy back, and we'll head up the mountain later tonight." Hearing that, Qinwei grew anxious. "De Yong, are you really planning to go again?" "It's too dangerous," I explained. "I ran into the village chief and his son on the mountain earlier. They also know about the wild boar den. If we don't go, they will. Those 2 big wild boars could weigh 700 to 800 pounds in total." Qinwei's eyes widened. "That much? Exactly. We can't miss this opportunity." Dinner was delicious, especially for Wang Yu, who ate with gusto. By the meal's end, she had polished off the last few remaining pork ribs by herself, realizing too late that it was a little embarrassing. But it didn't bother me. Qinwei satiety +5. Wang Yu satiety +5. Experimental field growth speed +10%. The speed of growth was accelerating. Peeking at the potato sprouts, they seemed to have shot up taller since just a while ago. Wang Yu left my house carrying 8 pounds of pork and 4 eggs. The moment she stepped out, she burped, with her stomach full yet tears welling in her eyes. Chen Rongmao, who had been searching for her all day, spotted her leaving my place, looking teary-eyed and panicked. "Wife, what's wrong? Did that punk Wei Yong bully you? I swear I'll fight him if he did." Wang Yu shoved him aside. "No. Then why are you crying? I just had dinner at Wei Yong's place. His wife made pork ribs." "Well, isn't that great? Did you not eat enough?" Wang Yu was so frustrated she couldn't even articulate her feelings. "I'm stuffed. You don't know how humiliating it is. I was so greedy, I couldn't stop myself. There were just 3 ribs left, and I ate them all like a fool. How embarrassing. Chen Rongmao dismissed her concerns. Oh, come on. They invited you to eat. It's fine to eat to your fill. But Wang Yu's tears streamed down her face. Chen Rongmao, I've been with you for so many years. Have you ever let me truly eat a hearty meal? The way I acted at their house today, that desperation, I even hate myself for it. She wasn't just crying from embarrassment. She was crying from years of pin-up grievances. If Chen Rongmao had shown a bit more ambition, would things have ever come to this? Having to eat herself sick at someone else's house. Even though Wei Yong and his wife didn't seem to mind, she did. After a lot of coaxing, Chen Rongmao finally managed to calm her down and get her to go home. Wife, next time you go eat at Wei Yong's house, take me with you too. It's just an extra pair of chopsticks. Wang Yu shot him a glare. Take you to eat? Huh, you don't even go up the mountain. Why should you get to eat meat? I've already eaten more than enough, and I don't have the face to bring you along. Embarrassed, Chen Rongmao clammed up. But looking at Wang Yu's soft, alluring lips, he suddenly got an idea. Wrapping his arms around her waist, he whispered slyly, Wife, we haven't, you know, in a while. Now that you're full, how about we, you know? Wang Yu shoved him away hard. Get lost. I haven't slept all night. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm full because I worked hard with Dehe. What have you done? Just seeing you annoys me. Tonight, I'm going back up the mountain with Wei Yong to take down those 2 big boars. Don't bother me. With that, she crawled into bed to catch up on sleep. Left in stunned silence after being scolded, Chen Rongmao soon began to feel something wasn't right. Wife, don't you think Wei Yong is being shady? When people partner up for hunting, the rule is to split the spoils evenly. But he's taken 4 pigs, over 100 pounds of meat, and only gave us 8 pounds. The dog is ours, and the bow and arrows are ours. Aren't we getting a raw deal? Wang Yu scowled. What are you getting at? If I handed you that equipment, could you have even hunted a wild boar? She was thoroughly fed up with this man. Wei Yong was already plenty generous, but here he was pushing his luck further. Without Wei Yong, he wouldn't even get close to a single boar hair. This isn't right. I can't just take this lying down. Tonight's 2 boars will weigh hundreds of pounds. If he only gives us a couple of pounds, we're losing big. I'm going to confront him and tell him we're splitting it 50-50. Wang Yu sneered. Go ahead. You tell him. I don't have the face. This man really had some nerve, demanding half the share when he hadn't lifted a finger. But he didn't see it that way. To him, self-interest had to be fought for. Fine, I'll go. And the bow and arrows are still at his house. He has no choice but to agree. Before leaving, Chen Rongmao grabbed a piece of pork skin, rubbed it on his lips until they glistened. He knew what he wanted, to show off. With shiny, greasy lips, everyone who saw him would know his family had meat. He loved the feeling of making others jealous. Sadly, he couldn't achieve it himself and had to settle for this pathetic pretense. Arriving at my house, he shouted loudly from the entrance. I came out, confused. Chen Ge, what brings you here? Chen Rongmao smiled, feigning friendliness. De Yong, let's hash something out. Here's the thing. When you partner up for hunting in the surrounding villages, the rule is always to split the game evenly. Since we went to the mountains together, the dog's mine, the bow's mine. It's only fair we divide the catch in half, don't you think? I instantly got what he was implying. Without another word, I turned back into the house. He grinned triumphantly, thinking I'd finally seen reason and gone to fetch some meat for him. Less than a minute later, I walked out. With his bow and quiver in hand, I tossed them over the fence without hesitation. Brother Chun, since that's how you feel, go find someone else to team up with. Tonight, I'll go up the mountain by myself. If we meet, it'll come down to who's got the better skills. After finishing my sentence, I turned and went back inside. De Yong. Chen Rongmao stood frozen on the spot, dumbfounded. He had hoped to negotiate some terms. Maybe not a perfect 50-50 split, but at least 30-70 or even 20-80. Instead, I shut him down without a second thought, threw the bow out, and made it clear that he was not welcome anymore. Was my temper really that short? Feeling defeated, Chen Rongmao grabbed his bow and went back home. His wife, Wang Yu, who had been so sleepy that afternoon, suddenly couldn't fall back to sleep once she heard he had gone out to negotiate with me. When she saw his dejected appearance and the bow in his hand, she knew right then he'd blown it. What did Wei Yong say? Chen Rongmao scratched his head awkwardly. That kid's got a hot temper. I just asked a question, and when he didn't agree, I was going to move on. But then he chucked the bow out and said he's not taking us tonight. Wang Yu scoffed, visibly annoyed. Serves you right. Wei Yong is so generous. Last time, I barely did anything, just walked his dog for a round, and he gave me 8 pounds of meat for eggs and even treated me to ribs. But you tried to push his limits? If I were him, I wouldn't take you either. Great, now stay home tonight, get your beauty sleep, and enjoy watching others eat meat from now on. Don't say that, honey. It's just a few pounds of meat. We'd finish that in 2 days. But what about winter? What'll we do then? At this point, Chen Rongmao was starting to regret everything. Wei Yong had promised to give 5 eggs even if the hunt came up empty. And hey, eating eggs every day wasn't a bad deal. But all that was ruined because of his own greed. Why don't you go talk to him, honey? You gave him the heads up about the wild pigs today anyway. He should at least acknowledge you for that. Wang Yu's temper flared. Are you out of your damn mind, Chen Rongmao? You created this mess, and now you want me to clean it up? Chen Rongmao sheepishly grinned. But honey, you're more respected than me. I've basically got no rapport with him. Oh, and you think I do? Are you really okay with me going to beg him for your mess? What if he asks me for something else? What do you expect me to do then? Agree or not? Her husband's grin turned to an awkward grimace. Don't joke, dear. Of course, don't agree. Anyway, his wife's at home. He wouldn't dare try anything funny with you. Wang Yu let out a sarcastic chuckle. Fine, I'll go. Aren't you the same guy who used to mention how badly Wei Yong treated his wife back in the day? You really think he's scared of Qin Wei? Just don't regret this later. Before waiting for his response, she stormed out. Back at my house, Qin Wei had just finished tidying up the Kong for me. De Yong, rest for a bit, would you? You've been up all night. You're going to run yourself into the ground. Qin Wei was always looking out for me. With all the piglets I'd brought back, it was clear that I'd still needed to head out again later tonight. If I didn't rest now, I'd be in no shape for more hunting. I will in a bit, honey. First, I want to check on the field real quick. The experimental crop had already grown tiny green sprouts about an inch tall. I needed to see how the potatoes in our own patch were doing. You're doing way too much, De Yong. We're not short on food, so stop overworking yourself. Even Qin Wei was worried. Between hunting at night and farming by day, no one could keep their strength up like that for long. Don't stress. I'm just going to take a quick look. I won't do any heavy lifting. In truth, I was a little preoccupied. De Yong, what's on your mind? Something bothering you? I told her about Chen Rongmao. There are 2 huge wild boars up on the mountain. Taking them down by myself is no small feat. Even if Yujia brings her dog along, it'll still be tough. But looking for others to team up with in the village? Everyone here is so calculating. I can't just hand out a share of the meat for nothing. Qin Wei gently cupped my face with her palm. If it's really that difficult, just let it go. We have enough for winter. As long as we're careful with our supplies, we'll manage fine. I gave her a reassuring smile, but didn't say anything. Sure, we didn't need the meat, but that boar den is mine. Letting someone else get there first? That just doesn't sit right with me. As I stepped outside, I saw Wang Yu approaching our house. Hey, Sister Yu, what brings you here? Where's De Yong, Qin Wei? He went to check on the field. Need something? MHM. Just wanted to discuss tonight's hunting plans with him. I'll go find him myself. Clearly, she felt awkward broaching this topic with my wife. When I got to the field, I noticed that our potatoes had started sprouting too. But compared to the vibrant greens in the experimental crop, ours looked weaker in comparison. Still, it was a decent start. I saw a few other neighbors' patches had sprouted as well. Around this time, no one really planted corn anymore. Most folks were doing potatoes, sweet potatoes, or turnips instead. The plants seemed healthy, but upon digging them up, the potatoes were still tiny. Some were barely the size of a thumb, smaller than a plum. Then, I checked one of our own plants and found 5 small potatoes the size of grapes dangling from its roots. After only a few days? Unbelievable. Give it another 2 months, and they'll be bigger than a fist for sure. It looked like a bountiful harvest was ahead. Despite the same dry soil, something about the experimental crop clearly worked. I needed to start scaling this up, and fast. Every patch we had should be filled with turnips and sweet potatoes too. When harvest time came, the rest of the village would be in for one heck of a surprise. As I started to leave, I noticed a figure strolling over in the distance. It was Wang Yu. The way she was swaying her slender waist as she carefully tread over the uneven grooves of the field. It was a sight to behold. Sister Yu, what brings you here? Embarrassed, she fidgeted on the spot. De Yong, I'm here to apologize. My husband. Well, let's just say his brain doesn't work right. For the nonsense he said earlier, I wanted to come make amends. I raised an eyebrow and smirked. And you came to apologize empty-handed? Rubbing her palms awkwardly, she replied. I didn't have time to bring something. Just say the word. What do you want? And I'll figure it out. I paused to think for a moment. Recently, I've been craving tofu. Just been itching for some. Stunned, she stammered. What, tofu? De Yong, you know yellow soybeans are hard to get these days. No one's making tofu unless you head to the town. You've got what I need, Sister Yu. Huh? What do I have? Her eyes drifted downward, and her face instantly turned beet red. She finally realized what kind of tofu I was talking about. Her entire face flushed as she stiffened, then shot back confidently. If you want it that much, go ahead. I dare you to take it right here in the middle of broad daylight. I knew she didn't actually think I'd do anything, not there in such a public space. Forget it. You're clearly not sincere. I'm heading back. I turned away, but she grabbed my hand abruptly. Her hand was so soft, smooth, and delicate. There was no way this hand had done a day's worth of hard manual labor. Almost instinctively, I held it tightly in mine. Her cheeks grew even redder, but she didn't pull away. Instead, she playfully swayed our joined hands as if teasing. Come on, don't stay mad at me, Dion. Tonight I'll go with you to the mountain. If we bag those wild boars, I won't take a single share of the meat. Reluctantly, I loosened my grip and let her hand go after a few more seconds. It wasn't safe to linger too long. It wouldn't take much for someone to spot us in the open field. All right, I'll come get you tonight. Deal. I'll be waiting at home. She headed back to her house, so blithely that her ears were still flushed when she walked up to her front door. And there, sitting at the doorway like a defeated husband stone, was Chun Rongmao. Staring at her, Wang Yu's face darkened immediately. What are you looking at here? Worried I'll have something going on with Wei Yong. Chun Rongmao forced a laugh. Wife, what are you saying? It's just that I heard Wei Yong doesn't have the best reputation. Chun Rongmao, you're something else. You're the one who told me to go ask for his help, and now you're scared I'll cheat on you? Don't come looking for me anymore. Tomorrow, I'm going back to my parents' house. She stormed into the house in a huff. Chun Rongmao quickly followed her with an apologetic smile. Wife, don't be mad. I didn't mean anything by it. I trust you more than anything. On my way home, I ran into Widow Zhang, who was dumping some water out. It was freezing cold, and yet she was wearing just a thin shirt. Those two big things of hers were swaying as she moved, making it hard to look away. De Yong, I heard your father-in-law arrived at the village entrance in a fury. Seems like he's here to settle accounts with you. Better get ready. My father-in-law is Qin Zhangwo from Shaoxi Tun, the Qin family. A hunter by trade, he's got a temper as fiery as they come. He had been entirely unwilling to marry his daughter off to me in the first place. Now, who knows where he'd caught wind of things from Xiaodong Tun, about how I'd allegedly beaten Qin Wei and even threatened to sell her. It made the old man blow his top. He was here today, clearly ready to give me hell. Widow Zhang looked worried and mentioned Qin Zhangwo had brought a rifle. If I pushed him too far, there'd be no way I'd get off easy. But for some reason, I wasn't afraid. Instead, I smirked. Is that so? Thanks for letting me know, Sister Zhang. I'll get ready. In the past, Wei Yong might have been a scumbag and held nothing but fear and hatred toward his father-in-law. But now, things were different. His arrival today couldn't have been better timing. It was as if my wish had been granted. With him leading tonight's efforts, taking down those two wild boars was practically guaranteed. When I got home, Qin Wei came up to me. De Yong, why don't you rest for a bit? I waved her off. No time to sleep. Your dad's coming. I'm heading to the village chief's place to trade for some supplies. You pick some fatty meat. We'll make dumplings this afternoon. Qin Wei's eyes lit up immediately. Really? My dad's coming? It's been so long since I've seen them. Her family is small, just her dad, her older sister, and her bedridden brother-in-law. She had been married to me for nearly 3 months now, and of course, she missed them. Back when times were rough, I didn't treat her well, and we could barely feed ourselves. No way would she ask her dad and sister to come witness our misery. But now it was different. I treated her better. There was plenty of food at home. She couldn't wait to show her family how capable her man was. At the same time, my father-in-law Qin Zhangwo was marching toward me, rifle over his shoulder. His face was as dark as ink, practically dripping with rage. Walking beside him was a tall woman with legs for days, Qin Xia, my sister-in-law. Qin Xia frowned. Dad, why are you carrying a rifle? We passed so many people on the way here. Don't lose your cool. Qin Zhangwo replied in a frosty tone. How can I not lose it? I've known from day one that little punk Wei wasn't any good. If old Li from the Tun hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known your younger sister's been suffering so much. Qin Xia's expression darkened too. Not long ago, Qin Wei, or so it seemed, had insisted on marrying me. They had assumed it was mutual love, but instead, she had walked right into hardship. The thought of her sister barely surviving on grass roots and bark made Qin Xia's heart ache. Back home, they might lack refined grains, but at least they always had enough cornmeal porridge. Over here, getting beaten, cursed, fed scraps, and almost sold off. It was a slap in the face to the Qin family. Father, Qin Xia said tentatively, you didn't actually load that gun, did you? A little intimidation was fine, but if an accident happened, everyone would be in serious trouble. Qin Zhangwo snorted. Don't worry, the bullets are in my pocket. Despite his explosive temper, the old man wasn't reckless. Staying rational mattered, especially since one of his sons-in-law was bedridden and not far from passing. He couldn't risk making his other daughter a widow, too. When he finally made it to the village and asked for directions, Qin Zhangwo stomped over to my house and banged on the door. Wei Yong, get out here, you worthless punk. My father-in-law's infamous bad temper wasn't just for show. If I acted out, he'd have that gun loaded in no time. But when Qin Wei opened the door, she was all smiles. Dad, Sis, you came. Watching her run out, smiling joyfully, both of them felt a pang of emotion. My dear girl, how did you end up so skinny? Where's that good-for-nothing Wei Yong? Tell him to show his face. I'll teach him a lesson today. Qin Wei froze. Dad, calm down. Wei Yong's gone to trade for food. He'll be back soon. Qin Jiangwo snorted. Trading for food? He's probably hiding from me. He had arrived guns blazing, obviously tipped off by someone. Awkwardly, Qin Wei forced a laugh. All right, Dad. Come on in and have some water first. Qin Xia took a look around the house. Not any better than their own, just as run down. The corn crib was nearly empty, probably from last year's drought killing off the corn harvest. She wondered if her sister was truly living off tree bark and wild plants. As Qin Jiangwo stormed on inside, a meaty aroma wafted out to meet him. He stood stunned. Dad? Qin Wei said with a smile. We had ribs for breakfast. I didn't know you were coming, or we'd have saved you some. De Yong wants to make dumplings for you this afternoon. Qin Jiangwo frowned. Ribs? For breakfast? You're not lying to me, are you? These days, only well-off families could feast on ribs and dumplings, even for New Year, let alone an ordinary day? Dad, why would I lie? See for yourself. She opened up the cellar, and father and daughter took a good look inside. Their eyes practically sparkled. The grains weren't surprising, considering the government's relief measures had extended to Shaoxi Tun too. But the meat and eggs stocked in there? It looked more like the stash of a wealthy household. Dad, see? I wasn't lying. Life's good now. Qin Jiangwo exchanged a bewildered look with Qin Xia. Half the steam in his anger evaporated. This wasn't what they'd heard at all. Where did all this meat come from? De Yong hunted it on the mountain. Qin Jiangwo was taken aback. Being an experienced hunter himself, he knew how challenging the mountains had become. Bagging deer was tough enough, let alone wild boars. This Wei Yong, clearly, wasn't lacking in skill. Dad, drink some water. De Yong will be back soon. Meanwhile, I was walking into Zhao Long's home with 10 pounds of fresh meat in hand. Zhao Fifan looked a bit sour but managed a pleasantry as he saw me. After all, how mad could you be when 10 pounds of meat were involved? Without much delay, I got straight to it. Uncle Zhao, I came to trade for some supplies. Seeing the hefty share of meat I'd brought, Zhao Long was beaming ear to ear. Oh, such a generous portion, De Yong. Tell me, what do you need? Well then, thanks, Uncle Zhao. I'll take a pound of sugar, 2 pounds of cooking oil, 5 pounds of white flour, a pound of liquor, and some celery and peanuts. These things aren't guaranteed to be available in other households, but the village chief's family has good conditions and pretty much everything. The most expensive item is white sugar, which is as pricey as pork, while the others aren't as valuable as meat. I almost bartered 1 pound for 1 pound, and the village chief's family made out like bandits. Zhao Long handed me a cigarette. De Yong, making dumplings? Got something to celebrate. Lighting the cigarette, I nodded. Yep, the father-in-law's here, gotta host properly. No wonder. You're a pretty filial guy. Let me help you with that. Once I had everything packed up, Zhao Long walked me to the door. No sooner had I left than Zhao Fifan's face darkened. Must be nice showing off like that, trading some meat and acting all arrogant. Zhao Long frowned. Keep your mouth shut. Wei Yong's no ordinary guy. Think about how he handled the grain relief earlier. You think you could pull that off? Zhao Fifan said nothing. He was still stewing over being shown up twice by me earlier. It really irked him. Hey Dad, did you borrow the gun? Let's take care of those 2 big wild boars tonight. Zhao Long nodded. Got it. We'll see how it goes tonight. And don't speak so rudely to Wei Yong next time. He gave us meat, and it was a sweet deal for us. Show some gratitude. Zhao Long was sharp, worthy of being the village chief. Even though Zhao Fifan was bitter, he didn't dare argue with his father. As soon as I walked into the house, I saw my beautiful sister-in-law and my fierce-looking father-in-law. To be honest, my father-in-law looks like a bandit, scary at first glance. But somehow, he managed to father 2 daughters, both exceptionally stunning. The elder sister, Qin Xia, is just as pretty as Qin Wei, my wife, but taller, with legs so long they could make any man weak in the knees. Dad, sis, you're here. Qin Wei hurriedly took the supplies from me. De Yong, what did you bring this time? I knew she wanted to impress her father, so I played along. This was all for the in-laws. The day's objective was simple, make my wife look good. I traded some white flour and cooking oil with the village chief. Wife, you handle the dough, I'll chop the stuffing. Let's make dumplings. Dad, I also grabbed a pint of grain spirit. We'll raise a toast later. I took half the white sugar and handed it to Qin Xia. Sis, take this half pound back home. The rest is for Wei Wei. This move left my father-in-law dumbfounded. Where was this scoundrel he'd heard about? Qin Jiangwo, my father-in-law, had come here loaded with complaints about me, but now he was swallowing all of them. Even Qin Xia looked bewildered, holding the sugar awkwardly. She'd assumed her sister's marriage was a nightmare. But now, things looked unexpectedly good. Brother-in-law, let me help in the kitchen, Qin Xia offered, stepping in to lend a hand. With everyone pitching in, the dumplings were wrapped in no time. Qin Wei's mouth watered. She'd had some meat these past days, but meals were still mainly coarse grain. And nothing beats dumplings, right? Usually, even at Chinese New Year, we'd scrimp on dumplings, but now? This wasn't even a holiday. And here we were, feasting. Minced garlic, soy sauce, peanuts, and of course, village-made grain spirit. It was the perfect lineup. Qin Jiangwo popped a dumpling into his mouth, followed by 2 peanuts and a sip of alcohol, feeling as if he was dreaming. Life was suddenly so good, it made him uneasy. He finally voiced his concerns. Second daughter, what I heard before and what I'm seeing now, completely different. He didn't spell it out, but everything he'd heard about me painted me as a no-good troublemaker. Now, it seemed like all those stories were baseless. I wrapped my arm around Qin Wei. Dad, I'll admit I used to be a bit of a rascal. But I've changed. From now on, I'll treat Wei Wei right and never let her suffer. Qin Jiangwo nodded approvingly. Good. As long as you mean it, I'll rest easy. Cheers to that. The old man finally smiled, and the weight in his heart seemed to lift. I sipped my drink and said, Dad, don't knock back too much. I'd like to ask for your help tonight. What's up? There are 2 big wild boars up in the North Hills. I know their location, probably weigh about 700 pounds combined. Let's go tonight and take them down. What? His eyes widened in surprise. The mention of wild boars sobered him up instantly. He even set down his cup. You serious? 2 big boars. Dead serious. I saw them myself yesterday, but I didn't have a gun. I managed to bring back 4 small piglets, but I didn't dare tackle the big ones alone. I needed backup, and here you are. Perfect timing. With you leading the charge, we can definitely pull this off. Qin Jiangwo furrowed his brows. He'd had a bit to drink, but not enough to dull his senses. Hunting was serious business, especially with wild boars. They're no joke. By your description, those are big animals. Even with a gun, it might not be enough just the 2 of us. Wild boars are tempting prey, but also dangerous. Their thick hides can take a bullet, and if they charge, one hit could leave you seriously injured or worse. Both of us were family breadwinners. Any mishap, and our families would bear the burden. I reassured him. Dad, it's not just us. There's also old Chin's wife from the village. She's got a big black dog, fierce as they come. That eased Qin Jiangwo's mind. All right, with a dog, that changes things. How many rounds do you have? I held up 5 fingers. 5 shots. I've got 10. Should be enough. When do we move? Get some rest first. We'll head out in the middle of the night. All right, let's grab a nap. Meanwhile, over at Wang Xiaoling's house, she was tearing up. Her mother, Li Fun, couldn't stand it. My girl, what's up with Wei Yong? Did he lose his mind? You've waited all day, and not a peep about bringing meat over. The whole village saw me bring back those piglets. With my usual demeanor, Wang Xiaoling and her mom figured I'd already be over at their place delivering meat. At the very least, they'd expect a couple of pork joints, even if we weren't on the best terms. But since morning, there'd been no sign of me, and as evening approached, neither of them could sit still. Li Fun was frustrated. She pretended it was all for her daughter, but the truth was, she had been craving pork badly. Several households in the village were already cooking meat for dinner. Those tantalizing aromas wafting through the air drove her mad with hunger. Finally, Li Fun couldn't stand it anymore. Enough. Daughter, we're heading to Wei Yong's place to demand answers. Wang Xiaoling wanted to go, but she'd said some pretty harsh things before and couldn't muster the courage. It wasn't until her mother dragged her out the door that she begrudgingly followed. When they arrived at my place, Li Fun banged on the door aggressively. Qin Xia got up to answer. I'll get it. Opening the door, Qin Xia saw 2 unfamiliar faces. Who are you looking for? Li Fun frowned. We're here for Wei Yong. And who are you? I'm Wei Yong's sister-in-law. Come on in, Qin Xia said. It was clear she didn't know who they were. Take a long breath as this translation captures the flair and intention of the original text while framing it slightly for a US audience. You could tell from the way that old hag strutted in. She didn't come with good intentions. I frowned, feeling an uneasy tension brewing in the air. Li Fun shot Qin Xiao a fierce glare before grabbing Wang Xiaoling's arm and hauling her inside with her. The moment the door opened, a rich aroma of food hit us like a wave. Li Fun nearly started drooling right there. When she caught sight of the plump, white dumplings on the table, her eyes widened as if they'd pop right out. This Wei Yong family was living large. Meanwhile, her family was scraping by on watery millet porridge, and here they were, feasting on fine flour delicacies. Talk about unfair. Look at you, Wei Yong. Life sure is treating you well. Li Fun couldn't help herself. Her eyes practically turned green with envy. Wang Xiaoling, standing beside her, swallowed hard, clearly trying not to let her hunger show. I knew the backstory, though. I used to have a thing for Wang Xiaoling. She kept me on the hook back then, turning her nose up at me because I was broke. If she'd said, yes, back then, she'd be sitting here eating these dumplings right now. And honestly, Wang Xiaoling was feeling a twinge of regret at the moment. Since when did Wei Yong have these kinds of skills? Why hadn't she noticed earlier? Meanwhile, I stayed quiet but raised an eyebrow in suspicion. Why were these two suddenly showing up uninvited? Guests or not? Normally you'd offer some hospitality when they came. But tonight wasn't any ordinary meal. It was dumplings, a rare treat for us. No way were we going to share them, especially with Leafin staring at the table like she'd devour the whole plate in one sitting. I kept my tone flat and unemotional. Aunt Lee, is there something you need? Leafin snapped out of her dumpling-induced daze, swallowed her saliva, and opened her mouth. I just wanted to ask you, what's your deal with my daughter? You're hot and cold all the time. You need to make your intentions clear. Her tone screamed accusations, like I was a defendant on trial. Next to me, Qin Wei's face darkened at her words. I sneered. Aunt Lee, let's be clear here. What are you even accusing me of? When did I ever say I was dating your daughter? You weren't exactly dating her, sure, Leafin shot back. But you were practically bending over backward for her before, and now you're suddenly distant. You owe us an explanation. Translation in modern terms? You used to simp for my daughter, and now you've stopped. How dare you? Ridiculous. I countered. There's nothing to explain. I wasn't in a relationship with her, I didn't promise her anything, and frankly, you've got some nerve asking me to take responsibility for something I never did. I'm a married man now. My father-in-law is sitting right here. Got concerns? Talk to him. At that, Qin Zhangwo, my father-in-law, caught on quickly to what was happening. It didn't take a genius to figure it out. This old bat wasn't here just to chit-chat. She'd eyed the dumplings, figured out we were doing all right, and now she was trying to use her daughter to swindle something out of us. Qin Zhangwo put his chopsticks down firmly. Do you have anything important to say? If not, it's time to leave. We've still got wine to finish here. Leafin raised her voice, clearly offended. What? You're kicking me out before we settle this. Who do you think you are? He was good to my daughter before. Now he's not. How about a little compensation to set things right? Nothing big, just, 10 pounds of pork, and we'll let it go. I crossed my arms and leaned back, settling into the role of a spectator. Nothing like a free show of crazy to kill some time. But Qin Zhangwo wasn't one to take crap from anyone. Slamming the table, he got up in one swift motion and smacked Li Fun hard across the face. Compensation? 10 pounds of pork? Get out of here with that nonsense. The only thing you'll get from me is 10 slaps. Want to keep counting. Qin Zhangwo was rowdier in his younger years than I ever dared to be. He wasn't about to let someone like Li Fun walk all over him. Ever. Li Fun's cheek instantly swelled up. Furious and humiliated, she hollered. You dare hit me? In broad daylight. Where's the law in this village? Qin Zhangwo pointed at the door, his finger barely containing his irritation. Yeah, I hit you. So what? I'm from the old Qin family in Western Village. Got a problem? You know where to find me. Right now? I'm sharing a drink with my son-in-law, so get the hell out. Li Fun was practically shaking with rage at this point. Wang Xiaoling helped her mother up, glaring daggers at me as they headed for the door. Wei Yong, my mother got slapped, and you're just going to stand there? I blinked, then replied casually. Oh, I thought you weren't talking to me anymore. I mean, don't you always insist I go by your last name? As in Wang Yong. You. Wang Xiaoling's face turned red as her eyes filled with tears, clearly seething. Gritting her teeth, she dragged her mother away. The moment they stepped outside, Li Fun started bawling and shouting at the top of her lungs, likely aiming to spread the news across the village. I couldn't have cared less. My reputation's already in the gutter anyway. People say I even hit my wife from time to time. What's a slap to an old hag gonna do? If anything, now the whole village would know I wasn't any kind of simp for Wang Xiaoling. Qin Wei clung to my arm afterward, looking as if she'd heard something scary. Her eyes were wide, her expression deliberately innocent, like she was afraid I might leave her. Don't worry, honey. I reassured her, patting her hand. She won't set another foot in this house. Qin Wei nodded obediently. She wasn't scared of most people, but when it came to Wang Xiaoling, she wanted no part of any drama. Qin Zhangwo let out a derisive snort, feeling triumphant after the altercation. He didn't even consider the possibility of being in the wrong. After all, did that woman really think she could waltz in here looking for handouts? Ridiculous. All right, Wei Yong, Qin Zhangwo said gruffly. Rest up. Big night ahead. And so we did. Later that night, I'd be up hunting, and we'd need all the energy we could get. Continued in case of further input. Ordered tofu. But with my father-in-law around tonight, I didn't dare act out. I introduced the two sides. Wang Yu quickly greeted, Uncle Qin. She had heard of Qin Zhangwo's reputation. Back in the day, he dealt with black bears up in the mountains. And this was before black bears became a protected species. To take one down back then, you had to be something else. Qin Zhangwo took one glance at Dahe, the dog, and his eyes lit up, showering it with praise. Good dog. 3 people and a dog headed up North Mountain. I glanced at my system map, 2 red markers were still circling North Mountain. This map was a lifesaver. Without it, finding them in a place this vast would have taken forever, maybe even till the year of the monkey. Not long after we started climbing, we ran into the village chief and his son at a hideout. The chief had a hunting rifle on him. Looks like he came ready for business tonight. De Yong. Long time no see, old Qin. Qin Jiangwo greeted him back. We delivered some pork to him just earlier today, so the chief seemed friendly enough. But Zhao Fifan, the son, kept quiet. Tonight, we were competitors. The kid had no poker face. His intentions were written all over. The chief spoke up. De Yong, these wild boars are no joke. How about we work together and split the haul? I smiled. Nah, we're just here to try our luck, not necessarily after the boars. All right, but be careful. Of course, I had no intention of splitting anything evenly. With 3 of us, 2 guns, 1 dog, plus a precise tracking map, giving them 40 to 50 pounds of meat might be okay, but an even split? Not happening. After a few polite exchanges, we went our separate ways. I kept my focus on the red dots on the system, but took it slow to avoid startling my father-in-law. Qin Jiangwo kept studying the ground, looking for footprints and droppings, slowly closing in. Not just any hunter could do this. Even without a map, his tracking was getting closer and closer. After a while, Qin Jiangwo twitched his ears. We're getting close, I hear them. Yup, should be around 100 to 200 meters from us, I confirmed. He whispered, if there are 2, we hit both. If it's just 1, wait for it. Wang Yu asked, puzzled. Why, Uncle Qin? Isn't it easier to take down 1? Wild boars in the mountains are clever. Shoot 1, and the other will sneak up on you from behind. If you don't anticipate that, you're in for trouble. Safety first. I nodded in agreement. My system map gave me the confidence, but my father-in-law's advice was priceless. That man had decades of field experience. Tonight might just be a great success. Quietly, we crept closer until we could see them. The moonlight glinted off their tusks, sending a chill down my spine. Qin Jiangwo squatted and whispered, hold up. Wait for the other one to show up. Any seasoned hunter knew patience was everything. Going home empty-handed was better than risking your life in the mountains. Better that than ending up crippled for life like my brother-in-law, who might as well not have survived his accident. Checking the map again, I could see that his concern was well-founded. The second boar was circling nearby. That's when we saw another movement in front of us. 2 more figures, village chief and his son. I frowned. The 3 of us could have easily handled both boars, but now, things were complicated. If they rushed it and messed up the plan, these boars could bolt. If they ran out of the map's range, I'd be blind. The chief's group noticed us too. Greeting wasn't practical at this point. Each team was relying on their own skills, and whoever shot first claimed the prize. Zhao Fifan eagerly raised his rifle, aiming at a boar. Dad, I'm taking the shot. Don't rush it, wait, the chief said. Still, Zhao Fifan fired. Bang. Too hasty, too nervous, he missed entirely. These old rifles, passed down for generations, were less than accurate. They shot where they wanted, not where you aimed. Damn it, Qin Jiangwo cursed under his breath. The boars, spooked, bolted immediately. Zhao Fifan's frustration was palpable. They're getting away, chase them, the chief yelled. We couldn't afford to dwell on it either. Losing 600 to 700 pounds of meat? No way. I checked the system again. Luckily, the red dots were still circling around North Mountain. But something was off. The boars were charging in the same direction, toward the village chief and his son. Grabbing my gun, I sprinted after them. My father-in-law yelled, hey, slow down, careful. Mountain boars, at their most enraged, are as dangerous as tigers. Better to head back empty-handed than risk it all. Suddenly, one of the boars burst out of the underbrush, barreling straight at Zhao Fifan. In a panic, he raised his gun and fired, but the shot went wide, hitting nothing but air. The boar grazed him, knocking him flat. Even with just a graze, Zhao Fifan was wincing in pain. If that tusk had gored him, he'd have been gutted on the spot. Barely 3 seconds after he sat up, he felt the hair on his neck stand on end. Son, run, Zhao Long roared. The other boar was rushing him from behind, head down, tusks aimed at his back. There was no way he'd survive this hit. Zhao Fifan turned just in time to see his death approaching. His face went pale, legs like jelly, unable to move. In a split second, I lunged forward, tackling Zhao Fifan to the ground and rolling away just in time. The boar missed its mark but wasn't retreating. One after the other, the beasts attacked, giving us no chance to recover. Zhao Fifan was paralyzed with fear. Just as one tusk was about to pierce him, I swung my rifle up from the ground, shoved the muzzle into its mouth. Bang! The kickback knocked the gun from my hands and slammed the stock into my shoulder, sending a shock of pain through me. The boar howled, stumbling away. Its thick hide was no match for a direct throat shot. It wasn't going far. Qin Jiangwo smacked his leg, exclaiming, Kid's got guts. You're a real man. The second boar charged again. Qin Jingwo raised his rifle, steadied his aim, bang, and struck it, but only grazed it. The wounded animal fled. Wang Yu, finally shaken into action, patted Dahe on the head. Go. A wounded boar wouldn't get far. Dahe would run it down and wear it out. I stood, picked up the rifle, and checked on the first boar. It hadn't gone more than a few dozen meters before collapsing. I drew my bow and shot an arrow into it for good measure, then approached to inspect. Dad, it's done, I called. Great, now bleed it out. I'll handle the other one. I unsheathed my machete, plunged it into its neck, and let the blood drain. Better to do it fresh to avoid tainting the meat. With Dahe leading the chase and the boar wounded, the second one wouldn't escape far either. As I worked on draining the first boar, Zhao Long walked over, his old face pale as a sheet, his hands trembling. Daong, Uncle Zhao thanks you, he said, his voice shaking with emotion. Then, all of a sudden, he dropped to his knees with a thud. Startled, I quickly helped him up. Uncle Zhao, you're scaring me. What are you doing? I only have the one son. If something happened to him, I don't know how I'd go on. You're the savior of my family, Daong. You saved my son's life. Uncle Zhao, you're being too kind. We're all from the same village. It's nothing but a small favor. Zhao Long turned back and barked at his still-shaken son, Zhao Fifan. You little fool. Get over here and kneel to thank Daong properly. Zhao Fifan was just lowering himself to his knees when I quickly stopped him. Nope, nope. Hold it right there. Uncle Zhao, let's not make this a big deal. You're the village head. You've helped me plenty in the past. This is just two neighbors looking out for each other. I said it to be polite, but I could tell Zhao Long felt a bit ashamed. Truth be told, my family was struggling, and he hadn't done much to help before. Last time when Qin Wei got bullied over the relief grains, he just turned a blind eye. But after today, I had a hunch. He'd be trying to make it up to me. Zhao Fifan, still visibly shaken, finally managed to stammer. Daong, I used to be narrow-minded. Thank you for letting bygones be bygones. From here on out, if you ever need anything, just ask me. I promise I won't let you down. I nodded. Zhao bro, you're being too polite. Just as we were talking, my father-in-law called out. Daong, come over here. Time to bleed them out. I grabbed the machete and hurried over. We had managed to take down not one, but two wild boars. What a haul. Zhao Long and his son eyed the boars with envy, but were still shaken from their near-death experience. If I hadn't risked my life to save him, Zhao Fifan would be cold and stiff by now. There wasn't a trace of jealousy in their expressions, just gratitude. These two beasts are massive, Zhao Long said. Let's carry them down the mountain together. We'll pitch in and won't take a thing. I waved him off. No, that won't do. Everyone shares in the spoils. Don't worry, Uncle Zhao. I'm not a stingy guy. I'll be sure to send something your way for a good meal. Zhao Long and his son chuckled sheepishly, not declining my offer. The two boars weighed at least 700 or 800 pounds combined, and with just the five of us, carrying them down the mountain was no easy task. Seeing the situation, I quickly told Zhao Long and his son, go down the mountain and get some help. Find a few strong young guys, and tell them they'll get 2 pounds of pork each for helping. Without hesitation, the Zhao men turned and hurried downhill. That left me and Wang Yu standing guard over the boars. My father-in-law, Qin Zhengwo, was fidgeting and restless. You two keep an eye on these. I'm going to look around. See if I can find some pheasants or rabbits. I called after him. Dad, you really think there's anything else big out here? He waved me off. Doesn't need to be big. Small stuff works too. Winter silkworm cocoons can be sold as medicine. The mountains are full of treasures. I'll take my chances. I nodded silently to myself. Every time I went out with my father-in-law, I learned something new. Once Qin Zhangwo disappeared into the forest, it was just me and Wang Yu. Gazing at the two massive boars, Wang Yu's eyes sparkled. Daong, you're really something. These 2 boars, that's more than you could eat in an entire winter, huh? I laughed. No way we'd finish it all. I'll take them to town later, sell them, and trade for other stuff. My wife needed better nourishment, not just meat. I'd also need to buy seeds for the fields. Wang Yu didn't bring up splitting the meat. She knew I wouldn't shortchange her when the time came. I pulled out my lunchbox and handed it to her. Sister Wang, boost your energy. She pushed it back. I've got cornbread. I can't keep eating your food. It's not right. But I opened the lid anyway. A box full of plump, fragrant celery and pork dumplings. The aroma was mouth-watering. Wang Yu swallowed hard, but still pushed the lunchbox back toward me. Your wife made those for you, didn't she? I can't eat them. I grinned and shoved it back at her. There's plenty. You go ahead and eat. I'll have whatever's left. After some back and forth, I managed to hold her hand. I hadn't gotten my fill of holding her hand while working in the fields earlier, so this was the perfect opportunity to make up for it. Her face turned beet red, but she pretended not to notice and finally accepted the lunchbox. In that case, I'll just have a couple to try, she murmured. I teased, there's garlic and soy sauce in there. She replied, I don't eat garlic. I'm afraid of having bad breath. I smirked mischievously. What? Are you scared I'll mind when we kiss later? Wang Yu shot me a sharp look that was somehow full of charm. You've got such a dirty mouth. How come you're not this bold when your father-in-law's around? I reached for her hand again. Sister Wang, no one's around now, right? She flinched as if shocked, but didn't pull away immediately. Only after glancing around to make sure Qin Zhangwo wasn't back did she slowly withdraw her hand, her face flushed. Are you going to let me eat or not? Fine, fine. Eat up, I said with a grin. But after you're done, let me hold your hand for a bit. She glared at me. Then I'll just eat really slowly and not let you. Her teasing resistance only made her all the more enticing. If she hadn't rejected me outright and her first reaction was to check for an audience, I knew there was hope. She wasn't completely against the idea of me making a move. As Wang Yu ate, I kept busy gutting the wild boar and tossing the innards to our dog, Big Black. Big Black wagged his tail so hard it could have flown off, rubbing up against my legs before happily digging into his treat. That dog is really close to you, Wang Yu observed, a hint of surprise in her voice. He doesn't even act like that with old Chun. She wasn't exaggerating. When Chun Rongmao was home, Big Black treated him with cold indifference, if not outright annoyance. Big Black's smart, I said with a chuckle. He knows who his real master is. I glanced at Wang Yu meaningfully as I spoke, and her face grew even redder. She averted her eyes, murmuring, You're all serious when there's people around, but when it's just the two of us, you're utterly shameless. I grinned. So, Sister Wang, tell me, do you prefer the serious version of me, or this shameless one? Her retort was swift. Ugh, who said I liked you either way? Wang Yu ate most of the dumplings, savoring every bite. She could have finished them all, but she was too polite. She knew I had offered, but if she ate them all, what kind of impression would that leave? As soon as she handed the box back to me with a few dumplings left, my head dinged with a system notification. Wang Yu satiety +5. Low-level treasure-seeking ability unlocked. Experimental field growth speed +5%. I was thrilled, yet barely managed to keep my excitement in check. The dumplings came with some real perks. Not only had they sped up crop growth in the test fields, but they had unlocked a treasure-seeking skill. I just needed to figure out how to use it. There was nothing new showing up on my map yet. Wang Yu passed me the lunchbox. A few dumplings left, finished them. I took it and picked up the pair of chopsticks she'd used. You should use the other side, she mumbled. I already used these. I grinned cheekily. Why would I mind your spit, Sister Wang? I said, popping a dumpling into my mouth and licking the chopsticks clean. Her cheeks turned crimson. After a couple of bites, I grinned. Ever hear the saying, Sister Wang? Nothing's better tasting than dumplings, and nothing's more fun. She glared at me, catching my tone. If you're about to say something flirty, I'll tattle to your father-in-law. I played innocent. What do you think I was going to say? The saying goes, nothing's more fun than making dumplings by hand. She paused, realizing I'd baited her again, then punched me lightly, her small fists landing softly on my chest. Her hits felt more like gentle, playful pats, soft and warm. This is not a beating, it's pure enjoyment. I stared at her chest, swallowing hard. Man, if I could thump her chest just once, that would be heaven. While we were messing around, Qin Zhangwo came back, carrying 2 wild rabbits in his hand, grinning from ear to ear. Had a good hunt today, he said. These rabbits are for my daughter to nourish herself. Wang Yu praised. Uncle Qin, you're amazing. Qin Zhangwo laughed so hard his mouth almost didn't close. Before long, the village chief returned with his son and about a dozen others, including Chun Rongmao. Although they knew I was going to share some of the meat, there's a difference between giving it to his wife and giving it to him directly. He came over looking to snag 2 pounds of meat. Might as well take advantage of the situation, right? Wang Yu looked at her husband and rolled her eyes with a disdain you could feel deep in her bones. Chun Rongmao shuffled closer, saying, Wife, you must be exhausted. Look, today we'll have meat to eat. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on Wang Yu's lips. What's with all the grease on your mouth? A few seconds later, he made his own assumptions and whispered, I get it now. You used that piece of pork rind I saved, didn't you? Huh, and you call me vain. Aren't you the same? When the meat gets distributed later, ask Wei Yong to give you a piece with skin. The one we have at home's gone bad. Wang Yu was speechless. The grease on her lips was from eating dumplings earlier. His greasy mouth was from munching on that rancid pork rind for sure. Hurriedly, she wiped her mouth with her sleeve, thinking to herself, next time I eat my stuff, I gotta clean up better so this fool doesn't catch on. With a dozen able-bodied men, the 2 wild boars were easily carried down the mountain. I didn't even need to lift a hand. I just leisurely followed behind them. Honestly, I could have just stashed the boars in my space and carried them down myself. But with so many eyes watching, that was obviously out of the question. Plus, with such a big haul this time, there was no hiding it. Might as well show off a little and let Qin Wei bask in some glory too. As we approached the village entrance, A crowd gathered to watch the commotion. Word had already spread that I had taken down 2 wild boars. Many folks wanted in on the meet, but the village chief had made it clear you needed to be a strong, able-bodied man to participate. Single young women and housewives? Too bad, just watch. Someone from the crowd shouted, "Dion, you're something else." With pigs this size, this meat could last you till who knows how long. Raising my voice, I called out, "Anyone who's here gets a share. Later, come to the village chief's house for some stew. Everyone gets a bowl." This announcement sent the whole village into a frenzy. Even when government aid grain was distributed, people skimped and saved. Meat? That was a luxury. Just being able to sip some greasy cabbage soup today would be a treat, and if I was generous enough to offer even a sliver of meat, well, that'd be pure indulgence. From far off, I saw Qin Wei and her sister Qin Xia waiting at the doorway, watching me and my old man leading the way with those giant pigs being carried behind us. We looked like kings, I tell you. Qin Wei's face brimmed with happiness as she nudged her sister, saying, "Sis, just look at DeYoung. So strong, so handsome. Why don't you just join us here? We can go back to sharing the same bed like we used to." Qin Xia glared at her and spat. "Keep dreaming." But her cheeks turned a rosy red. Back at home, we dumped the pork in the yard and called over Widow Zhang to help with the butchering. Don't let her gender fool you. She's razor sharp with a knife. In no time at all, the 2 pigs were carved up like clockwork. I handed a big chunk of hind leg to the village chief. "Uncle Zhao, this piece is for the community. Let's stew it up so the whole village gets a taste." The village chief chuckled heartily. "Sure thing. I'll have your aunt get to cooking. We've got sauerkraut at home." Seeing the meat carried into the village chief's house, the onlookers dispersed. They knew the meat in my yard wasn't for them, only what was in the chief's hands. Word spread about my generosity. Such a big piece. Folks calculated aloud that they might get at least 4 or 5 slices of meat each. Once the crowds cleared, I cut a large slab of meat for Widow Zhang too. She skipped off with a grin so wide it reached her ears, her ample hips swaying exaggeratedly as she walked. Even I couldn't help sneaking another glance. Turning to Wang Yu, I said, "Sister Yu, couldn't have done it without you tonight. Take a pork knuckle and 20 pounds of meat." Wang Yu was taken aback. "That's way too much. By the usual rules, 4 pounds is more than enough." Even Qin Wei chimed in. "Sister Yu, just take it. We'll be needing your help again in the future." Reluctantly, Wang Yu accepted. As for the guys who helped carry the pigs, each got 2 pounds of meat. To my surprise, even Chun Rongmao was queuing up. Wang Yu immediately yanked him out of the line. "Do you have no shame? After everything we've gotten, you're still taking more?" He just shrugged it off. "You take yours, and I'll take mine. Why not? Wei Yong won't care about another 2 pounds." And just like that, he shuffled back into line. Wang Yu was so furious she didn't even want to deal with him. "Suit yourself. I can't bother with you." Compared to me, this guy was truly the epitome of useless. After everyone got their share, I turned to my dad. "Pops, what about your pig? Should I hire a cart to take it back for you?" My dad shook his head. "Keep this one for yourself. I'll just take half a pig." "But, Dad," I protested, "that's not fair. Brother-in-law is still sick. Take more." He shook his head again. "I'm just lending a hand. Gotta stick to the rules. I can't take a whole pig. Your second sister's expecting. Use the rest to trade for good stuff for her." Dad lit a hand-rolled cigarette and handed one to me. "DeYoung, come inside. Pops needs a word with you." At this, Qin Xiao's expression turned a little awkward. Inside, I took a couple of puffs, feeling the smoke hit me like a punch to the head. "All right, Dad," I said. "What's up?" With a somber look, Dad replied, "Your brother-in-law? I don't think he's gonna make it. The doctor said 3 months at most, but I doubt he'll last through this month." I paused for a moment, taken aback. I remembered my elder brother-in-law, a good, honest man. Not long after marrying my eldest sister, he was attacked by a bear on the mountain, his leg bitten clean through. If it weren't for Dad's quick shot, he wouldn't have survived at all. But times were tough, and medical care was even tougher. An infected wound like that, living through it was almost impossible. I asked, "Dad, what can I do to help?" He took a long drag on his cigarette and said, "Ever heard of a shared wife arrangement?" My heart skipped a beat. "Dad, what are you trying to say?" He continued, "Letting good fortune stay within the family. Times are hard. Back home, people are starving to death. At least here, with the land we've got, you can grow something. There's mountains, there's water, there's hope. Your elder sister doesn't have many options. I just want her to have enough to eat and a roof over her head. I was thinking, if you don't mind, maybe she could start a new life with you. What do you say?" My face darkened. Dad added, "Look, if I thought you couldn't care for them, I wouldn't bring this up. But you're capable. You're strong, decisive, and generous. If they follow you, life won't be bad." His voice softened. "All I ask is that you don't let them go hungry. Because hunger, it breaks people. It's the worst feeling in the world." I stayed silent. In these times, People had even traded children to survive. This kind of arrangement wasn't uncommon. After a long pause, I finally said, Dad, it's no problem to take care of the two of them. But is my sister okay with this? If you agree, I'll talk to her, Dad responded. She doesn't have much choice. Once your brother-in-law's time comes, I'll head back to the old village myself. Your younger siblings are on the brink of starvation. I can't just stand by. As for Xia, I'll leave her to you. I nodded. As long as Big Sis is willing, I have no problem with it. Honestly, even putting aside how stunning Xia is, I'd have to agree just out of respect for her father. But let's be real, Xia is as enchanting as Wei. Each of the sisters is incredibly beautiful. Why would I ever refuse such a thing? With his worries lifted, Jingwo thought about staying for the pig slaughter dinner, but he couldn't shake his concerns about his wife being home alone, so the father and daughter quickly took their leave. As they walked away, Xia turned back and gave me a glance, complex emotions in her eyes. I had no idea what was on her mind. Wei scooted close and teased. Daong, my sister is pretty, right? I replied, not as pretty as you, though. She scoffed, flatterer. Your eyes were practically glued to her just now. Without a word, I scooped her up in my arms. My eyes aren't the only thing that can stay focused. Her face turned beet red. It's broad daylight. Let me go, she cried, before muttering under her breath. Save it for later. Her voice was no louder than a mosquito's buzz. It had been about 3 months since anything had happened between us. As her husband, I'd been holding back for far too long. And as my wife, well, it was high time she fulfilled some marital duties. I was so overcome that I planted a kiss on Wei and immediately swept her into action, heading straight for the village chief's house. Outside the chief's house was a mass of people. His wife was in the yard cooking up some delicious pork dishes, and the smell of meat and sauerkraut lingered in the air. Even though the pot was mostly filled with sauerkraut, its absorption of the rich pork broth was enough to make anyone's mouth water. Just as I was about to walk in, Li Fun and Wang Xiaoling emerged from the house. Li Fun didn't miss a beat, her tone laced with sarcasm. Wei Yong, enjoying the spotlight, huh? You catch a couple of wild boars and make sure 2 villages know about it. I replied casually. I already said I'd treat the entire village to a pig slaughter feast, and that includes you too. If you want some, get in line. Li Fun shot me a cold look and snorted. We're not interested. My daughter and I are headed to town for a marriage meeting. They're serving her seafood noodles. The smug look on her face was undeniable. I paused for a moment. In my past life, Wang Xiaoling ended up marrying Shui Yan. Shui Yan was a notorious playboy, and Wang Xiaoling could never keep him in check. But Shui Yan had a solid background, so despite all the heartbreak, she eventually resigned herself to the marriage. Would my decision not to marry her in this life shift her destiny? Wang Xiaoling stared at me, her face like frost. Wei Yong, just so you know, I'm going to a marriage meeting. Oh, I said flatly. Hope it works out for you. Here's the thing. I had stopped having feelings for her a long time ago. Her face darkened further. Wei Yong, you'll regret this. Mother and daughter strutted out of the village, leaving me shrugging indifferently. Regret? Not in this lifetime. I'm determined to live without repeating the mistakes of the past. At the village chief's, everyone got their own bowl of pig slaughter stew, with at least 4 pieces of fatty meat each. The villagers were beyond pleased. After we ate and drank, I went back home, grabbed 2 pork hocks and about 20 pounds of meat, and delivered it to the chief's house. Uncle Zhao, you helped out with the boars. It wouldn't have gone so smoothly without you. This is your share. Zhao Long immediately pushed back. We couldn't possibly. You don't repay a life-saving favor by giving us your pork. Uncle Zhao, don't be polite. Without both of you, who knows how things might have gone. I didn't give them a chance to refuse, leaving the meat behind and heading out the door. Zhao Fifan chased after me and pressed a pack of Lotus cigarettes into my hand. Daong, thanks for everything. If you ever need something, don't hesitate to ask. I accepted the smokes, thanked him, and went on my way. Inside, Zhao Fifan looked at the pile of meat, salivating. Dad, that Wei Yong really knows how to take care of things. Zhao Long nodded. Definitely. I didn't see it before, but he takes after his dad, generous and straightforward, though temperamental. He's someone worth keeping ties with. So if anything comes up with Wei, make sure to lend a hand. Got it, Dad. Back home, Wei and I laid all the pork out on the floor. This much meat would go bad if kept at home for too long, so I planned to sell some in town. Daong, how much do you think all this meat will sell for? The market price is 50 cents a pound, but since we're selling without a ticket, I'll ask for 60 cents. That could be a lot of money. Be careful on the road, okay? I wrapped my arms around her waist with a sly grin. Don't you think you should take care of that promise you made to me first? Her cheeks turned scarlet as she whispered, just be gentle. I carried her to the Kong bed and slid under the covers with her. Her face was red enough to drip water. Daong, blow out the candle. No way. I didn't get a good look at you last time. So now I'm going to enjoy every moment. She covered her face with both hands, embarrassed beyond belief. I'm not letting you look. You're awful. Since she was pregnant, I made sure to be extra careful. Afterward, I just held her and we drifted off to sleep. When she was sound asleep, I secretly stashed all the pork into my storage space. Leaving it out overnight wouldn't have been a big deal in this weather, but the storage space preserved it much better. While I was living comfortably, things were far less rosy for Chun Rongmao at his place. His wife, Wang Yu, hadn't forgiven him for their previous argument, and now he'd gone and shamelessly begged me for 2 pounds of pork. At the Chun family dinner that night, his mother, Shun Guifeng, sat on the Kong with a pleased grin. My son's really making something of himself. Bringing back meat for dinner, no less. Wang Yu rolled her eyes in silence. Making something of himself? As if, without her, there wouldn't be meat on their table. Chun Rongmao brought out 2 boiled eggs, one for Wang Yu, the other for his mom. Here, wife, there were 4 eggs. You 2 each get 1. I'll use the other 2 to fry up some eggs with my wine. He fried up his eggs, poured himself some wine, and enjoyed his meat stew. It was a cozy little moment for him. Meanwhile, Wang Yu felt a pang of bitterness. Back when Wei Yong had given her dumplings, he made sure she got more than half a box. And when they first went hunting, Wei Yong gave her the meat and kept the eggs for himself. But her own husband? For eggs, and he keeps the extra for himself. Not even close to the care Wei Yong had shown her. She felt a wave of sadness wash over her. If it weren't for Wei Yong, she'd probably still be gnawing on wild greens and roots. She set her chopsticks down. I'm not hungry anymore. You all eat. And with that, she retreated to her room. Chun Rongmao was baffled. What had he done wrong this time? Shin Guifeng huffed. This is what you get for spoiling her. Back when we didn't even have food to eat, she was fine. Now we've got meat, and she's throwing fits. Let her starve if she wants. Ignoring his mother's rant, Chun Rongmao awkwardly smiled. He thought he'd let her cool off for a bit and talk to her after he'd finished his meal and wine. Meanwhile, Wang Yu lay in bed, staring at the moon. Her thoughts drifted to how Wei Yong's hand had felt when it brushed hers earlier that evening. Her cheeks flushed, and her heart began to race. Wei Yong had always liked Wang Xiaoling, but now he was suddenly being so good to her. Did he have feelings for her? Or was it just a gesture of friendship? Oddly enough, he didn't seem to treat the other women in the village with this level of kindness. While she was deep in thought, Chun Rongmao stumbled into the room, the smell of alcohol trailing behind him. Wife, are you mad? He climbed into bed and immediately reached out to touch her. Wang Yu kicked him away fiercely, snapping, Get out of here. You reek of booze, stay away from me. Chun Rongmao's smile turned sheepish, trying to find a way to placate her. Next time, you can have all the eggs, Wang Yu muttered, not really angry about the eggs. She had already stuffed herself with dumplings over at Wei Yong's house and wasn't hungry at all. What really upset her was that her own husband didn't care about her as much as an outsider seemed to. Chun Rongmao, noticing her silence, shifted the topic. Wife, we have way too much meat at home to eat it all. Should we sell some in the nearby town? Wang Yu frowned. Are you trying to get yourself in trouble? I heard they're cracking down hard on illegal trading. Aren't you scared of being arrested? These days, people can barely get enough to eat. Who's got time to worry about that? Besides, think about it. Wei Yong's got way more meat than us. He can't possibly store it all in the cellar. It'll rot before winter. When he goes to town to sell, just have him take some of ours to sell too. Problem solved. Wang Yu rolled her eyes in exasperation. So that's your brilliant idea? Chun Rongmao, do you even have any shame? The meat Wei Yong gave you, and you're gonna have him sell it for you and risk getting caught? Why don't you go yourself if it's such a bright idea? But wife, come on. He's selling anyway. What's the harm in tagging some along for him to sell? Wang Yu frowned. Fine. If Wei Yong's going to town to sell, I'll go with him. If anything goes wrong, at least the 2 of us can face it together. Chun Rongmao panicked. That's not a good idea. What if you actually get caught? And Wei Yong isn't worried about getting caught? Look, if we're selling meat, either I go or you go. We can't just sit back and do nothing. After a moment of silence, Chun Rongmao said, All right, you go then. You have more of a rapport with Wei Yong. Just be smart about it and let him handle all the selling. If anything happens, you can just say you were accompanying him, you hear? Wang Yu chuckled coldly. Wow. Chun Rongmao, you sure have some nerve. Aren't you even a little worried about sending your wife off to town with another man? What if I don't come back at night? Wife, don't say things like that. I trust you, and so should everyone else. Get out of my sight. I'm going to sleep, she snapped. The next morning, Wang Yu grabbed some of their meat and showed up at my doorstep. I just happened to be working in the yard when I saw her, this attractive woman making her way over. I quickly went to open the gate. Yujia, what brings you here? De Yong, you've got too much meat at your place, don't you? Want to sell some in town? I'll go with you, she said. Sure, I was planning to head there anyway. Give me a minute to get ready. After giving my wife a quick heads up, I grabbed the meat we were planning to sell. Of course, I didn't bring all of it because it was too heavy, I only carried around 10 pounds. The rest went into my system's storage space. Wang Yu didn't think much of it. How much I sold wasn't her business. The two of us hit the road, heading toward town. The road was smooth enough, but it was far. Without a bike, it would take at least an hour and a half on foot. Yujia, I teased, walking beside her. Shinji's really okay with you coming to town with me? I heard there are plenty of inns in town. If we get tired, should we stop and rest for a bit? She scoffed. Sure, go ahead and book a room. I heard an inn costs a few bucks a day. If you can book it, I'll stay with you. I gave a wry smile. I didn't have the money to book an inn. But hey, once I sold the meat, I would. Remember, Yujia, you said it, not me. Don't chicken out later. Don't worry about me. If you've got the guts to book, I've got the guts to stay, she smirked. When we reached a small river along the path, I stepped ahead to lead the way across some stones. Seeing her wobbling unsteadily, I offered her my hand. Yujia, let me help you across. She hesitated, but eventually took my hand. We made it across the river, but I didn't let her go. Instead, I kept holding her hand as if we were a couple. Wang Yu's face flushed red as she scanned her surroundings nervously. De Yong, the river's behind us. Can you let go of my hand now? The road's still uneven, Yujia. What if you trip? I teased. She stifled a laugh, rolling her eyes at my excuse. The road's as flat as can be. How on earth am I going to trip? You're off balance, Yujia. You need a steady hand to hold. I replied mischievously. What? She followed my gaze down to her chest, realizing what I meant. You're impossible, she huffed, realizing I'd used it as another excuse to flirt with her. She tried to pull her hand away a few times, but gave up, letting me hold it. She was more worried about running into someone she knew than about me holding her hand. Thankfully, with everyone so desperate for food these days, there weren't many people out and about. We didn't run into a single soul along the way. As we approached the town, she pulled her hand free. All right, have you had enough yet? She snapped. I rubbed my hands with a satisfied grin. This woman's hands were incredibly soft. Once we got into town, we headed for the black market, known locally as the back market. This was where people sold and traded goods under the radar. Everything from food to essential supplies could be bought and sold here without needing any government-issued vouchers. Wang Yu said, De Yong, I have a friend in town I want to visit. I'll meet up with you later, all right? Okay, I replied. It worked for the best. With her around, I couldn't just pull out the extra meat I had stored in my system. The back market was useful, but it wouldn't be enough in the long run. If my space system continued producing food at this rate, I'd soon be handling hundreds of pounds of potatoes. The back market wouldn't be able to absorb that much supply. I needed a better way to unload all that food. The best option would probably be a state-owned enterprise. State-run companies always had to feed their workers, no matter what. If I could get in with one of their dining halls, my worries about selling food would be over. In Dahua Town, the largest state enterprise was the Dahua coal mine, which employed over 1,000 workers. Their daily demand for food was massive. I wanted to connect with them, but didn't have the right contacts. As I was pondering this, I noticed a middle-aged man leading a sickly yellow cow into the market. Low-priced cow for sale, he shouted, catching the attention of passers-by. But in these tough times, a cow costing around 200 yuan wasn't something most people could afford. Curious, I squeezed through the gathering crowd to get a look. As I got closer, I suddenly heard a persistent beep, beep, beep noise in my head. Startled, I looked around, but everyone else seemed unbothered. Nobody else heard it. It was my system. I moved closer to the cow, and the beeping grew louder and faster. Was this the system's treasure-finding function? The treasure hunting feature I unlocked earlier, when I shared dumplings with Wang Yu. I've never quite figured out how to use it. Turns out, it works like a metal detector. It starts giving off sounds when you're close to treasure, and the closer you get, the louder the signal becomes. I squatted down and felt the big yellow cow in front of me. The sound in my head was urgent, practically screaming. Now I was certain the treasure was this cow. But the cow looked sickly. How could it possibly be a treasure? Please, folks, have some mercy. This yellow cow is my family's livelihood. I'm only asking 50 yuan. Someone with a kind heart, please, just buy it. 50 bucks for a cow? That's insanely cheap. But one look and you could tell this cow was on the verge of dying. Surely it was beyond saving, which is why it was being sold. Even if you brought it home, it'd probably die in a few days. You couldn't even eat the meat of a sick cow. It wasn't safe. Buying it would just be losing money for nothing. So, the crowd just stood there and watched. No one stepped forward. But I was intrigued. Old man, how much for the cow? The middle-aged man's eyes were red from holding back tears. I'll be honest with you, this cow is sick. I don't have money for treatment, and I can't even afford to eat right now. I have no choice but to sell it cheap. If you can treat it, you could easily make 150. I nodded. This guy seemed honest. At least he wasn't trying to pass off the sick cow as a healthy one. What's your absolute lowest price? Give me your bottom line. Someone nearby quickly jumped in to warn me. Young man, that cow is untreatable. If you bring it home, it'll just die. You can't eat a sick cow. It's dangerous. Don't get scammed. I smiled. Thanks for the heads up. I'm just asking. The middle-aged man thought for a moment, then held up 3 fingers. 35 yuan. That's the lowest I'll go. I stared at him for a moment, speaking calmly. I'll take it for 30. If not, I'll look elsewhere. The man gritted his teeth so hard his molars might have cracked. Fine. 30 it is. The onlookers shook their heads, their eyes filled with pity for me. This kid seemed smart. Turns out he's a fool. 30 yuan for a dying cow? Clearly, he's lost his mind. As the crowd dispersed, the middle-aged man held out his hand. It's yours now, brother. I gave him a sly grin. I don't have any money on me right now. What the? Are you playing me? Calm down. I've got a few £100 of wild boar meat. Once I sell it, I'll have the cash. You got any connections? The man froze. A few £100? Are you serious? Of course I'm serious. He thought for a moment. Actually, I do. But I'm taking a 5 yuan cut as commission. No problem. You'll get your finder's fee. But this has to be a legit deal. Don't worry. My brother-in-law works at the Dahe coal mine. He's with the purchasing team. They can move not just a few £100s, but thousands if need be. Hearing this gave me hope. I quickly handed him a cigarette. What's your name, brother? Last name's Liu. Call me Liu Taiching. Taiching, if this works out, I won't forget your help. The two of us headed to the entrance of the Dahe coal mine and waited outside the big iron gates. Hanging on each side of the gate were bright red banners. Start work with a smile. Return home safe and sound. This place paid incredibly well, something that always made people envious. But yearly fatalities in coal mines like this one were alarmingly high. We waited there until about 4 in the afternoon, as workers started trickling out. Among them, a middle-aged man walked out, his entire face and gear caked in black soot. His hard hat gleamed under the fading sunlight. Liu Taiching immediately ran up to him. Hey, brother-in-law. Taiching, what are you doing here? I wanted to introduce you to a friend of mine, Wei Yong from Zidongton village. This is my brother-in-law, Gao Fei. I handed him a cigarette, briefly explaining my situation. Gao Fei's eyes darted shrewdly. A few £100 of pork, huh? Fine, I can help get it inside. But I'm taking a third of the profit. My brow furrowed in disapproval. I didn't mind paying a commission, 10 or 20 yuan, fine. But a third? That was outrageous. The mine only paid 5 yuan per pound max for meat. I had 400 pounds, about 200 yuan worth. He wanted over 60 of that. Mr. Gao, isn't that a bit steep? Gao Fei's face darkened. If you're not okay with it, then forget it. This coal mine isn't open to just anyone. Without miners like me, you'd never get in. Take it or leave it. This guy was trying to exploit me just because of his miner status. But unfortunately for him, he picked the wrong person to mess with. That's all right. I'll figure something else out then. I turned and walked away. Liu Taiching chased after me. Hey, I'm really sorry about that. It's all right, Taiching. This isn't on you. Once the meat is sold, the cow is still yours. It's a promise. The sound of treasure hunting signals continued to echo in my head. There was something valuable in that cow's belly for sure. But first, I needed the money. Just then, I spotted a familiar figure walking out of the coal mine. I quickly called out, Leader Li. Li Ping stopped in surprise, clearly not expecting to see me here. Last time, during the village's grain distribution, I'd negotiated with him using a baby bib bag. Later, I gifted Widow Chu a piglet, which made her so delighted she treated Li Ping exceptionally well that night. Instead of holding a grudge against me, Li Ping seemed to develop admiration. Go figure. Wei Yong, what are you doing here? Running some errands, but they didn't pan out. Don't call me leader, just call me brotherly. What is it? The mine supervisor's a friend of mine. My heart did a little jump of joy. I hunted down 2 wild boars, several £100s of meat. I was hoping to sell it, but couldn't get access to the mine. That's fantastic news. The mine's cafeteria is struggling to secure supplies. Come with me. Despite only being a small-time grain depot staffer, Li Ping's family connections made him someone of influence. His father held a top administrative job, and his father-in-law was a bigwig at the county level. Around Dahe rural town, he basically walked on air. Following Li Ping's lead, I met Zhao, the mine supervisor. A stocky, intimidating guy in his 40s, he wasted no time making a deal, 5.5 yuan per pound for the pork. I made an excuse to take a little spin with a cart, unloading all the meat from my storage space. It weighed over 400 pounds. Zhao counted out 270 yuan and handed it to me. Young man, will this be a regular thing? It sure can be. My father-in-law is an experienced hunter from Zioxidin. The Qin family. We've got meat, and soon we'll have a few £100s of potatoes, too. The glint in Zhao's eyes sharpened. Supplies were scarce, and though the mine had money, inventory was a problem. I'll issue you a pass later today. In the future, just come directly to me with your goods. No one will stop you. Thanks so much, Supervisor Zhao. Just as I was leaving, the treasure hunting prompt dinged twice in my mind. I paused, looking at a pile of rubble ahead. Supervisor Zhao, what do you use those rocks over there for? Those? Coal gang. Waste from the coal blasting process. Hey, if your village needs supplies for building, feel free to take what you want. It's free. I nodded and mentally logged the information. Coal gang wasn't strong enough for multi-level buildings, but it worked fine for ground-level houses. It was practically worthless, but if my system marked it, there had to be something valuable buried within. I'd deal with that later once I verified the feature's accuracy. After all, I hadn't even figured out what was inside that cow yet. Exiting the mine, I saw Lu Taiching waiting outside. Hey bro, how's it going? Got it done. I pulled out $35 and handed it over. Lu Taiching took one look and quickly pulled out $5 to return to me. No way, I didn't do much. Can't take this $5. Even he couldn't stand how greedy his brother-in-law was. Taiching bro, just take it. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to get into the Dahe coal mine. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lu Taiching accepted it. You're a stand-up guy, brother. I'm sticking with you. If you ever need anything, come find me in Shanggangtan. Leading the cow, I left the coal mine. At the village square, I saw Sister Yu waiting for me by the roadside. Sister Yu. Daong, why'd you buy a cow? A sick one, $30. Wang Yu furrowed her brows. A sick cow? Even dogs won't eat its meat. Daong, you've been scammed. I chuckled. It's fine. I'll try to nurse it back to health at home. She shook her head helplessly, thinking I'd wasted my money. Sis, I sold the meat to Dahe coal mine. They're paying 55 cents a pound. You should sell your meat with mine. Really? That sounds amazing. I took Wang Yu's meat and handed her $11 up front. Then I made a mental note to stash the meat in my storage space later. Sister Yu, I made good money today. Let me treat you to a meal. Daong, eating out in town is costly. A single meal costs a few bucks. Let's just eat at home. It's no big deal. Let's try it. My treat. I pulled Wang Yu into Li Ji Noodle House. This place has been around for decades, and their signature 3 delicacy noodles are famous far and wide. Other noodle shops charge 30 cents a bowl, 50 if it has meat. Li Ji, though, $1.50. For that much money, you could buy 3 pounds of pork. Boss, 2 bowls of 3 delicacy noodles, and 2 plates of pickled veggies. Wang Yu caught sight of the price board and gasped. Daong, even your wife probably hasn't been here to eat, huh? It's too far for her to walk. I did a quick mental calculation. If Qin Wei's belly gets any bigger, traveling will be even tougher. I need to buy a bicycle soon. But in these times, buying one isn't just about having the money. You need a purchase ticket, and those are hard to come by. Maybe the village chief can help me out. At the same time, Wang Xiaoling and Li Fun were walking through the town market. They stopped by a few stores and saw a bag of sandwich cookies priced at 50 cents. Way too expensive, they couldn't afford it. Li Fun grumbled. Everything here is overpriced. We're better off eating wild vegetable scraps at home. Wang Xiaoling hung her head, looking upset. Today, she'd come to meet a match with Shui Yin and had been waiting by the grain depot entrance for over an hour. Eventually, someone came out and told her, no need to wait anymore. Maybe next time. Shui Yin, born into a well-off family, didn't take village girls seriously at all. A fling? Sure. Marriage? Get real. She needed to know her place. Wang Xiaoling was somewhat good-looking, but that was about it. If she did marry into the Shui family, she'd have to behave. His word would always be law. Leaving her out in the cold today was just to keep her in check. Wang Xiaoling was resentful. These men are all so difficult to deal with. The only man who used to treat her well was Wei Yong, but now, he doesn't even care about her anymore. The two passed by Li Ji Noodle House, and the rich aroma wafted out from its windows. Mom, can we eat some noodles here? Before she left home, she bragged in front of the entire village that she was going to have 3 delicacy noodles today. If she went home and people asked, but she couldn't describe how it tasted, what a humiliation that'd be. Are you out of your mind? Eating here costs several bucks a sitting. Let Shui Yin take you out to eat one day. Pouting, Wang Xiaoling refused to move away from the door. A waiter poked his head out. Young lady, come on in and eat. Li Feng gave an awkward smile. No, we just ate. The excuse was obvious. Anyone could tell the young lady wanted to eat, but the mom wasn't willing to pay. The waiter had seen this routine 100 times. Li Feng hissed under her breath. Xiaoling, stop acting out. This isn't a place for people like us. Let's go, before you make me lose it. Wang Xiaoling's eyes brimmed with tears as her mother forcibly dragged her away from the noodle house. Meanwhile, Wang Yu and I were busy slurping our noodles. Li Ji's 3 delicacy noodles truly live up to the hype. Shredded pork, shredded chicken, bamboo shoots. Bamboo shoots, of all things in the Northeast? That's practically unheard of. Add to that the chives, bean sprouts, chopped fried egg, wood ear mushrooms, cilantro, scallions, all swimming in rich beef bone broth and paired with hearty noodles. One bite, and it's as good as heaven itself. I swallowed a mouthful of noodles, wiped my mouth, and heard some noise outside. I glanced toward the door just in time to see Li Fen pulling Wang Xiaoling past the entrance. Wang Xiaoling, wiping her tears with her sleeve, was staring enviously at the diners inside the restaurant. For a split second, our eyes met. Her expression froze, and immediately she turned away, quickening her pace as she walked off. Wang Yu noticed I was distracted and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Just thought I saw someone I knew." "Hey, sister Yu, this noodle is way better than what we make at home." Wang Yu nodded in agreement. She'd never eaten anything this delicious in her whole life. Wang Yu's fullness +3. Test field growth rate increased by 3%. Storage space expanded to 5 cubic meters. In my mind, my space suddenly expanded in one swift motion. Previously, it was only 1 cubic meter. Now, it's 5 times bigger. If it had stayed just 1 cubic meter, I wouldn't have been able to store all the potatoes when they were harvested. Wang Yu really is my lucky star. "Waiter, another bowl for my sister here," I called out. Wang Yu looked flustered. "Daong, you're spending $5 on this meal. That's too much. I feel bad." I grinned mischievously. "Sis, relax. When you've got money in your pocket, you've got to eat well, right? I'm planning to book a hotel later tonight, too. Can't do that on an empty stomach." Her face flushed bright red. Before this, she jokingly said if I could afford a hotel room, she'd go in with me. She hadn't thought I'd actually make enough money. "Daong, I was just joking." "Sis, but I wasn't." She pouted and huffed. "Fine. You don't want to go home. I won't either. Let's see what the village says about us tomorrow." I smiled helplessly. I was just teasing her. My wife's back home, waiting for me. No way I'd actually stay out all night. "Tell you what, sis. How about I make you a deal? If you agree to one thing, I won't book a hotel with you." "What thing?" "On our way home, let me carry you across the river." Wang Yu froze for a moment before realizing what I meant. This sneaky man. He says he wants to carry me, but he really just wants my grain sacks pressed against him, doesn't he? All men are the same. Still, she couldn't bring herself to be mad at me, so she played along. "Fine, you carry your sister. You better have some strength because I don't mind if you carry me a little longer." "Deal." First thing we do after leaving town is I carry you. After finishing my noodles, I swung by the grocery store. I intended to buy something for Wang Yu, but she stubbornly refused to come in and waited by the door. She knew full well that if I went inside, I'd definitely spend some money on her. With everything we had already purchased on this trip, it was starting to weigh on her mind. She didn't want to feel guilty about it. I ended up buying 2 packs of sandwich cookies and 2 packs of cigarettes. I don't usually smoke much, but you've got to keep up appearances when someone offers you a cigarette. I got 2 packs of peony cigarettes for 1 yuan each, not something the average person can afford easily. I also grabbed some snacks. My wife's pregnant, and her cravings have been never-ending. This should last her for a little while. As I left the store, I decided to buy some seeds too. Better to pick them up now and head home before it gets too dark. Wang Yu asked, "De Yong, what do you need seeds for at this hour?" "I'm going to plant some radishes and sweet potatoes." She shook her head. "What's the point? That barren patch of land can't even grow radishes the size of your finger. It's just going to frustrate you. You're better off going up the mountain to dig up wild vegetables." I chuckled. "My seeds are special. Trust me, I'll grow big, white radishes." "I don't buy it. Want to bet?" "Sure, let's bet. Who's afraid of you? What's the wager?" "If I grow big radishes, you have to let me kiss you, and no backing out." Wang Yu's cheeks flushed red. "You really have the nerve. So this is why you've been so nice to me, isn't it? You've been dreaming about kissing your big sister all along. Just wait until I tell my husband. Don't change the subject. Are you in or not?" "Fine, I'm in. But what if you don't grow any radishes?" "If I fail, you can kiss me. Get lost." We laughed and teased each other all the way to the small stream. "Yujia, you remember our little deal, right?" "I remember, but I just ate." Carrying your big sister after eating might actually be easier. Even as she joked, she was completely flustered at the idea of climbing onto my back. But eventually, I squatted down and waited. She hesitated for a moment before finally getting on. As soon as her chest pressed against my back, I instantly perked up. It felt just as incredible as I'd imagined, absolutely unforgettable. I held onto her legs and lifted her effortlessly. I had a strong build and had just eaten my fill. Carrying Wang Yu was a breeze. "Yujia, don't you think it's time you went on a diet? You don't look heavy, but once you're on my back, you feel like a sack of bricks." Wang Yu's face was still flushed. "Are you complaining about me now? All this weight is your fault for feeding me so well." We crossed the stream, and my hands started wandering upward along her legs. "De Yong, where are your hands going?" she exclaimed. "Jia, I'm just holding on to you so you don't fall." "Is that so? Is that really where you need to hold me?" "Well, then, tell me, do I hold on to your legs, or should I support you by the—" You shameless De Yong. You can't touch anywhere." Our playful bickering continued, filling the quiet journey with laughter. I silently thanked my luck for tagging along with Wang Yu. If I'd been alone, this trip would have been much more boring. When we were close to the village, Wang Yu quickly hopped off my back and straightened her clothes, making sure there was no sign of anything out of place. Most importantly, she adjusted the back of her pants, where I had left all kinds of creases from my mischief. Leading Yellow Ox, I couldn't resist sneaking a last glance. Wang Yu wiped her mouth, making sure there was no evidence of her snack left behind for Chun Rongmao to discover. As soon as we entered the village, we spotted Chun Rongmao impatiently waiting by the entrance, craning his neck to look for Wang Yu. Before we left, Wang Yu had cracked a joke about possibly spending the night at the township with Wei Yong. Although he knew it wasn't true, the what if lingered in his mind. What if they had stayed in town together? That would have been a huge blow to his pride. After all, he hadn't touched his wife in ages. Recently, her skin had turned so fair and smooth. If she really had been taken advantage of by someone else, he'd regret it forever. Luckily for him, she came back. Wife, you're finally back. Why so late? Wang Yu was fuming as soon as she saw him. Of course it's late. Going to the town and back takes 3 hours on foot. You didn't buy me a bicycle, so all I've got are my 2 legs. What do you expect? Chen Rongmao had no comeback for that. She was right. If she had a bicycle, she wouldn't have come back so late. Wife, next year I'll work hard on the farm and save up for a bike for you. Did you sell the pork? Did you get me some cigarettes? Wang Yu snorted. Yes, sold it for 11 yuan. But no, I didn't buy you cigarettes. If you can barely afford food, what makes you think you should be smoking? Come on, wife, have a little mercy. Just give me 2 yuan. I can buy a pack of cigarettes, and they'd last me over a month. With that, Chen Rongmao cheerfully followed behind Wang Yu as they headed home. When I arrived at my own house, I spotted Qin Wei waiting anxiously in the courtyard. My heart warmed. It was a great feeling to have someone waiting for you. If this were in my past life, Qin Wei would have never stood at the door anticipating my return like this. Wife, I'm back. Once inside, I handed her the pile of snacks like a treasure offering. Her eyes lit up when she saw everything, especially when she spotted the hawthorn flakes. Oh my God, you got hawthorn flakes? De Yong, you're the best. I've been craving these like crazy. She opened the package and cautiously nibbled a few pieces, her smile turning into crescent moons. Qin Wei's hunger satisfaction +5. Experimental field growth speed +5%. Reward, 2 wilderness mountain maps. I was thrilled. Who knew a few hawthorn flakes could increase her satisfaction this much? The snacks were definitely worth it. Once she put the snacks away, Qin Wei turned to the big yellow ox in the yard and frowned. De Yong, why did you bring home a cow? It looks sick. Did someone scam you? I laughed. I don't know. It cost 30 yuan. If I got scammed, so be it. But I have a gut feeling there's treasure in its belly. Qin Wei relaxed a bit. It was only 30 yuan. If I'd spent all the money from selling the pork on this, she might have been furious. De Yong, this cow probably won't live much longer. Tomorrow, you should call the vet. Maybe it can still be saved, but I don't think it's likely. No need. I bought it for what's in its belly. This time, I won't call Widow Zhang. I'll handle it myself. Taking a hatchet, I gave the yellow ox a swift end. After draining its blood, I carefully opened its stomach, making sure not to damage anything inside. From the moment we got back, my treasure detection system had been incessantly pinging. I knew the treasure had to be in there. Qin Wei stood nearby, munching on a piece of hawthorn while watching curiously. Once the stomach was cut open, it appeared to be empty aside from some digested scraps. Qin Wei didn't seem too disappointed. Oh well, just treat it as a lesson learned. I wasn't willing to give up and kept cutting the ox into sections. It wasn't until I reached one of the internal organs that something caught my eye. A glimmering, gold-yellow object. There it is, treasure. I knew the system wouldn't lie to me. It turned out to be a gallstone, a massive lump about the size of a fist, genuine cow bezoar. Precious medicinal herbs come in all shapes and sizes, but the bigger they are, the more valuable they become, worth exponentially more. A piece of bezoar the size of a chicken egg can go for $100. This one, bigger than my fist, definitely worth at least 1,000. Qin Wei's face lit up with excitement. De Yong, you're amazing. How much do you think this will sell for? I'm not sure. Could be a few hundred, maybe up to 1,000. I'll stop by the township tomorrow to see what they'll offer. Oh my gosh, a few $100. Back in these days, even $10 was hard for most households to scrape together, so a few hundred seemed astronomical. Qin Wei's eyes sparkled with admiration. My man is incredible. I securely pocketed the bezoar and set about skinning the cow. The poor animal had succumbed to an illness, and its meat was unsafe to eat. It could be lethal. Best to just toss it. Later, Qin Wei and I cuddled together on the warm Kong bed, sharing a rare moment of intimacy. Suddenly, she spoke up. Today, Chun Matzi at the village entrance told me, my brother-in-law's not going to make it. He suggested having my sister live with us. What do you think? I froze, my mind instantly conjuring an image of Qin Xia's mesmerizing eyes, her breathtaking face, and, well, certain other unforgettable features. I chuckled awkwardly. Babe, your dad did mention before that it might come to this. I said I'd be fine with it as long as your sister agrees. Qinwei wasn't upset with my casual response. She simply nodded. My sister's had a tough life. She hasn't even really had the chance to experience being a woman before she's facing widowhood. That caught me off guard, and I raised an eyebrow with interest. Wait, are you saying she and her husband never, That can't be true. Believe it or not, she told me herself. On her wedding day, she happened to get her period, which lasted 6 days. Right after that, her husband went up the mountain with Dad for about 10 more days. By the time he got back, he'd broken his leg. Now that she laid it out like that, the timeline added up. Poor guy, talk about bad luck. Marrying such a stunning bride, only to get injured before, well, consummating the marriage. Which means my gorgeous sister-in-law is still untouched. Qinwei cut into my musings. I'm just worried about her. She's too proud to ask us for help, no matter how hard things get. Tomorrow, why don't you visit her in Shaoxi and see how she's doing? You're not coming with me? I asked. My stomach's been hurting lately. I'm afraid I can't handle the trip. I nodded. All right. Tomorrow, I'll check in on Dad and Big Sis. That night, as I closed my eyes, I brought up the map of the nearby Erhuang Mountain in my system. Little red dots indicated small game, moving about on the terrain. Strangely, there were a few green dots too, glowing faintly and stationary. No clue what those represented, but I was curious to find out. Figured I could kill 2 birds with 1 stone the next day, visit the in-laws, and explore the mountain. The following morning, I grabbed some snacks and headed straight for Shaoxi. As soon as I stepped into the village, plenty of people recognized me. Well, if it isn't Wei Yong, someone remarked, their tone more mocking than welcoming. What a rare sight. Shaoxi folks didn't think much of me. It's not like my recent streak of success had reached their ears. To them, I was still the aimless, idle troublemaker they'd known. Ignoring the contemptuous tone, I lifted the bag of goodies in my hand. Yep, just stopping by to visit the father-in-law. The bag, filled with treats like biscuits, hawthorn candy, and some sugar cubes, garnered immediate attention. People started swallowing hard, clearly struggling to suppress their greed. Oh, he's actually willing to spend money, huh? Someone muttered. A few young wives hurriedly shielded their kids' eyes. If the little ones saw the snacks, there'd be no stopping their tears of longing. When I reached my in-laws' place, I knocked and entered. My sister-in-law, Qin Xia, was outside hanging laundry, sneaking in some tears while trying to keep herself composed. The sight of her, so delicate and pitiful, could break anyone's heart. Big sis, I'm here, I announced. She quickly turned away to wipe her tears, forcing a smile. Oh, brother-in-law, come in. How's my sister doing? Even her attempt to put on a brave face couldn't hide her exhaustion. She looked pale, with dark circles under her eyes, proof enough that life had been hard on her. Big sis, is everything okay? You look like you've been under a lot of stress. She gave a small, self-conscious laugh. It's nothing, just feeling a bit off. Go on inside, Dad's in there. I stepped inside to find Qin Zhengwo, my father-in-law, smoking heavily. His furrowed brows swirled in the haze of tobacco smoke. A weight of worry was etched across his face. Dad, I greeted him. De Jong, you're here. Have a seat. I placed the bag of snacks on the table and handed him a pack of peony cigarettes. His murky eyes hardly lit up before he waved dismissively, still preoccupied. Your brother-in-law's in the other room, he said. I peeked inside. My brother-in-law lay motionless on the comm. He barely responded when I tried talking to him, and the stench from his infected leg filled the room. It was clear he didn't have long. Dad? I asked quietly. Should we start preparing for the inevitable? Is there any way I can help? Qin Zhengwo simply shook his head. No need for you to run back and forth. Just take good care of Weier. Once your brother-in-law passes, you can bring your sister-in-law over. Big sis, still doing some laundry outside, must have overheard every word. I couldn't see her, but I had no doubt her face must have been burning with embarrassment. I nodded resolutely. Don't worry, Dad. I'll make sure to bring Big Sis over in the most dignified way possible. He sighed deeply, clearly conflicted. No need to be too extravagant. Times are tough, and we've got to be practical. Still, I pressed on. Dad, you know I won't let Big Sis be mistreated by coming to live with us. Even if we skip a formal wedding, the occasion should still reflect some honor. Money's not an issue. That made him pause. Like any father, he wanted the best for his daughter but knew too well the harsh realities of the time. Making sure everyone had enough to eat and survive was the real measure of success. After we finished discussing arrangements for Qin Xia, I brought up another matter with him. Dad, I plan to head to Erhuang Mountain today. Want to come with me? He shook his head. Nah, not worth it. Nothing up there but a few wild critters like pheasants and rabbits. Plus, your brother-in-law could go at any time. I've got to stay and make arrangements. He handed me the remaining 9 bullets he had and patted my shoulder. Take these, and be careful out there. Both daughters are counting on you now. can't afford anything to happen to you. Don't worry, Dad, I reassured him. Having lived through a previous life where I met an unfortunate fate in those very mountains, I understood his concern, but I wasn't planning on repeating history. My system's features, like the map and the convenient ability to store weapons, gave me an edge I didn't have before. This time, I'd be vigilant. The moment she stepped outside, Qin Xia's face turned as red as an apple. Brother-in-law left, huh? She said softly, not daring to lift her head. She knew it wouldn't be long before I became her man. I walked over, grabbed her hand, and slipped something into her palm. Xia, I'm leaving now. I'll come back to get you in a few days. And with that, I turned and left, striding away quickly. Behind me, her face was probably so red it could drip water. Earlier, I'd always called her big sister, like Qinwei did. But now, I directly called her Xia. That shift in how I addressed her, we both knew exactly what it meant. When she opened her palm and saw 2 pieces of white rabbit milk candy, tears started streaming down her face. She unwrapped one and popped it in her mouth. The sweet flavor filled her senses, making her heart feel soft and full. The candy was so sweet. Could it be a promise that our future days would be just as sweet? I headed straight from Shaoxi village to Huang Mountain, going solo this time. The map had shown the mountain didn't have much game, so there was no need to bring Dehei along. This trip was mostly about checking out what those green markers on the map were. Huang Mountain was farther than North Mountain. It took me a full 2 hours to get there. I walked excitedly to one of the green spots, crouched down, peeled back the grass, and dug into the soil. My eyes lit up. Jackpot. I pulled out a tuber about the size of a potato, with a finger-thick stem attached at the top. Tianma. Gastrodia elata. This isn't exactly at the level of ginseng or lingzhi mushrooms, but once you've found one Tianma, there's bound to be a cluster nearby. Plus, it's easier to sell than ginseng since it's cheaper, but still valuable. My heart raced with excitement. Those green dots on the map? Every single one of them was Tianma. I decided to harvest them all. They would easily bring in 100 or 2. I hit the jackpot this time. It's all thanks to Wang Yu for unlocking this map feature. I should definitely keep feeding those 2 women to boost their fullness levels. Buying them a bowl of noodles shouldn't even be a question. I quickened my pace, harvesting them all one by one, storing them in my space. Over 3 hours later, I had wiped the entire mountain clean of its green markers. It was already dark by the time I got home. First, I swung by the village head's place to ask if he could arrange for a bicycle purchase coupon. He agreed without any hesitation. When I got back to my house, Qinwei had already set dinner on the table. Wifey, I'm back, I called out. Qinwei immediately poured water for me. De Yong, how's my sister doing? She's a little on edge. Her husband doesn't have much time left, just a matter of days. Even your dad is worried. She sighed deeply. Everyone understood. In times of famine, losing someone wasn't uncommon. They had already mentally prepared for the brother-in-law's impending passing. What did she say? Is she coming to live with us in a few days? Qinwei asked anxiously. Her number one priority was to make sure her sister would have a better life. She didn't say much, but your dad told me to go pick her up, I explained. But listen, sweetheart, when we go to get her, we shouldn't make it look shabby. I'm thinking about organizing a little procession so she doesn't feel awkward inside. Qinwei clapped her hands together in agreement. We're totally on the same page. My sister's sensitive. We absolutely have to make sure it feels dignified. Don't be stingy with the money. Glad you think so. We're not strapped for cash at the moment. Take a look at this. I took out over 200 yuan and placed it in her hands. Ordinary folks might be thrilled to see even a single big unity note. And here I was pulling out a stack of more than 20. Qinwei's eyes went wide. Oh my God, that's so much money. I made a connection with the coal mine manager. Sold him all the pork. Tomorrow, I'll buy some coal too, so winter will be a bit warmer. Qinwei nodded approvingly. Even with all this money, we still need to spend wisely. She looked like a little miser as she counted the money over and over. I just chuckled. Tomorrow morning, I'd take care of selling the Tianma in town. That'd bring in another tidy sum. Then, I'd snag a bike to bring Qin Xiao over in style. As Qinwei was happily counting the money, a voice suddenly called out from outside. Wei Yong, are you home? The sound instantly annoyed Qinwei. Ugh, what does Wang Xiaoling want now? I don't know. I'll go check. Don't worry about it. I reassured her. Ever since Qinwei's life had gotten better, she was wary of Wang Xiaoling coming around to cause trouble. Still, with her older sister moving in soon, she felt more secure. 2 sisters could handle anything thrown their way, even Wang Xiaoling. I stepped out to the gate, speaking to her through the little fence. What's up? Wang Xiaoling's expression was complicated. I'm getting married. She didn't mention the embarrassing incident at the noodle shop earlier. That had been her lowest moment. Standing outside, drooling over braised 3-flavor noodles while I sat inside eating them was a memory she'd never forget. The image of me enjoying noodles with Wang Yu even stung more. Why should I, someone she used to look down on, get to eat 3 flavor noodles while she was left salivating outside. In the past, I might have been eager to order a bowl for her, just to watch her enjoy eating. But now, not only did I enjoy it myself, I shared it with Wang Yu too. Sharing with Qin Wei made sense. She was my wife, after all. But Wang Yu? Even Wang Xiaoling didn't rank above her in my book anymore. That noodle shop experience had been a wake-up call for her. She couldn't live like this anymore. She needed stability and a man who would listen to her. While Shui Yan had the money, she hated being under someone's thumb. So she settled on marrying someone else. I furrowed my brow. Who are you marrying? Lu Taiqing from Shanggong Hamlet. He's giving 30 yuan as part of the bride price. I paused for a moment. What a coincidence. Earlier that day, I'd bought a cow from Lu Taiqing. The guy seemed decent enough. Turns out, the 30 yuan from selling that cow was for his wedding. And the bride? Wang Xiaoling. 30 yuan was an impressive bride price in these times. Many people got married with just a few kilos of fine and coarse grains, barely scraping up anything close to 10 yuan. It seems Lu Taiqing genuinely liked Wang Xiaoling. But honestly, I felt sorry for him. He had no idea what he was getting into. Wang Xiaoling was nothing more than a leech, and being with her would be a nightmare. That's nice. Let me know when the wedding is. I'll give you a red envelope as a gift. Out of respect for Lu Taiqing, I'd make sure to bring something for the occasion. Wang Xiaoling looked at me. Wei Yong, I don't know why you're being so cold to me. This is your last chance. Once I get married, you won't have another shot. I stared at her blankly. Don't bother giving me a shot. I'm not interested. Get going before people in the village start gossiping. It'd be embarrassing for you. With that, I turned and went back inside. Wang Xiaoling clenched her fists in anger. Embarrassing? For her? And him eating noodles with Wang Yu wasn't embarrassing? How was she worse off than Wang Yu? She stormed back home. Initially, she'd come here to make me regret things, but now, she was the one stewing in frustration. Her mother, Li Fun, noticed her mood. How'd it go? Was Wei Yong anxious? No, Wang Xiaoling muttered, too embarrassed to tell her mom the truth. Li Fun sneered. That Wei Yong is done with you. Don't waste another thought on him. Shanggong's Lu Taiqing is a good match. How many people can fork out 30 yuan like that? You'll live a comfortable life with him. The 30 yuan her mom handed over wasn't enough to console Wang Xiaoling's growing resentment. Save it for when you're in a tough spot and need mom's help. Li Fun laughed so hard she couldn't stop. 30 bucks, in her eyes, was enough for her retirement. Wang Xiaoling let out a sigh, her gaze empty, unsure if this was the right decision. When I got home and brought it up, Qin Wei heaved a relieved sigh. Getting married is good. She was eager for Wang Xiaoling to quickly get hitched. I said, honey, I'm going to stop by Widow Chu's house to drop off some hawthorn slices and cookies. Qin Wei knew about the incident at the coal mine with Li Ping and figured extending a small token of goodwill couldn't hurt. She replied, it's late. It's not safe for you to go alone. Why not ask Sister Yu to go with you? She wasn't feeling well and didn't want to walk out late. Placing the visit with Sister Yu would be harmless. Besides, Sister Yu's meat products were also sold to the coal mine. It'd be an appropriate gesture of gratitude. All right, I'll go find Sister Yu. When I arrived at the Chen family house, their big black dog wagged its tail, trotting over to greet me. Sister Yu, I called. Wang Yu and her husband, Chen Rongmao, came out. Rongmao frowned. De Yong, something up? Dropping by this late to enlist another man's wife would naturally make him uncomfortable. Not that he could outright show it. His family's income from selling meat depended on me. Should I cut ties, they'd be in a tough spot. I explained the purpose of my visit, and Wang Yu nodded. All right, I'll go with you. She went back inside to change into a different outfit, then came out to join me. Together, we headed to Widow Chu's house. With both of us showing up, there was little for Chen Rongmao to argue about. He vaguely wanted to tag along, but without a good excuse, he opted not to antagonize his wife over it. Not worth it. Once outside, with Rongmao back in the house, I grabbed Wang Yu's hand. Startled, she glanced around quickly to make sure no one was nearby, and snapped, annoyed. Are you crazy? If he saw this, how would I explain it? I chuckled. It's dark out. Who's even looking? She yanked her hand back, only to realize there were 2 hard things in her palm. She opened it, 2 white rabbit milk candies. Warmed, she softened. De Yong, you didn't drag me out here this late just to give me candy, did you? How'd you guess? Besides, these are candies I didn't even eat myself. I thought maybe, if Sister Yu was happy after having one, I'd sneak in a kiss to taste the flavor myself. Wang Yu rolled her eyes. Oh, stop pretending. If you've got the guts, go ahead. Kiss me here near your house for the whole village to see. I dare you. I froze for a moment. Are you serious, Sister Yu? Leaning in with puckered lips, teasingly. Blushing, she immediately dodged and scolded. Are you insane? Would you take responsibility? What if someone sees? Of course, I'd take responsibility. We'd have a kid together, and I'd take care of you both. Get lost. You in your mouth. Try that again, and I swear I won't come out with you next time. She knew I was messing with her, but she couldn't stop her heart from racing. We arrived at Widow Chu's house and called out a couple of times. She came swaying out, her figure deliberately accentuated. De Wang Yu, what's brought you both here? Chu's sister, I was in town earlier and picked up some snacks. Thought I'd share a little with you. Oh my, you're too kind. Come on in. With Wang Yu by my side, there wasn't much risk of idle gossip. Inside, I saw cured meat hanging by the stove and a stack of canned meats on the side, clearly Li Ping's doing. I set the snacks down and said, Chu's sister, let me be upfront. Last time, Sister Yu and I ran into Li Ping when selling wild boar meat in town. He helped us access the coal mine and successfully sell the meat. This time, I came by to thank you. She smiled, her face glowing with pride. Having a man like Li Ping gave her undeniable bragging rights. Their affair wasn't exactly a secret in the village anyway, no need to pretend. We're all from the same village, no need to be so formal. Next time Li Ping comes by, I'll be sure to mention it to him. She knew how to play the game. This token of thanks wasn't just for her, but an acknowledgement of Li Ping's support. The snacks weren't cheap, and the gesture was something worth sharing with Li Ping. All of a sudden, a familiar dinging noise rang in my head. My treasure hunting skill had auto-activated. I took a few steps toward the west room, and the alerts grew louder and more insistent. Did Widow Chu have hidden treasure around here? It didn't concern me, though. She was Li Ping's mistress. If he gifted her something valuable, it had nothing to do with me. People's private belongings weren't something I coveted. Of course, that rule didn't apply to coveting other people's wives. Chu's sister, we won't intrude any longer. Time to head back, I said. Even with Wang Yu there as a buffer, staying in a widow's house late at night didn't look right. As Wang Yu and I stepped out, a man emerged from the west room. Li Ping. Widow Chu laughed. This Wei Yong knows how to play his cards right, bringing me all these treats. Li Ping nodded and shoved her onto the Kong bed. So, how will you repay me then? Blushing, Widow Chu teased. You scoundrel, haven't I already been good to you? After some rounds of intimacy, Li Ping, clearly content, lay back on the Kong, lighting up a cigarette. Widow Chu threw on some clothes and started munching on the biscuits I'd brought. Her lips must have been sore from all the action. She remarked coyly, you don't visit often. Maybe let Wei Yong watch over me a bit. Huh? If you can, lend him a hand now and then. Li Ping nodded knowingly. Got it. Now that he's clued into the situation, it actually makes it easier. Next time I bring you anything, I'll just have him bring it over. In his eyes, I was pragmatic, sharp, and loyal, a guy worth cultivating in his circle. I've been thinking, he added, Dave Coal Mine is hiring. I'll try to get your name onto their list, but let's have Wei Yong take the spot instead. Wages and benefits can all go to you. Widow Chu was taken aback. That sounds fantastic, but will Wei Yong even agree? Li Ping had his reasons. Placing her in that spot directly would stir trouble with his own wife. This arrangement was cleaner. He'll take it. I'll get him into the purchasing department, a position full of perks. Whatever side hustle he wants to run on the clock, that's on him. Overjoyed, Widow Chu leaned against him, batting her lashes. You're so good to me. Let me spoil you again. By the next morning, Zhao Long was already at my door, stuffing a bike pass into my hand. I tried giving him cash, but he outright refused. After going back and forth, I gave in. Fine, I'll make it up with a couple of quality cigarettes next time. That day, I planted the radishes and sweet potatoes. Even the experimental patch was sprouting tiny mounds, slower than potatoes, but still coming along well, thanks to the help of those women. Once the day's work was done, it was off to the village fair. Wandering around, I had hoped to run into Lu Taiching to follow up on something from before. Unfortunately, he didn't show up, and there weren't any new leads either. I went straight to the Dave Coal Mine. Just as I reached the gate, I caught the shift change time. The mine operates in 3 shifts, so workers were coming in and out continuously. Among the crowd, I immediately spotted Lu Tieching's brother-in-law, Gao Fei. Last time we crossed paths, we didn't see eye to eye. As a formal employee of the mine, he looked down on me as a rural kid. He snorted coldly and didn't even spare me a glance. As I approached the gate, the security office stopped me. I took out my credentials, and they immediately let me through. Gao Fei furrowed his brow. How did this guy manage to get in? He walked up to the security office, questioning. That guy's not one of our mine employees, so how did you let him in? The security officer glared at him and said, Nonsense. He has the right credentials, of course we let him in. Who do you think you are, sticking your nose in other people's business? Gao Fei didn't dare say another word and headed off to change and go down the shaft, mumbling to himself. Who the heck is this guy? I went upstairs to the director's office. Li Ping was there drinking tea with Director Zhao. Li Ping, you're here too. Li Ping smiled. Xiao Wei, you came. What good stuff are you bringing us this time? I pulled a piece of Gastrodia root, Tianma, out of my pocket and said, not food this time. This is herbal medicine. I don't have any sales connections, so I wanted to see if you two know anyone who might be interested. Director Zhao's eyes lit up instantly, and he quickly put on his glasses. Xiao Wei, you're in luck. This is good quality tianma. It usually sells for 10 plus yuan per kilogram. With this size, each piece is worth at least $2. I could hardly contain my excitement. There were over 100 pieces of tianma in my space, meaning I could make over 200 yuan instantly. Not to mention, I had a hefty piece of bezoar, ox gallstone. It'd definitely fetch an even higher price. Director Zhao was more excited than he was the last time when I brought a load of pork. Li Ping explained from the side. Director Zhao's dad runs our county hospital and knows Chinese medicine very well. It suddenly made sense to me. Director Zhao not only understands the value of tianma, but also has the connections to sell it. If I tried to sell it myself, I'd lose out as middlemen peeled off profits at every step. Giving it to Director Zhao means losing just one layer of profit, which I can accept. In times like these, it's impossible to pocket all the money from one part of the supply chain. Director Zhao composed himself from the excitement and said, Xiao Wei, no matter the size, $2 a piece for the tianma. I'll take however much you have. Deal. I'll go grab the rest. As I stood up to leave, Li Ping caught up with me outside the office. Xiao Wei, how's your family doing these days? I knew what he was getting at right away. He had just visited Widow Chu's place with some gifts last night, and now he's reaching out to me. Clearly, he's been making rounds diligently. Thanks to you, Li Ping, we collected our relief grain. Our family is fed and clothed, I replied. Li Ping nodded. The weather these past couple of years hasn't been favorable. Farming isn't a dependable path. Have you considered finding a steady job in the township? The offer hit exactly where I hoped. Li Ping, are you offering me a job? Whatever you need from me, just say it. Li Ping smiled. You can tell a smart person from just one hint. There's no such thing as free help. He definitely wanted to ask something of me. Indeed, he came straight out with it, centered on Widow Chu. The opportunity he dangled in front of me was so tempting. I'd not only work for a paycheck, I'd even pay to take on the role. The real allure, you see, was the purchasing department position. Whatever my test field in the space grows would never have to worry about not selling. And in this era, having a secure job also adds prestige to the family. I agreed right then and there. Li Ping headed back to the office to wait for me. I went off to fetch the tianma. From my space, I pulled out enough to fill a bag and carried it back. Director Zhao was thrilled to see so much of it. Great. If you have more in the future, just bring it directly to me. I'll guarantee a high price. I then pulled out the bezoar. Zhao, have a look at this. Director Zhao froze for a moment, then erupted in excitement. This is huge. Where did you get it? A few days ago, someone was selling a sick cow. I bought it cheap and butchered it at home. This came out of it. He clapped me on the shoulder. You're one lucky guy. This piece could fetch over $1,000 if we find the right buyer. Can I ask you to help sell it too? Director Zhao thought for a moment. For something worth over 1,000, I can't do it for nothing. How about this? I'll buy it for 900 yuan. If I sell it for more, the extra is mine. I nodded. If I had to sell it myself, it'd take forever to find a buyer. Losing 100 yuan is acceptable for the convenience. All right, Zhao. I'll bring you any good stuff I find in the future. Sure. Stop calling me Director Zhao. Just call me Zhao. Once you start working here at the coal mine, count on me if you need anything. With Director Zhao's personal involvement, I quickly became a formal employee in the purchasing department. When I entered the office, 3 older guys greeted me briefly. The work was straightforward, traveling to rural areas to collect agricultural products and making deals at market price. Each month, there was a quota to meet. As a newbie, I needed to secure goods worth at least 200 yuan. For me, that was perfect. It was like the job was tailor-made. My own produce could easily meet the quota. I didn't hang around long. The nature of the purchasing department had us constantly out and about. Nobody minded if I left. With the money and a bicycle voucher in hand, the first thing I did was buy a Phoenix brand bicycle for 150 yuan, plus a Tiger Head brand flashlight and some batteries for 10 yuan, making nighttime trips to the mountains more convenient. I stored everything in my space. Before heading home, I went back to the mine to find Zhaogut and, for 50 yuan, bought 2 tons of coal. Normally, it'd cost 40 yuan a ton, but as an employee, I got a discount, and the mine even arranged a cart to deliver it straight to my house. Hassle-free. Leaving the township, I pedaled my shiny bike, but instead of heading straight home, I made a detour to Shaoxituan. Sooner or later, my eldest sister-in-law would be my woman, so I needed to show my face early and get familiar. It'd save us the awkwardness later. Besides, I wanted to check on my eldest brother-in-law too. Not that I was impatient, but because with his state, every additional day he lived was another day of suffering for her. Watching that happen also weighed on me. In Shaoxituan, the villagers had finished their dinner and were lounging outside, chatting. A shiny, sleek bicycle approached. Wow, it's brand new. Must be a Phoenix bike. Phoenix bicycles. Back in the day, they were symbols of status. Everyone wanted one, but not everyone could afford it. Qin Jiangwo didn't even glance up. He was smoking quietly, deep in thought about his brother-in-law's situation. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Old Qin, your second son-in-law is here." That was when he finally raised his head. He spotted me standing by the gate, hanging a bag full of food off the handlebars of my bike. The crowd was stunned. Wait, old Qin's second son-in-law is riding a brand new Phoenix bike? Hey, second brother-in-law, did you just buy this bike? How much was it? I chuckled good-naturedly. 150. Whoa, you big spender. Qin Jiangwo put down his pipe, and the usual sternness on his face gave way to a rare smile. "DeYoung, you're here? Got yourself a new bike, huh?" I nodded. "Dad, I came to see you. Brought some stuff, too." I handed him the food. It wasn't just for him, but for Qin Xia as well. Hearing my voice, Qin Xia came out to the yard. Glancing at me from afar, she quickly turned away and scurried back into the house, avoiding eye contact. I asked, "Dad, how's big brother-in-law doing?" Qin Jiangwo shook his head, his face heavy with emotions. "It's probably just a matter of days." I reached into my pocket, pulled out 10 crisp bills, and put them in his hand. "Here, Dad. Take it. You'll need money for the funeral expenses." "This?" He hesitated for a moment. Seeing my insistence, he pocketed the money. The onlookers couldn't believe their eyes. 10 big bills just like that? And a brand new Phoenix bike? Second son-in-law is so filial. Old Qin really lucked out with his daughters. No wonder Qin Wei was crying her eyes out to marry you. You're something else. Second brother-in-law, don't rush off. Come to our house for a meal. The same people who once doubted me were now full of compliments. Just like that, the narrative flipped. Qin Jiangwo's face lit up as he cheerfully led me into the house. "We're drinking today? No excuses. Hey, eldest daughter, stir-fry a few dishes for me and DeYoung." "Got it," she replied. Once inside, my eyes quickly landed on Qin Xia, wearing a tight gray outfit. She was taller than Qin Wei, of you too. The fabric of her clothes hugged her figure so tightly it looked ready to burst. Probably an old outfit that didn't fit anymore. I decided right then, I'd head into town tomorrow and get her a new outfit, something red, even prettier than Wang Xiaoling's dress. As I walked in, Qin Xia bowed her head, not daring to say a word. The last time I called her Little Xia, she was flustered to the point she couldn't speak. She probably thought I might pull something like that again. I first checked on my brother-in-law. The room reeked, the air thick. He was lying there, weaker than ever, barely breathing. Truth be told, it seemed unlikely he'd last the night. Poor guy. He married a beautiful wife, but never got to enjoy much of life's blessings. I left another 100 yuan behind, figuring it'd at least ensure a dignified funeral. After all, his wife would be with me once this was over. At that moment, Qin Jiangwo spoke up. "DeYoung, help your elder sister cook. I'm heading to the village entrance to grab some wine. I'll be back in half an hour." He grabbed the wine flask and left without another word. The timing was no coincidence. He was clearly giving me and Qin Xia some space. As soon as he left, Qin Xia's cheeks turned crimson. She busied herself with the large black pot, avoiding any chance of eye contact. I couldn't help but chuckle to myself. This was the same woman who once yanked me out of Qin Wei's bed by the ear. Now, she was acting like a nervous little rabbit. "Little Xia," I called softly. She bit her lip, refusing to respond. I walked over and clasped her hand, slipping something into her palm. She froze for a moment. Last time I did this, it left her beyond flustered, and here I was pulling the same trick again. She hesitated, wanting to refuse, but couldn't bring herself to. Then she glanced down. It was a glass jar of canned yellow peaches. Yellow peach preserves? Her eyes immediately betrayed her excitement. This was a rare indulgence in these parts, a treat so luxurious it could make every kid in the village jealous. Softly, she muttered, "You should give this to the second sister. She's pregnant, after all, and might be craving something sweet." I ignored her and gently pressed it back into her hands. "This is for you. Whatever Wei Wei has, you'll have too. From now on, what she gets, you'll get your share." Her cheeks flushed an even deeper red. She understood exactly what I meant. We'd all be one family, and I'd treat her and her sister equally. No exceptions. Holding the jar in her hands, she avoided eye contact and said nothing. "Go ahead, eat it," I encouraged. "I'll save it. It's better to have it when I'm sick. I heard eating canned peaches can cure a cold," she reasoned earnestly. I chuckled, opened the jar, and placed it on the table. "Eat it. When you want more, I'll buy more." Still, she shook her head. "If you don't eat, I'll just sit here and watch you." Quickly, she glanced up at me, only to shyly look away before hurriedly scooping a small piece into her mouth. Not a single drop of syrup went to waste. Bound target. Qin Xia satiety level 6. Increase target satiety level to unlock rewards. At the sound of the system notification, excitement coursed through me. Turns out even the eldest sister-in-law was now part of the system. She ate just one more slice before stopping, clearly wanting to save the rest. This stuff spoils once opened. It'll go bad tomorrow, I pointed out. She looked at me, resigned, and said, fine, but you eat one too. I'm good. It's all yours. Watching you eat is enough for me. Blushing, she reluctantly finished the peaches. Qin Xia satiety +5. Crop growth speed +5%. Daily marketplace unlocked one item available for 24 hours only. Today's item, 5 pounds of oranges, price $3. I nearly burst out laughing in satisfaction. Qin Xia was quite the game changer. In this era of shortages, where goods required not just cash but also ration coupons, food access was precious. But the systems market? It didn't need coupons, only money. Prices were reasonable too, not inflated. Without hesitation, I spent 3 yuan to buy the 5 pounds of oranges. A moment later, my system inventory was stocked with a dozen fresh oranges. Seeing her finish the last piece, I said, close your eyes, little Xia. I'll show you a magic trick. She hesitated, blushing furiously. No, I don't want to. She probably thought I was looking for an excuse to steal a kiss. I smirked. Relax. I'm not going to kiss you. There'll be plenty of chances for that later. Her blush deepened, but she silently acknowledged what we both knew. It was only a matter of time before we'd be together anyway. She closed her eyes. A few seconds later, the sweet aroma wafted into her nose. She opened her eyes and froze. In my hand was an orange, the peel still intact, yet its fragrance filled the air. An orange? Where'd you get it? It was almost winter. Fruit was rarer than gold. Even canned goods were considered high value. A fresh orange? You could forget about it in the countryside. I chuckled. Isn't your man impressive? Go ahead and eat it. She playfully corrected me. Stop with your nonsense. My husband's resting inside. Taking the orange from me, she carefully peeled it back. Juice spurted out, and the sweet aroma had everyone salivating. She peeled off the first segment and held it near my lips. You try it first, she said. I opened wide, enthusiastically awe. Blushing furiously, she quickly shoved the orange segment into my mouth. Her fingers brushed my lips, and I cheekily kissed her hand. She pulled her hand back like she'd been shocked and lowered her head, focusing on eating the orange instead. As I bit into that orange, the juices exploded in my mouth. The sweetness was unbelievable, far better than any imported from the south. Qin Xia's fullness level +5. Experimental field growth rate +5%. Storage space upgraded to 10 cubic meters. My sister-in-law was truly awesome, beautiful and generous with her rewards. Life was good. I had hoped to linger and chat with her for a while, but my father-in-law returned home. I shared a drink or two with him, not overindulging. After all, Qinwei was still waiting at home. Her belly was growing bigger, and she needed help around the house. Soon, I'd be heading to the township every day and wouldn't be able to take care of her all the time. When my sister-in-law moved in, the two sisters could look out for each other. Xia, I need to head out. Tomorrow, I'll make you a red dress and come pick you up. She lowered her head, saying nothing, trusting me fully. I got on my bike and left Xiaoxi village. Not far from the village, I passed a cornfield. The stalks were overhead high, but the corn itself was nearly non-existent. Suddenly, two figures jumped out from the field and blocked my path. They weren't locals, strangers, about my height, but sturdier. Each held a machete and carried themselves with a cocky, dangerous air. It was clear they weren't here to be friendly. As I stopped, two more figures emerged from behind me, surrounding me from all sides. The one in the knit cap spoke. Nice bike you have there. Brand new, isn't it? My brothers and I have been struggling to eat. How about you share a little something with us? I smirked. So, I'd crossed paths with highwaymen. These tough times had driven many to desperate measures. Seeing me with a new bike, they must have thought I was an easy target. I calmly propped my bike up and smiled faintly. And what if I don't feel like sharing? Knitcap's face twisted menacingly. Then we'll have to make you bleed a little for it. The gleam of their blades was enough to make any average person's knees buckle. Unfortunately for them, they weren't dealing with an average person. I chuckled coldly. All right then, tough guys, let's see. By the time we're done, anyone who doesn't wet themselves, I'll consider a real man. As soon as I finished speaking, I reached into my spatial storage and pulled out a hunting rifle, out of thin air, as if by magic. The four men hadn't even processed what was happening before I had the barrel pointed squarely at Knitcap. His face went pale as a ghost. He turned and bolted without another word. Bang! I fired a shot at the ground inches from his feet. The deafening gunshot sent him sprawling face first into the dirt. He froze, stomach churning, and lost control of his bladder. The remaining three? They screamed like banshees and scattered, running for their lives. And these guys wanted to play at being bandits? Absolute amateurs. As I went to stash the rifle, two more figures stumbled out of the cornfield. They looked both sheepish and terrified, tugging up their pants as they approached. Clearly, they were part of the same gang. Brother, we were wrong. We'll never do this again. They kowtowed a few times before turning tail and bolting. I was stunned. There were two more? What were they doing in the cornfield, relieving themselves? A moment later, a woman stepped out from the cornfield. Her hair was disheveled, her clothes torn, with her pale waist exposed. She looked to be around 27 or 28, strikingly beautiful, her skin fair and delicate. She didn't look like someone who worked the fields. She had the air of someone from the city. The moment she saw me, she broke into tears, rushing over and dropping to her knees. Please, I beg you, save me. Take me back to the township. I was taken aback. What's going on with you? I was out on official business when I encountered those thugs. They took all my money, and we're about to. Thank heavens you fired that shot. If not, I don't know how I'd live through this. Only then did I realize. Those two earlier had been trying to assault her in the field. They'd even taken her money. Had I known, I would have robbed them right back. I can't do it, I said, shaking my head. I need to get home. It's getting dark. Those thugs won't bother you again, don't worry. She grabbed my arm desperately. I can't go into the township like this. I beg you, take me there. I'm an accountant for the Day coal mine. I'll repay you for your kindness. I raised a brow. You work for Day coal mine too? I just joined the procurement department. My name's Wei Yong. Really? Thank goodness. I'm Xia Dan. My husband is your department head. You've saved me, and I'll make sure you're taken care of. Hearing that, I had no choice but to agree. All right, I'll take you there. I took off my jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Dan Jia, wear this. No need to let everyone see. Her torn clothes revealed a bright red doo-doo. I'd certainly enjoyed the view, but walking into the township like that, she'd be ogled by half the town. When we entered the busy township streets, Xia Dan clung tightly to my waist, pressing her face against my back, terrified of being recognized. Well, this worked out for me. Her generous assets pressed up against me, soft and warm, was an unexpected bonus. As she directed me, we pulled up to an old apartment building. Inside, she became even more skittish, telling me to park the bike and hurrying up to the second floor with her face hidden. I followed her up. The building had 4 stories, forming a square, with a communal space in the middle where residents would gather to chat or play cards. She led me to her small apartment on the second floor, which was not much beyond a bed and a few cabinets. Once inside, she locked the door and sighed deeply. Thank you, Wei Yong. If anyone found out about this, I don't know how I'd survive. I smiled. It was nothing, Jia. If there's nothing else, I'll head out now. Wait a second. She took off my jacket and handed it back before turning to her cabinet to change clothes. In that brief window of undressing and redressing, I caught a fair bit of glorious scenery. When she finished, her face was tinged pink as she turned to me. You were totally peeking, weren't you? Danjia, I wasn't sneaking a look. I looked openly and honestly. Did it seem like I was hiding it? She burst into laughter. You're something else, kid. Fine. Tell me, did you like what you saw? I did. You're stunning. And I wasn't lying. She really was. There's a unique charm about her that rural women typically don't have. She's an accountant, educated. Her credentials alone outshine most of her peers. And did I mention she's good-looking? That disheveled look she had when coming out of the cornfield is still vivid in my mind. She asked again. So tell me, if you were my husband, how would you act? I was startled and swallowed hard. Could this little lady be trying to flirt with me? But she's the wife of the head of the purchasing department, my boss's woman. If something really happened, wouldn't that mean putting a green hat on my boss? Well, sis, I'm a straightforward kind of guy, so don't take it the wrong way. If I were your husband, I'd probably mess with you 2 or 3 times a day. She was stunned, her face flushed, but instead of getting angry, a subtle look of admiration appeared on her face. You're quite blunt. 2 or 3 times a day. Do you even have the stamina? I grinned. Well, sis, just look at me. Want to test it out? Get out of here. She rolled her eyes. I was just asking. Don't overthink it. All right, go on now. See you tomorrow at the coal mine. I nodded, feeling a bit baffled but also realizing I'd scored some rapport. My days at the coal mine would be smoother from here on out. Some things never change. Being an accountant at a big organization is always a key role. Riding my bike back home, as I approached the edge of the village, I quickly stashed the bike away in my storage space. No one could see the bike yet. Not until the day I went to pick up Qin Xia and show it off in the village. As soon as I entered the village, I saw Wang Yu standing at my doorstep. The more I looked, the more charming she seemed. City women had their chic allure, but rural women carried their own rustic beauty. I got off the bike and let my gaze wander shamelessly over her. Yujia, you looking for me? Wang Yu noticed my gaze and rolled her eyes sneakily at me. Still, standing at my doorway, she didn't dare make any rash moves. De-Yong, are you heading to town tomorrow? I want to tag along. Turned out, she couldn't refuse Chun Rongmao. He insisted she take the pig money to buy cigarettes. Once you've tasted store-bought cigarettes, who's going back to homemade ones? Plus, with bandits running wild these days, she didn't dare venture out alone. All right, tomorrow, wait for me at the brook outside the village. We'll meet there. Wang Yu paused, but didn't question it, likely assuming I didn't want village folks gossiping. After Wang Yu left, I went inside. Qin Wei had already set the food on the table, waiting for me. A wave of warmth hit me, and I spread my arms wide. Wife, come here so your husband can hold you. Blushing, Qin Wei, already my wife, didn't act shy and dove straight into my arms. After holding her close for a satisfying while, I said, you eat by yourself. I already ate at my dad's. You want to see dad? How's my brother-in-law? He's not doing well, won't make it through the night. Qin Wei nodded. When will you bring back my eldest sister? After the funeral. In the countryside, the custom is to bury the deceased on the third day. After my brother-in-law is laid to rest, I'll go pick up Qin Xia. There's bound to be some gossip about it, but when people are struggling to even put food on the table, who has time to care about talk? Those who gossip are just jealous. If it were them, they'd jump at the chance. I handed over the oranges, peach preserves, and snacks to Qin Wei. Her eyes lit up. So many delicious things. My husband's amazing. Qin Wei's fullness +1. Experimental field growth speed +1%. She was already over 40 on the fullness scale, and it's getting harder to increase. I'd have to switch things up. No way I'm giving up on filling her belly. Wife, I have something to tell you. I explained my plans to work at the coal mine, along with my agreement with Li Ping. Qin Wei couldn't hold back her excitement. Getting into the Big River coal mine was a massive honor. Even though it didn't pay, I could still hunt and trade for money. It was a viable path. De Jong, traveling back and forth is going to tire you out. Do they have dorms there? They should. Once your eldest sister is here, I'll move into the dorm and only come back every couple of days. Okay, once she's here, you don't need to worry about me. Though reluctant, she knew how precious this opportunity was. No one could predict next year's weather. If there was another drought, the land couldn't be farmed. At that point, everyone would live off what the mountains provided. But those with stable jobs wouldn't have to worry as much. With her support, I felt reassured. That night, as I lay on the Kong, my mind wandered to Xia Dan. Her pale complexion practically glowed, and she was staying in the employee dorms too. If I could snag a unit there and be neighbors with her. The next morning, I walked to the brook and, seeing no one around, pulled my bike out of storage. I'd chosen the brook as my meeting spot not to avoid gossip, but to keep the bike under wraps until the day I picked up Qin Xia. That would be the perfect time to flaunt it and make sure the whole village knew this bike was specifically bought for her. Wang Yu sashayed over, immediately noticing the bike. Oh my, De Jong, where did you get this bike? Got it in town. She circled it, touching it here and there, clearly thrilled. So this is why you wanted to meet here. Didn't want the villagers to see it. Huh? You're learning to stay low-key now. I grinned. Yujia, you always get me. She didn't hesitate, hopping right onto the back seat as we headed toward town. No more hand-holding while crossing streams, but she did wrap her arms around my waist, her chest pressing against my back. It felt, well, let's just say it was very pleasant. Wang Yu seemed a bit embarrassed. I've never ridden a bike before. It's making me nervous. Don't laugh at me, De Jong. And that brought up bad memories for her. Back when she got married, the Chin family had been so stingy they didn't even get her a bike. She was brought home on a horse cart, a sore point she'd grumbled about to her husband for years. I laughed. Yujia, you're my first too. You're the only woman who's ever sat on the back of this bike. Oh, the lies men tell. I realized right after that I'd just taken Xia Dan for a ride yesterday. But Wang Yu didn't know that. So why not sweet-talk her a little? Sure enough, her face lit up. Even though it wasn't likely to ever truly be her seat, being the first at least gave her a bit of pride. As I pedaled, I casually reached back and touched her hand. De Jong, you're not even watching the road properly. If you crash, my husband won't let you off. Relax, sis. I'm a pro at this. She shot me a glare, but didn't pull her hands away. It wasn't the first time I'd held her hand, anyway. Then she leaned forward to look ahead, and her face suddenly changed. De Jong, are those two up ahead? Wang Xiaoling and her mom. I squinted, and sure enough, it was them. Wang Xiaoling's red outfit even had some patched up spots. Dressed fancy, standing out from a mile away. Wang Yu panicked all of a sudden. De Jong, put me down quick. If they see us, they'll definitely start gossiping back in the village. I smirked coldly. Don't worry. Hold on tight. I'm picking up speed. She couldn't see us even if she tried. I pumped the pedals hard twice, and the bike shot forward. Wang Yu clung tightly to my waist, her face pressing against my back. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoling was in a great mood. Lu Tietjing's 30 yuan dowry had been delivered, and the wedding was set for the day after tomorrow. That money went straight into her mother Li Fen's pocket, but Li Fen promised to treat her to a bowl of 3 delicacy noodles in town today. Last time, when Wang Xiaoling stood outside the noodle shop sobbing with longing, even Li Fen had felt a little bad. Mother and daughter were happily chatting away about the wedding when my bike whizzed past them in a flash. Li Fen almost stumbled, riding like a lunatic, trying to get yourself killed, or what? Her sharp tongue was notorious. Mom, wasn't that person just now kind of familiar? Who knows what village they're from? So what if they've got a bike? No one in Shaodong village owned a bike, so it never crossed their minds that the person on the back seat was none other than their fellow villager, Wang Yu. Watching the bike vanish into the distance, Wang Xiaoling said, Mom, when Lu Taiching comes to pick me up, do you think he'll use a bike? Of course. That boy's so generous. His family must be well off. A joyful smile spread across Wang Xiaoling's face, though her thoughts inevitably wandered back to me. If Wei Yong saw her getting picked up in style on a bike, could he just shrug it off like he did before? By the time he regretted it, it'd be too late. Mom, my red outfit is so old. Can we buy some fabric to make a new one? Li Fen frowned. Old? What old? No one in this whole village has outfits as nice as yours. Money has to be spent wisely. I'm saving up for my grandson. A bowl of noodles and new clothes? With what money? Once her daughter was married, Li Fen would be left alone. That 30 yuan was her retirement fund. Spending even a penny extra felt like a stab to her heart. Wang Xiaoling's face darkened in frustration. Her clothes were patched and faded. The red had practically turned pink. Did she even look like a bride? But her mom was determined. There was no convincing her otherwise. A bowl of 3 delicacy noodles? Better than nothing. After arriving in town, Wang Yu hopped off the bike. Yujia, I've got to head to the coal mine for my day's shift. Wait for me at the gate after work. Got it, she said. I'd already told her on the way over that I worked at Day coal mine. Her envy was almost tangible. To come to town only a few times and land an official job at Day coal mine, and not have to go underground? What kind of heavenly blessing is that? Thinking about her own husband, who nearly begged on his knees just for her to buy a few packs of cigarettes, the difference between people hit her hard. It was bigger than the gap between humans and pigs. For a brief moment, she even secretly wished that I were her man. Too bad Chen Rongmao could never, in a lifetime, become another me. I entered the coal mine and ran into Gao Fei again. Last time I saw him, he was stuck up as could be. I ignored him and walked straight into the office. Seeing me enter, Gao Fei narrowed his eyes. Why does this guy keep showing up at the mine? Suspicious. He followed me in. As soon as he stepped through the door, we bumped into mine manager Zhao. Manager Zhao frowned. What are you doing here? The procurement department was off limits, a sensitive area. Some miners had sneaky hands. Someone once pocketed coal every day and ended up stockpiling enough to heat their house for an entire winter. Manager Zhao hated that kind of behavior with a passion. Panic flashed across Gao Fei's face. He didn't dare talk back. Manager Zhao, this guy isn't even one of ours. He's been sneaking in and out. I was afraid he'd steal something. Manager Zhao's face darkened. Nonsense. Wei Yong is a new employee in the procurement department. Stop making things up and get out. Gao Fei froze on the spot. It had only been 2 days since he last saw me, and I was already an official employee? Not only that, but in the procurement department? That was the dream position for every miner. Clean clothes, an office gig, the same salary, and no life-risking work underground. Not daring to cause more trouble, Gao Fei slinked away like a kicked dog. Manager Zhao clapped me on the shoulder, unable to hide his grin. Xiao Wei, that lot of Tianma sold already. I made quite a bit off that deal. Lunch is on me today. Bring the whole department along. I'll introduce you properly. And just like that, the Tianma, plus the Niu Huang, had turned me into a 1,000 yuan man overnight. These things passed through his hands, so there's no way he made less than me. Of course he'd be happy. Sure, thanks for the treat, Zhao Ji. No problem. Lunch at Li Ji Noodle House. Private room on me. I entered the office, and a middle-aged man with glasses was giving a speech. The procurement department director, my immediate boss, Wei Yong. About 34 or 35, his thinning, shiny hair betrayed a growing bald spot. The grease on his face practically glistened. I thought to myself, how did a guy this Ly land a wife like Xiadan? Her beauty next to his looks? Like father and daughter, easily. Wei Yong saw me and narrowed his eyes, his tone sharp. Late on your first day? Do you even respect the rules here? Or do you not need your paycheck? I frowned. What was his problem with me? Could it be because of what happened with Xiadan yesterday? But so what if he knew? I'd saved her life. Even if he didn't thank me, how dare he act sour? But it wasn't what I thought. Last night, Xiadan hadn't mentioned me, intending to introduce me today instead. Wei Yong had, meanwhile, gotten interested in his pretty wife, but things didn't go as planned. It was a chronic issue for him. Xiadan thought it was because he lacked interest, which made her uneasy, leading to her awkward question yesterday. He didn't succeed at home, Xiadan ignored him, and he stormed out to drink with Sasquatch buddy Shui Yin. Hearing I'd joined procurement, Shui Yin, steaming mad, suggested giving me hell immediately. So, as soon as I walked in, Wei Yong had it out for me. No one else in the office dared make a sound. First day at work, and I'm already getting called out by the boss. Well, bring it on. If there's one thing about me, Wei Yong, it's that I don't let anybody walk over me. Boss or not, mess with me, and and I'll fight back. I glanced up at the office clock. Still not even work hours yet. I came early. So where's the late? My paycheck? Go ahead, dock it if you like. Leave me with nothing if you can. I'd love to see you manage that. Without giving him another look, I leaned back in the chair, kicked my feet up, and lit a cigarette. You treat me with respect? I'll return the favor. But if all you've got is trouble, I'm not the guy to take it lightly. I won't cater to anyone's nonsense. Wei Yang's face darkened. He pounded the desk and pointed at me. What's with your attitude, kid? If you don't want to work, get the hell out. I sneered. Do you get to decide if I work here or not? I'm sitting here today. Let's see how you make me leave. You've got some nerve. A newbie defying leadership? You little piece of SH. Before he could finish, I shot up, grabbed him by the collar, and pinned him against the wall. Who do you think you're calling names, huh? Leadership? You think you're some big deal? I came here to work, not to take your crap. Spit out one more curse word and watch me deal with you. I towered over him, taller, younger, stronger. I practically lifted him up single-handedly. Wei Yang was stunned. He was used to being the boss around here, everyone treating him with respect. Never, in his wildest dreams, did he think this new hire would dare challenge him like this. No wonder I even had the nerve to fire back at Shui Yan. You, seeing my intimidating posture, he didn't dare mutter another word. Right then, Zhao, the manager of the mine, walked in. What's going on here? He had just come back to casually inform everyone that they'd reserved a table for lunch at Li Ji's noodle house, only to stumble upon this scene. I let go of Wei Yang. He ran over to Zhao like a kid tattling to an adult. Manager Zhao, this guy doesn't respect leadership at all. He threatened me and even claimed he'd deal with me. We can't keep someone like this around. I sat back down, lit up a cigarette, and didn't bother explaining myself. Whatever happens, happens. This job wasn't even technically mine. The paycheck wasn't mine either. It all belonged to Widow Chu. She was placed here by Li Ping. Now, I wasn't exactly sure of the relationship between Li Ping and Manager Zhao, but one thing I could confirm. Wei Yang was nothing but a small fry in Li Ping's eyes. Manager Zhao's face hardened. Director Wei, how much of your target have you achieved this month? Wei Yang was caught off guard and stammered. Still short by about 2,000. It's really hard to collect things in the countryside lately. Manager Zhao slapped the desk. You useless idiot. You can't even handle your own tasks, and you've got time to stir up drama in meetings and try to fire others? You don't hit your target next week, and I'll be the first to fire you. Understand? He jabbed a finger into Wei Yang's chest so hard it looked like it physically hurt. Wei Yang didn't dare say a word. He was absolutely fuming inside. How had I, the one who openly defied leadership, escaped unscathed? And why was he the one being reprimanded? The guy couldn't help but wonder, could it be that I had some kind of connection with Manager Zhao? At that moment, a sweet fragrance filled the air. Everyone turned their heads to see a gorgeous woman standing in the doorway, fair-skinned and stunning. It was none other than Xie Dan. She seemed taken aback for a second. Oh, Zhao, you're here too? Manager Zhao's demeanor immediately softened. Ah, Director Xie, nice of you to join us. Xie Dan, the accountant, was someone even Manager Zhao treated with respect. And let's be honest, who wouldn't want an extra look at her? Beautiful, poised, and exuding confidence. She turned to me. Wei Yang, are you busy? I stood up. Not at all. Need something, Danjia? She smiled. I need a hand moving some flower pots in the office. They're too heavy for me to lift alone. Of course, no problem. The room went silent for a moment. Everyone was stunned. How did I, the new guy, know Xie Dan? Her office was famous for being an off-limits zone for men, and yet she'd invited me to help out? Wei Yang was especially puzzled. I'd just started yesterday, and since Wei Yang's wife hadn't been around the mine these past few days, there shouldn't have been any way for her to get to know me. Manager Zhao stepped in at the perfect opportunity. Director Xie, you're just in time. I'm inviting everyone from the procurement office out to lunch with me at Li Ji's for some seafood noodles. Would you care to join? Xie Dan hesitated for a moment before replying. All right. How could I say no to you? See you at lunch. As the two of us left the office together, the procurement team exploded with excitement. Xie Dan was widely acknowledged as the most beautiful woman at the mine. Although she was Wei Yang's wife, plenty of guys had been secretly obsessed with her. She pretty much never attended group meals. Yet today, she had readily agreed to Manager Zhao's invitation. The thought of sitting at the same table as her had everyone thrilled. Once outside, Xie Dan turned to me. Did you and Wei Yang have a fight? Yeah, seems like Director Wei has it out for me. She frowned slightly. That's odd. He doesn't even know you. I'll talk to him about it when I get home. Her office was neat and tidy, full of greenery. It made sense now why she didn't let men in. It was her personal sanctuary. Wow, sis, your office is beautiful. It's off limits to guys. You're the first exception. Well, then I'd better take a good look. Really soak it in. I exaggeratedly sniffed the air, not at the flowers, but at her. She blushed. You cheeky thing. Are you smelling the flowers or smelling me? I was wondering why you smelled so good. Turns out it's the flowers. Hey, Wei, I didn't get a chance to thank you for saving me yesterday. I called you over today to give you something. She pulled out a little box from her drawer and handed it to me. Inside was a watch. Back then, watches were a big deal. Wearing one on your wrist meant instant admiration from everyone around. Danjia, this is way too much. This must have cost at least 100. I'd never buy something so expensive for myself. You saved my life. This is nothing. Just keep it a secret, though. Not a word to Wei Yang. He doesn't know. I put the watch on and admired it from every angle. The more I looked at it, the more I liked it. Danjia, this is from your private stash, huh? Buying me gifts. I'm starting to think you might have a thing for me. She gave me a playful glare. What's the matter? If I did like you, would you turn me down? Or is it that you think I'm too old for you? Her tone was slightly coquettish, like a young wife sulking. Not at all. You're so beautiful that if someone guessed, they'd think you were my younger sister. If you really liked me, I'd be over the moon. Goodness, you smooth talker. I bet you've charmed countless girls before. Never girls. Only other guys' wives. We bantered back and forth, laughing. I moved her flower pots as requested, and as time approached for lunch, I reluctantly left her office. As I walked out, I bumped into Wei Yang. I didn't even bother to acknowledge him and walked right past. His face darkened as he stormed into the office. Inside, Xiedan immediately snapped. Who told you to come in? Get out. Wei Yang clenched his fists. You're my wife. That guy can go into your office, but I can't. Idiot. I asked him to help. You reek of stale smoke. What if you kill my plants? Get out. Tell me the truth. Are you involved with that guy? Xiedan froze, then smirked. Oh yeah, we were just up on this table giving you your green hat to wear. How does it look on you? Satisfied now? Let's get divorced tomorrow. Shangli Bi Nongsun Kandakai, people in the township tend to be more open-minded than those in the countryside. Divorce isn't a big deal. Wei Yang's face fell, embarrassed beyond words. Honey, I was wrong. I lost my temper just now. Please don't be mad. I shouldn't have doubted you. I owe you an apology. Xiedan didn't respond to him. At that moment, Wei Yang deeply regretted his actions. He knew he couldn't satisfy his wife in certain ways, which already made him feel like he owed her. After all, he had been seeking treatment for his problem for a long time without success. His wife was still in her prime, full of passion and energy. If she really started having other thoughts, wouldn't his head be greener than grass? He couldn't meet her needs that way, so he tried to make up for it in other ways. Fortunately, he worked as the head of procurement, so there was no lack of good food and drink at home. Plus, he always followed Xiedan's lead, which helped hold their marriage together. If they really ended up getting divorced, where would he ever find another wife as stunning as her? Xiedan spoke up. Yesterday, when I went to the village to handle some business, 2 thugs dragged me into a cornfield. I almost didn't make it out. Thank goodness Wei Yang showed up to save me. Wei Yang's heart nearly jumped out of his chest. Going into the countryside was way too risky nowadays. Some people couldn't even afford to eat and were capable of doing anything desperate. If something had really happened, he'd never be able to hold his head high for the rest of his life. Wei Yang is my savior, so be respectful towards him. That may be, but one issue has nothing to do with another. Shui Yin is my buddy, and Wei Yang has beef with him. Xiedan slammed her hand on the table. Are you saying your buddy is more important than me? Honey, that's not what I mean. I've already given my word to Shui Yin. I don't care who you've made promises to. Wei Yang is my friend now, and anyone who dares mess with him on the coal mine will deal with me. Now get out. You reek of smoke. Disgusting. Wei Yang left the office reluctantly. He never expected things to escalate this much over Wei Yang. It wasn't that he deliberately wanted to oppose his wife. It was just that he needed to stay on Shui Yan's good side for now. Soon, Li Ping's father might be transferred away, making Shui Yan's father the top boss. If Wei Yang could latch onto that connection, his career would take off. Staying at the coal mine's procurement department only had so many perks, but transferring to the grain office? That would be a whole different story. So, even though his wife was upset, he had no choice. As for Wei Yang was definitely going to show him who's boss. At noon, I arrived at Li Ji Noodle Shop. The waiter recognized me immediately. Excuse me, sir, but our shop has been fully reserved for today. I'm aware Dave coal mine gathering, right? I'm here for that. The waiter's demeanor instantly shifted to respect. Oh, I see. You're with Dave coal mine management. Please, come right in. Coincidentally, Wang Xiaoling and her mother Li Fun were walking over as well. The two of them had come on foot, taking quite some time to arrive. From a distance, they could already smell the mouth-watering aroma of the 3 delicacy noodles, and Wang Xiaoling couldn't help but swallow hard with anticipation. After going home yesterday, Su Xiaowei even asked her what the 3 delicacy noodles tasted like, but she hadn't had the chance to try them yet. Finally, today, she'd get to satisfy her curiosity, and maybe show off a little when she got back to the village. Most importantly of all, Wei Yang had already eaten them. Why should he have something she hadn't? No way. She had to live better than him. As they reached the entrance, Li Fen spotted me as I entered. Daughter, isn't that Wei Yong? Wang Xiaoling nodded. It is. Li Fen frowned. That kid's eating out again? What a waste of money. Those 2 wild boars he sold were worth, what, a couple hundred yuan at most? And now he's eating dumplings 1 minute, noodles the next, even treating people to meals. He's trying way too hard to impress. The 2 of them had already been annoyed by all the attention I'd been getting in the village. I used to be the poorest of the poor around there, and now that I was suddenly doing well, Li Fen couldn't help but feel jealous. Wang Xiaoling huffed. Last time, she had been wiping away tears outside, and I'd spotted her. How humiliating. Now, she wanted nothing more than to hold her head high in front of me. Mom, let's go have some noodles too. All right. With an air of defiance, the mother and daughter strolled into the noodle shop. A bowl of noodles costs 3 yuan, and even though that hurt Li Fen's wallet, she was willing to splurge a little just to boost her daughter's confidence. But the waiter immediately stopped them. Sorry, the shop's been reserved for the day. Li Fen froze. What do you mean? We come in, and suddenly it's fully reserved? Unfortunately, yes. Today, the day coal mine manager has booked the entire place. Please come back another time. Wang Xiaoling's face fell. She understood just how influential the day coal mine manager was. The coal mine was the biggest company in the area, and the manager held enough sway to sit at the same table as the township leader. If he'd reserved the place, what could they possibly do? But one thing puzzled her. Why was Wei Yong allowed in? Li Fen piped up. Why are we turned away when that guy got in? Because he's one of the coal mine employees, here for the gathering, the waiter explained. Li Fen scoffed. Bull. He's from our village. What coal mine employee? You can't even lie properly. What makes him so special? Li Fen would never in her wildest dreams have guessed that I had actually become a Dave coal mine employee. And not just any employee, I was someone who could sit at the same table as the manager. Out of the 1,000+ coal miners, how many had that kind of privilege? As far as she was concerned, not someone like me. The waiter, now visibly annoyed, recognized them. Weren't they the same mother and daughter who had come last time? The ones where the mother refused to buy her daughter noodles, leaving her crying outside? With a cold sneer, the waiter snapped. I already told you he's with the mine. Stop causing a scene and get lost, or you'll have the mine manager to answer to. To him, it was simple. Just chase these 2 rural women out. No need for pleasantries. Li Fen switched straight into troublemaking mode. What's this supposed to mean? You think you're better than us? Just because they're allowed to eat, we can't? We're paying customers too. She lunged at the waiter, grabbing at him. The waiter, now furious, shoved her aside. Get out of here, you old hag. Think you can make trouble in my place? You must have a death wish. Li Fen dramatically threw herself to the ground, wailing. Ow, ow, ow. Wang Xiaoling panicked. We just wanted to eat noodles. Why'd you push my mom? She charged forward to argue, but several waiters came over at once, shoving her out as well. She fell to the ground beside her mother, her red shirt tearing with a loud rip as she landed. Covered in dust, looking thoroughly disheveled, she was the picture of humiliation. The waiter crossed his arms with a smug smile. People like you dare to stir up trouble in my shop? Get out, and don't let me catch you around here again. Or else. Wang Xiaoling's eyes filled with tears. They were paying customers. Why were they treated like this? Just then, Manager Zhao of the coal mine arrived, leading a large group from procurement into the restaurant with a grand flourish. The moment the waiter saw them, his whole face lit up as he hurried forward to greet them with a servile grin. Meanwhile, another waiter kicked Wang Xiaoling lightly, muttering, Get out already, you ruffians. Get out of the way. The manager will be here soon, and you'll be in big trouble. At that moment, I came downstairs after hearing the commotion. As I arrived, I saw it was Manager Zhao who had just walked in. Everyone gathered around him. Anyone could see he was the center of attention here. I approached, took out a box of cigarettes, and handed one to Manager Zhao. Zhao Ji, glad you're here. He accepted it with a grin, pulling out a shiny silver lighter. Back then, most people still used matches to light their cigarettes. Such a fancy lighter was a rare sight and symbolized his higher status. I proceeded to hand out cigarettes to the other men in the room. As Manager Zhao lit his own cigarette, he casually passed the lighter to me. I quickly leaned in, shielding the flame with my hand as he lit mine. For him to personally light my cigarette was an immense gesture of respect. Among everyone present, who else could claim such treatment? At that moment, I caught sight of Wang Xiaoling sitting on the ground, dumbfounded. She stared at me and Manager Zhao, completely frozen like a statue. Just days ago, I was nothing more than a broke village boy, unable to afford food and almost ready to sell my wife for grain. But what a change a few days had brought. Here I was, with Manager Zhao lighting my cigarette. Wang Xiaoling was in shock, unable to process what she was seeing. As I glanced down, I noticed Wang Xiaoling and her mother sitting there on the floor, dust-covered and disheveled. My brow furrowed. What's going on here? The waiter immediately jumped in, eager to explain. Boss, I told them that this place was reserved today for day coal mine, but these two just wouldn't leave. Don't worry, I'll handle it right away. Won't let them disrupt you. Sharp as he was, the waiter had clearly connected the dots after seeing Manager Zhao light my cigarette and treat me as an equal. Boss, was how he addressed me now. I waved him off, frowning. It's fine. I know them. Don't trouble them anymore. Manager Zhao looked surprised. De Yong, you know them? Yeah, I replied. They're from my village. Manager Zhao gave a nod of understanding. Then let them stay. There's space downstairs. Waiter, get both of them a bowl of 3 delicacy noodles and put it on my tab. Let's head upstairs so we're not delayed. With that, Manager Zhao led the group upstairs. Hearing those words, Li Fan's face lit up. Forgetting the dirt on her clothes, she grabbed Wang Xiaoling by the hand and rushed inside. Xiaoling, did you hear that? Someone's treating us. We don't even have to pay. Wang Xiaoling, however, moved like she was in a daze, her mind elsewhere as her mom dragged her into the restaurant. Knowing they were acquainted with me, the waiter's attitude softened a bit, though still begrudging. It wasn't long before 2 steaming bowls of noodles were placed before them on Manager Zhao's tab. Li Fan didn't hold back, diving right into the food. Oh, this is so good, she exclaimed as she slurped the fragrant noodles. The flavor was great, but the fact that they were free made them taste even better. Xiaoling, eat up. What are you sitting there for? Wang Xiaoling stared at the bowl of noodles she had dreamed of eating for so long, yet couldn't muster the appetite to dig in. It wasn't just about the noodles. What haunted her was the life symbolized by that bowl, the kind of life where eating such food every day is normal. And upstairs, laughing and chatting with Manager Zhao, was the very man who now lived that dream life. She had always held herself above me, refusing to commit. I had been not quite good enough in her eyes. But now she realized the tables had turned. Her dream life was within my reach, and I no longer even paid her attention. The sudden difference in our statuses hit her like a rock, impossible to ignore. Li Fan grew anxious. What are you doing? Not eating free food. Do you know how much that's worth? Fine, if you won't eat it, I will. With that, she pulled Wang Xiaoling's bowl over and started gulping it down. Getting a free meal didn't happen every day. It'd be a waste not to eat. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoling got up, silently walking toward the door. To stay 1 second longer would only deepen her humiliation and pain. Li Fan had barely started when she noticed her daughter leaving. Xiaoling, where are you going? She tried to follow but regretted gulping down the noodles so quickly earlier. After just a few steps, she bent over and vomited on the ground. Everything she'd just eaten gone. Cursing, she wailed. You little brat. Look what you've done. I barely even got to enjoy this food, and now it's all wasted. 3 yuan per bowl. That was an incredible luxury in her eyes. She had never dined out before, and her first experience with such an expensive dish had gone entirely to waste. Noticing her mother's frustration, Wang Xiaoling only felt an even deeper despair. She had never realized, without comparison, how low her life stood. Back in the village, she had proudly worn her single red dress. Yet now, here she was, wearing tattered clothes, needing me for a bowl of noodles she couldn't even bring herself to enjoy. The pain of this realization was unbearable. Li Fan looked intently at her daughter. Xiaoling, are you still hung up on Wei Yong? Wang Xiaoling didn't respond. To be honest, despite everything, she couldn't deny her feelings. Deep down, she still hoped she'd share his newfound success. Eating noodles together whenever they wanted, celebrating Lunar New Year with dumplings he provided. Welcoming him back after his mountain shifts in a newly built home. But the problem was, many times before, she had approached me, only to face rejection cold and firm. Her pride had taken too many hits already. Li Fan sighed. Xiaoling, this time, don't play hard to get. Just go back and talk to him. You know what they say. It's harder for a man to chase a woman than the reverse. You know you were too picky before. But now, look at him. He's doing so well now. Do you think, if you marry him, he would treat you poorly? Wang Xiaoling bit her lip, reflecting. Li Fan pressed on. And don't forget, his wife, Qin Wei, judging by the bump, she was already pregnant before they married. Do you think he'll keep raising another man's child? You, Xiaoling, if nothing else, you're original. Just that alone makes you a better match. Li Fan's words struck a chord. Recently, word had spread about Qin Wei's slightly swollen belly. It was becoming clear. Married only 2 months and visibly pregnant? It didn't take a genius to do the math. That was my soft spot, a wound that couldn't be ignored. And Wang Xiaoling began to see an opportunity. Mother and daughter started scheming. Deciding to wait for me at the noodle shop entrance, the commotion from upstairs was lively with drinks flowing. The small incident downstairs, no one paid it any mind. Once we went up, besides a bowl of 3 delicacy noodles, Director Zhao also ordered a few side dishes. Generous as always, Director Zhao's big-heartedness brought smiles all around the purchasing team, like blossoming flowers. Seated at the head of the table, Director Zhao naturally had Yang Wei next to him. Everyone present was from the purchasing department. Yang Wei, as the head, held the highest rank apart from Director Zhao, so his seating choice raised no objections. As I found a seat near the entrance, Director Zhao directly called out to me, "Wei Yong, come sit here." Without hesitation, I took the available seat next to him. It was clear, the purpose of today's dinner was to introduce me to the purchasing crew. With Director Zhao offering me this public gesture of respect, I had to graciously oblige. We had barely settled in when a fair silhouette appeared at the door, accompanied by a delightful scent wafting into the room before she even stepped in. A mix of perfume and maybe floral aromas, entirely enchanting. "It's Chief Xie," someone said. Xie Dan entered, and Yang Wei immediately vacated his seat for her, a natural move since she was his wife. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Xie Dan didn't even glance at him. Instead, she took the seat right beside me without hesitation. "Director Zhao is hosting. I wouldn't dare be late." "Zhao, you're always so generous. I definitely owe you a few glasses tonight." She said it lightheartedly, with a casual charm that made her presence seem completely natural. Any lingering curiosity in the room was swallowed in an instant. Smiling, Director Zhao responded, "Ah, younger sister, you're too kind. When it comes to drinks, I can promise to keep you company. You can count on it." "All right, let's dig in, everyone," Director Zhao declared. Just as chopsticks began to clatter faintly against the plates, I suddenly felt a soft hand brush against my thigh, so surprising it made me jolt slightly. I didn't need to look down to know who it was. It wasn't Director Zhao. Obviously, the only possibility was Xie Dan. Her hand swiftly retreated as if burned, and her face instantly turned crimson. It was clear the accident wasn't intentional. She'd simply placed her hand wrong in the tight space because of how closely we were sitting. Embarrassed, she whispered rapidly under her breath while pretending to grab a dish. "Don't get the wrong idea. It was an accident." Even though Yang Wei reportedly had issues in certain areas, Xie Dan had a reputation for being upright and moral without any hint of scandal. On my end, however, I couldn't resist. I acted as though nothing had happened but quietly slipped my hand beneath the table and placed it firmly on her thigh instead. Through the fabric of her pants, I couldn't help but marvel at the firm yet soft feel beneath my fingers, which were positively giddy at the moment. From her forehead to her collarbone, her skin flushed a vibrant red as she bit her lip and darted a glance at Yang Wei, who, it turns out, was watching her quite intently. She mustered every ounce of composure, acting as though nothing had occurred. Casually, she used her chopsticks to transfer a slice of spiced beef to my plate. "Yang, thanks for helping me with those pots earlier. Let me return the care by feeding you some protein." With a gentle nudge, she removed my hand from her leg in the process, a very deft maneuver. Feigning politeness, I replied, "Thanks, Danjia." On the surface, it looked like nothing more than a veteran staff member offering a warm welcome to a newcomer. Yet under the surface, the subtle exchanges were worlds apart. After a few bites of food, I leaned in ever so slightly and murmured in a low tone, "Danjia, for the record, I did that on purpose." Her fiery glare shot daggers, though the look in her eyes held mirth, layered with disbelief at my audacity. "How dare you be so shameless?" Her gaze seemed to scold. As if orchestrating high-wire acts blindfolded, we both maintained impeccable poise while the others went about their meals. Soon, Director Zhao raised his glass. "Tonight, this dinner has a simple purpose, to introduce my little brother, Wei Yong, to everyone. He'll be working with the purchasing department from now on, and I'd like you all to look after him." Following his gesture, I stood up and offered a toast across the room, projecting sincerity. Yang Wei gave a knowing smirk. "The procurement department's workload is no cakewalk, you know. This year's harvest season down in the villages was barren. Hunters aren't bringing hare and wild chicks into the market like they used to. They're keeping it for themselves. Most of what we're sourcing now are dried wild herbs. Are we seriously going to feed the workers subsistence vegetables?" His half-joking tone sharpened. "That leaves us with a monthly quota for $2,000 of goods to procure and only scraps of budget left. Tell you what, Wei Yong, how about you spearhead 500 of that target?" The metallic sound of chopsticks against dishes ceased. All eyes were now squarely on me. Just like that, Yang Wei threw me directly into the fire. His previous grudge towards me at the office was evident to everyone. And while my personal rapport with Director Zhao was strong, it certainly didn't guarantee my invulnerability. In the end, results mattered most. If I didn't perform, even Zhao wouldn't shield me forever. Taking up this challenge, I furrowed my brows, tracing the recent hostility against me. Yang Wei's overt antagonism was unmistakable, though we had no history or prior conflict at all. If someone came at me unprovoked, I wasn't one to take it lying down. I'd give it back tenfold. My smirk bore both confidence and rebellion. "Director Yang, are you deliberately singling me out here? 2,000 divided between all of you is an unfinished task. Yet you expect me alone to handle 500? Does that seem fair? Unfazed, Yang Wei chuckled coldly. It's precisely because Director Zhao holds high regard for you that we're putting some extra expectations on your shoulders. Don't let him lose face now, all right? Fantastic. He'd framed it so that failure would tarnish Zhao's reputation, too. Feigning scrutiny, I countered. Fair play then. Mind if I ask what your total is so far this month, Director Yang? Caught off guard by my retort, Yang Wei straightened his posture, laughing derisively. My numbers? Well, this month's count is sitting comfortably at 1,500. An even ratio seems hardly an unreasonable or vindictive expectation. Don't you think? The tension between people was so thick, it could almost explode. I, Wei Yong, have never been known for my good temper. That brat had crossed me time and again. Today, I vowed to teach him a lesson so unforgettable that he'd shrink away in my presence from now on. Beneath the table, Xie Dan reached out and gave my hand a tug, signaling me to drop it. After all, Wei Yong wasn't just anyone. He was her husband's immediate boss. Even with Zhao Director supporting me, making an enemy out of Wei Yong wouldn't lead to an easy time. But I had no plans of backing down. Seizing Xie Dan's small hand, I held it firmly in my palm. Her face flushed crimson. This guy, is he insane? Every eye at the dinner table turned toward me and Wei Yong. No one expected things to get this heated. Director Zhao, arms crossed, leisurely lit a cigarette, clearly enjoying the show. He had great faith in me, though it was no more than a business move. I'd brought him profit, over 1,000 on just that shipment of wild yam. The other batch of Bezor, already pre-ordered by higher-ups, with a markup earning him more than I'd made myself. However, for him to justify protecting me at work, I needed to prove my capability. If I could convincingly handle Wei Yong today, his support for me would seem perfectly legitimate. Wei Yong squinted, clearly unfazed by my sharp words. Listen here, Wei, he said, condescension dripping from his tone. You think you can take my position? What? With just 1,500? You're dreaming. Back when I got promoted, I hit an 1,800 monthly quota. I smirked. So you're saying anyone hitting 1,800 can match you for the seat? Wei Yong frowned. This guy doesn't know when to quit, does he? Alcohol buzz fueling his temper, he slapped the table. All right, Wei, let me spell it out. You want my position? Fine. Nail this month's purchasing department target all by yourself, and I'll hand it to you. A sly grin crept onto my lips. That's exactly what I needed to hear. As long as he threw out the challenge, 2,000. Hell, even 4,000, I'll hit it. Sure, Director Wei, I said, leveling him with a determined stare. Everyone here is a witness. Don't you dare back out later. Wei Yong scoffed. A gentleman's word is as good as a binding law. But let me ask, what if you can't hit the 2,000 target? Ah, so he's looking to trap me too. These days, even scraping 500 is a struggle. He must have thought I was doomed. A proper dressing down would also serve as a favor to Shui Yin, someone else who had a bone to pick with me. I pulled a wad of cash, 50 crisp 10 yuan bills, from my pocket and slapped it onto the table. If I don't hit it, this 500 is yours. The crowd's eyes lit up at the sight. During these coal mining years, few could casually toss out 100, let alone 5. Even Wei Yang's gaze betrayed greed. Despite being a department head, his family's savings amounted to nothing more than roughly 1,800. He stood, pointing a finger my way. You'd better not renege on this, Wei. Zhao Director's right here to bear witness. Director Zhao furrowed his brow, clearly not expecting me to throw down such a significant wager. Normally, if it were a private bet, he could mediate. But challenging Wei Yong openly with him as a witness? That put him in an awkward position. If I lost, I'd have to hand over the full 500. Sighing softly, Director Zhao muttered. This kid, always so eager to prove himself. Last time he earned a little over 1,000 and rushed to buy a bicycle and new household goods. Lose 500 now, and he'll be left with hardly anything. Of course, the bet was already set, and he couldn't show too much partiality. All right, Zhao Director said with a firm tone, I'll act as the witness. Wei, you'd better bring your A game. His words were solemn. It was clear. If I lost, there'd be no escape. But if I won, he'd cover my back without question. Xie Dan, sitting beside me, seemed utterly shocked by what had just transpired. Her eyes widened, cheeks coloring anew. In all the chaos, she realized belatedly that her hand was still locked in mine. Swiftly, she yanked it back, glaring daggers at me before turning away awkwardly. That meal was the most satisfying one I'd ever had. The savory 3 delicacies noodles on my plate were outdone only by the small triumph of holding the boss's wife's hand. Wei Yong, on the other hand, was grinning smugly, already convinced of my downfall. With less than 10 days left in the month, the 2,000 target seemed flat out impossible. When the meal finished, everyone left the restaurant, stepping out into the crisp air. Standing at the entrance were Li Fun and Wang Xiaoling, seemingly waiting for me. Wang Xiaoling looked hesitant, unsure, while Li Fan boldly waved me over with a cheerful smile. De Yong, Xiaoling has something to talk to you about. Seeing Zhao director glance my way then back at them, I furrowed my brow. But I held my temper in check, nodding and stepping aside. No need to make a scene in front of colleagues. What is it? Speak. My voice carried a chill. The three of us moved to a solitary corner, out of anyone's sight. Li Fun nudged Wang Xiaoling. Go on, say what you wanted to tell him. Wang Xiaoling fiddled nervously with the hem of her coat, indecisive. Finally, she braced herself, raising her eyes timidly to meet mine. De Yong, she muttered softly. Do you still have feelings for me? I nearly burst out laughing. Wang Xiaoling, what nonsense are you spouting? Aren't you about to get married? And let's be clear, I already told you before, I have a wife. She's carrying my baby. And I have absolutely no feelings for you. Did you not hear me the first time? Her face went scarlet, lips quivering as tears welled up in her eyes. For a young woman to be called out like this, how could it not embarrass her? Li Fun, seeing her niece so humiliated, shot back in frustration. Wei, think this through. You used to like Xiaoling so much. And now? You'd rather take on someone like Qin Wei from Xiaoxi village? Sure, she's pretty. But let's not forget, she came to you carrying another man's child. De Yong, with your current status, why waste yourself raising another man's kid? I narrowed my eyes, my expression suddenly darkening. So that's the real motive behind this little chat, huh? My wife is pregnant with my child, I declared coldly. And I'm saying this just once, so hear me clearly. If I catch either of you gossiping about her again, there will be consequences. Without a second glance, I turned and walked off. Before I could take 2 steps, though, Wang Xiaoling reached out, grabbing my arm desperately. Wei Yong, you'd rather wear a green hat than marry me. In the past, you acted cold and indifferent toward me. That was a test for you. And now that you've passed, why are you trying to boss me around? Qin Wei is a no-good woman. Surely, as an unmarried young lady, I'm worth more than her. The moment she said that, my expression darkened completely. Swinging my arm smack, I slapped her face hard. Wang Xiaoling stumbled backward, landing on the ground, her face half numb and seeing stars. Wang Xiaoling, if you dare insult my wife again, I'll slap that face of yours into oblivion. Her mother, Li Fun, saw her daughter getting hit and immediately started wailing like a madwoman. Oh, justice is dead. Wei Yong, you lowlife bastard. How dare you hit my daughter? Somebody help. He married a no-good woman and won't even allow anyone to talk about it. I frowned, stepped forward, and delivered a powerful kick straight at Li Fun's face. I've never believed in sparing women. I've always been a bit of a scoundrel, and some women, when they stoop to disgraceful behavior, are more infuriating than men. Old lady, I usually let you off out of respect, but I swear, if I hear another word about my wife coming from your mouth in this village, I'll be at your house, slapping you senseless. I say what I mean. If you're not afraid of getting hit, go ahead and gossip. Li Fan's nose was gushing blood, and my aggressive demeanor scared her so much she nearly wet herself. Some might try to scare her with words, but they wouldn't follow through. Me, on the other hand, everyone in this village knows what kind of person I am. Back then, when I beat Qin Wei, my wife, bloody and bruised, it became the talk of the village. If I'd lay my hands on my own wife, what makes her, a meddlesome old lady, think I'd hesitate? Just then, I felt a soft, cool hand slip around my arm. What's going on, De Yong? And who are they? I turned my head. It was Xie Dan. She threw me a knowing glance, clearly misunderstanding the situation. I didn't bother explaining. Just a pair of shrews, not worth worrying about. Let's go. Wang Xiaoling remained on the ground, her expression turning sour at the sight of Xie Dan suddenly appearing. She had always considered herself the most beautiful girl in Zidongton village, but next to Xie Dan, her beauty was nothing more than a dim light against a blazing sun. Xie Dan had porcelain-like fair skin, a flowing dress, delicate heels, and shiny, stylish jewelry on her neck and wrists. Her looks, personality, style, she outshined in every way. One was like a high and mighty phoenix. The other, a scruffy chicken stumbling out of an old cooking pit. There was simply no comparison. It was no wonder I wouldn't give Wang Xiaoling the time of day. With Xie Dan standing next to her, no man would. Once we had walked a good distance away, Xie Dan finally let go of my arm. So, De Yong, how did I do? Didn't I totally back you up here? Now tell me, how do you plan to thank me? I gave her a wry smile. Sister, this trip back to the village is going to be even harder to explain now. I briefly explained to her the grievances between Wang Xiaoling, her mother Li Fun, and me. Xie Dan gasped, her mouth slightly agape, unable to speak for a good moment. You're married? Yeah. If those two go back and spread rumors, and your wife hears about it, how are you going to explain yourself? Xie Dan blushed, looking genuinely apologetic. De Yong, I really didn't know you were married. Should I go back to the village with you and explain everything in front of your wife? Seeing her getting so flustered, I chuckled and waved her off. No need. At worst, I'll be kneeling on a washboard for a few days. But since you've caused me so much trouble, don't you think you owe me a little compensation? Xiedan instantly became serious. All right, name it. I won't skimp. Thinking for a moment, I extended my arm again. Earlier, when you linked arms with me, it felt pretty nice. Want to do it again for a bit? Xiedan froze for a second, then pinched me hard on the arm, her ears turning red. You cheeky brat. You don't seem all that scared of your wife. When she saw me chuckling mischievously, she added, by the way, back at the dining table, you've got guts. Running your hands over mine and touching my leg with my husband right there. What do you take me for? For the first time, Xiedan seemed genuinely stern. Unlike before, she wasn't joking around. She'd always been a decent and proper person. The little bit of teasing and playful chemistry we had shared before had been circumstantial. There was no way she would tolerate someone dismissing her as a flirtatious, unprincipled woman. If I didn't clarify today, I would be crossing a line with her. I reassured her with a smile. Sister, don't be so serious. It's a little intimidating. Wasn't it you who first touched my leg? I was just reacting. And you touched my hand first, too. It's unfair if you can touch me freely, but if I do it back, I'm a creep, right? Isn't this society a bit too harsh on men? Xiedan was both amused and exasperated. You're impossible. Twisting things that way. It's almost impressive. For your information, that was me signaling you, not giving you license to react. Look at you, working in the purchasing department with a bright future ahead, but you just have to butt heads with Wei Yong. I sighed and came clean. Sister Dan, it's not me deliberately picking a fight with Director Wei. He's targeting me at every turn. If I don't make a strong stance this time, he'll be stomping me down forever. Xiedan let out a soft sigh. She understood perfectly well. Wei Yang's nonsense was all about currying favor with Shui Yan. It wasn't something she could stop. She'd help where she could. Worst case scenario, she'd give Wei Yang the cold shoulder. After all, their conflicts were long-standing anyway. Passing a tailor shop, I suddenly called her to a stop. Sister Dan, can you help me with something? What do you need? I dragged her inside and asked her to pick out a premium piece of red fabric to make a beautiful outfit. Xiedan was stylish and fashion-conscious, a world apart from the frumpy women here in the countryside. Qin Xia was about to come live with me, and she deserved to be celebrated in style. A red dress was the least I could do, even if I couldn't get her a ceremonial veil. You're buying this for your wife? Yeah. I didn't offer much of an explanation. Xiedan nodded approvingly. At least you're being a decent man for once. I'll pick something out. It's on you to spare no expense. Don't worry, Sister Dan. Price is no object. Good, then I won't hold back. She carefully chose the fabric, selected buttons, and worked with Mr. Zhao the tailor to plan the perfect design. She was a regular here and got along well with him. Leave it to Sister Xie to have such an eye for this. The outfit will be perfect, and I'll make sure it's ready by tomorrow morning, the tailor assured us. I let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness I brought Sister Dan along. If I'd picked it myself, the result might have turned out as plain and unimpressive as Wang Xiaoling's shabby outfit. Afterward, I made another request. Sister, there's one more thing. I need to borrow, or buy if I have to, some ration tickets. A sewing machine, a watch, maybe a radio. Oh, and if possible, 2 watches. Her brows furrowed. De Yong, are you getting married again? In these times, the ultimate wedding display was having 3 turns and 1 tune. A bicycle, a watch, a sewing machine, and a radio. In the countryside, any family with all 4 was considered wealthy. A bride marrying into such a family could hold her head high for life. Here I was gathering red fabric, sewing a gorgeous outfit, and pulling out all stops for a grand gesture. Nowadays, all of this had only one possible explanation. It's like everyone wants to get married. But haven't I already tied the knot once? I quickly made up a lie. Last time I got married, I was dirt poor. I couldn't give her anything. I'm making it up to her now. A trace of approval flashed in Xiedan's eyes. Didn't think you cared that much about your wife. You're surprising me here. As for tickets, I'm out. I used the last one to get you that watch. If you need more, I can help you find some, but they don't come cheap. Just the ticket price alone is at least several dozen bucks. No problem. As long as I can get them, money isn't an issue, I replied. Xiedan gave me a curious look. I thought you were just some broke kid. Turns out you're secretly loaded? Better not spend all your money, though. When you lose to Wei Yong, what are you going to use to pay him? Huh? I grinned. Don't worry, Sister Dan. I'm not going to lose. And even if I threw money into it, you all wouldn't actually let me pay up, right? Xiedan's face turned serious immediately. Don't even think about it. Wei Yang's money and mine are completely separate. If you lose, don't count on me to help you get it back. If you're not confident, you'd better quit while you're ahead. I'll even take you to go apologize to him. He wouldn't dare do anything to you. I laughed heartily. Thanks for your concern, Sister Dan, but don't worry. Wei Yong has never backed down from a challenge in his whole life. Xiedan's face flushed red instantly. It took her mind to all sorts of places. This guy is big and sturdy, not soft like Wei Yang. If it came down to, well, wouldn't she be bedridden for days? The thought embarrassed her even more. Stop it, she scolded herself. He's not even thinking that way, so why let her mind wander? Back at the coal mine, I sat down in the office and closed my eyes to relax. Everyone else in the room was watching me like spectators waiting for a show. There were less than 10 days left until end-of-month evaluation. I had boldly claimed I'd hit a 2,000 yuan goal, a total pipe dream. But here I was, sitting around without a care. Did I really think the mine manager would cover for me forever? Everyone was anticipating my failure. As for me, I was sitting calmly in my chair, monitoring the fast-growing potatoes in the experimental field in my spatial dimension. With Qin Wei and Wang Yu's contribution, the potatoes were growing crazy fast, especially after adding my sister-in-law, which took the growth speed to a whole new level. They should be ready in just a few days. Under normal circumstances, an acre of land could produce over 5,000 pounds of potatoes. But since I hadn't planted a full acre and mixed in some radishes and sweet potatoes, the yield might not hit 5,000 pounds, but 3,000 plus was a solid bet. With that much produce and some odds and ends, hitting the 2,000 yuan goal should be a breeze. If I became the deputy procurement manager this quickly, the people in Xiaodongtan would absolutely drop their jaws. And it wasn't just about produce. I planned to go hunting up in the mountains soon, too. There were a few red dots moving around on the great wasteland map, probably deer or wild boars. Bringing back a few hundred pounds of meat would easily push me past the goal. When the workday ended, just as I was about to leave, Xia Dan brought the tickets over to me. She handed them to me right in front of everyone. De Yong, the tickets total 70 yuan. The watch she gave me before was worth at least 180, but that was to thank me for saving her life. These tickets had to come from my own pocket. Everyone watched as I handed over 70 yuan, assuming she was just doing me a small favor. No one gave it a second thought. Tickets in hand, I headed straight to the supply store. A Butterfly brand sewing machine for 180 yuan, the best you could buy at the time. A Panda brand radio for 150 yuan, the most expensive option. 2 watches, coming to 240 yuan. The sewing machine and radio could be shared by both sisters, but the watches, one for each. When I married Qin Wei, I hadn't given her anything, and I've felt guilty about it ever since. Now that she's carrying our child, it wouldn't make sense to try to hold another wedding. Instead, I'd make sure to go all out picking up Qinxia as a way to make up for my lack of effort before. After paying and arranging for the goods to be ready the next day, I hopped on my bike and headed toward the village outskirts to wait for Wang Yu. The sun was setting by the time Wang Yu sashayed down the road sluggishly. De Yong, have you been waiting long? I'm so sorry. I had something unexpected come up today. Over an hour, Yujia. How are you planning to make it up to me? I teased. Wang Yu pouted playfully. Whatever you want. Just say the word. Jill agreed to anything. Her tone was suggestive, her meaning clear as day. If I were to suggest a quick trip into a cornfield, she might actually agree. But I noticed her eyes were a bit red. I frowned. Yujia, have you been crying? Wang Yu quickly lowered her head to avoid my gaze. Nope. Why would I cry? I gently lifted her chin, forcing her to meet my eyes. Wang Yu blushed. She hadn't expected me to be so bold. But seeing the genuine concern in my eyes stopped her short. Jia, don't treat me like an outsider. Who upset you? Let me handle it for you. Her eyes grew redder, tears threatening to spill. She suddenly smiled weakly and said, You're overthinking it. No one bullied me. I just didn't want to tell you because I didn't want you to laugh at me. Jia, how could I laugh at you? It hurts me just to see you upset. That made her blush even more. His words were so audacious, and thank goodness there was no one else around to hear them. Chewing on her lip, she confessed, I visited a friend today, and she asked why I always wear the same dress whenever I come by. She didn't know that it's the only decent dress I own. The rest are old work clothes. I felt so embarrassed, and I teared up a little on the way home. That's all. She glanced up at me, sheepishly. You probably think I'm silly, don't you? I didn't laugh at her explanation. Instead, I simply said, Get on the bike, Jia. Climbing onto the back of my bike, her mood remained low. Back in her little world in the village, she felt like life was manageable. But traveling and seeing how others lived only magnified how much she really lacked. I pedaled back toward the town without answering. De Yong, where are you taking me? Don't worry about it, you'll see. I brought her to the tailor's shop. Zhao the tailor was still busy hand-stitching an outfit for Qinxia. At the sight of the shop, Wang Yu's face changed. Why'd you bring me here, De Yong? Stopping in the doorway, she hesitated to step in. She had a good idea of what I intended, and it made her uncomfortable. She hadn't admitted her feelings to make me spend money. She just needed to vent. But I didn't give her a chance to refuse. Taking her hand firmly, I led her inside. Feeling a bit embarrassed again, Tailor Zhao's eyes turned into slits from smiling when he saw me bringing another girl to his shop again. I had just spent a good chunk of money there recently, and now here I was, back again. Master Zhao, make her 2 nice outfits, will you? Can we pick them up tomorrow? I asked. Tailor Zhao took off his glasses and grinned. No problem. I'll pull an all-nighter to get them done for you. That's perfect. Yujia, go ahead and pick out some styles, I said. Wang Yu's eyes lit up. De Yong, 2 outfits are too much. 1 is good enough. Consider it a loan from you, and I'll pay you back when I've got money. I chuckled. What are you saying? Buying a piece of clothing for Yujia doesn't need to be a loan. 2 outfits, 1 lightweight, 1 thicker. Winter's coming. You've got to stay warm. Her eyes turned complicated as she looked at me. De Yong, you're so good to me. How could I possibly repay you for this? Yujia, I'm buying you clothes, not expecting you to repay me, I replied. She hesitated but didn't refuse further, starting to pick through options. She wasn't getting married, so she didn't pick anything red. She selected a floral dress and a colorful cotton-filled jacket instead. In a time when everyone wore black and gray, such brightly adorned clothes would surely stand out. After her measurements were taken, I paid 15 yuan. The lightweight outfit wasn't supposed to cost that much, but I asked Master Zhao to overstuff the cotton into the jacket a bit more. Keeping warm trumps everything in winter. Spending money on Wang Yu didn't bother me one bit. After all, she had helped level up my system quite a bit. Just as she finished selecting the apparel, I heard that familiar voice in my head. Wang Yu's fullness +5. Experimental field growth rate +5%. The sudden gain surprised me. Fullness was usually tied to food. It made sense for her fullness to increase after eating something nice. But buying her clothes could boost it, too? Now that was interesting. In the later stages, boosting fullness wasn't easy. Both Wang Yu and my wife were over 50 points now, and going higher took serious effort. But this revealed a workaround. Taking another path entirely worked. These 2 outfits. Worth every penny. Outside the shop, Wang Yu hopped on the back of my bike. As soon as we left the township, she wrapped her arms around my waist and leaned up close against my back, clinging to me like a young wife would her husband. I realized there wasn't any harm in letting her do as she pleased, so I said nothing. Yujia could hug away if she liked. As we approached the village outskirts near the small river, Wang Yu suddenly spoke up. That's enough, De Yong. You can drop me off here. I'll walk the rest of the way. It didn't seem right to go back the same way we came. If anyone saw us together walking back to the village, they'd start gossiping. Okay, Yujia, you head off first, and I'll follow a bit later, I said. She paused for a moment, then suddenly added, De Yong, close your eyes. I want to give you something. I froze momentarily. Yujia, what's with all the formality? Despite my words, I listened and closed my eyes. A few seconds later, a light, faint scent wafted near me, followed by the cool, gentle touch of soft lips pressing against my cheek for a brief moment. Just a quick, fleeting smack. Shocked, I opened my eyes immediately. But Wang Yu, clearly having planned this, had already turned around and bolted. Her face was flushed deep red, practically glowing. Even she couldn't believe she had dared to kiss me out in the open by the village entrance. If anyone saw, our relationship would become awfully hard to explain. But today's events, the clothes I bought fluttered at her heartstrings. She felt both grateful and guilty, unsure of how else to repay me. In her mind, this was the only way she could think of. Riding my bike back toward the village, I was lost in thought about the kiss. Would Wang Yu overthink this? Both of us had families of our own, and even if some emotions stirred deep down, neither of us dared cross the line. To be honest, though, gifting those 2 outfits felt rewarding on my part, too. Women, neglected by their husbands over time, can't help but be moved when someone finally pays attention to them. My guess? She'd be walking home, blushing furiously about everything that just happened. Sure enough, right at the village entrance, I spotted Chun Rongmao standing there. As Wang Yu approached him in a hurried step, his first words nearly made me laugh out loud. Wife, where are my cigarettes? Unreal. He biked to the village entrance in the dead of night to pick up his wife, only to be thinking about cigarettes. Wang Yu's expression turned sour in an instant, pulling 2 packs from her pocket and tossing them angrily at him. Here's your stupid cigarettes. Don't talk to me again. You're infuriating. Chun Rongmao, oblivious as ever, bent down to retrieve the packs, lighting one up immediately and puffing away. I guessed on some level, the guy knew he had upset his wife, but his cigarette craving clearly took precedence. As I biked closer, he greeted me cheerfully. Heading back, De Yong? If I'd known you were heading to town too, my wife could have hitched a ride with you. I scoffed inwardly. If only he knew. His wife did way more than just hitch a ride. Outwardly, though, I smiled. Don't hesitate to ask if you or Yujia need anything in the future. Pedaling back home, I found Qinwei already coming outside to greet me with a smile like blooming flowers. I stretched my arms open wide. Come here. Let your man dote on you for a bit. She blushed, running into my embrace. I lifted her chin and leaned in for a long kiss before she playfully patted my chest, murmuring, You're so annoying. After a day of holding Xiedan's hand and leg, Getting kissed by Wang Yu had me itching. Scooping up my wife in my arms, I headed straight for the bed. Wait, she said urgently, stopping me in the nick of time. I have something important to tell you first. Running my hand beneath her shirt, I teased. What could possibly be more important than this? Her body trembled under my touch as she mustered. Your eldest brother-in-law passed away yesterday. I froze. Yesterday? Yes, last night. The burial was this morning. Dad wanted me to let you know we need to bring big sister here quickly, lest something unexpected happens. Things aren't great where they live, anyway. Once we settle her here, Dad's heading back. Springing up, I acted decisively. All right then, let's save this bedroom rendezvous for later. First, I need to find the village chief and sort out the arrangements for tomorrow. Getting my sister-in-law sorted was far more important than my momentary urges. Hurrying to the village chief's house, I knocked on the door. Zhao Long and his family were just getting ready for bed, but they welcomed me in as soon as they realized it was me. De Yong? Wife, go make him a cup of sugar water. In these parts, sugar was precious. This level of hospitality? Only I enjoyed such treatment. Zhao Fifan passed me a cigarette. What brings you here so late, De Yong? I lit the cigarette, getting straight to the point. My wife's eldest brother-in-law passed away, and my father-in-law wants me to step in and help transition her sister over here. It's not a wedding, but I still want her arrival to feel dignified. Tomorrow, I'd like help arranging a procession. I figured I'd ask Uncle Zhao to lend a hand. The father and son grinned. This is a big deal, De Yong. Don't worry, we'll take care of it. These days, forming alliances has become all too common. During years of famine, don't think marrying another wife is happiness. It's just another mouth to feed, another non-working woman. Who can afford that? So, when people heard I was taking on additional help, they envied my good fortune in romance. I pulled out a $20 bill and handed it to the village chief. Uncle Zhao, we can't let everyone's hard work go unrewarded. Buy some cigarettes and candy to share. The village chief hesitated at first, but remembering that I wasn't short on money, he accepted it. All right, do you need me to find a cart for you tomorrow? No need. I bought a bicycle. You all can just meet me at Zioxidin tomorrow. I'll head to town to pick up some stuff. All right then, leave the rest to me. Only after I got home did I feel at ease as I climbed onto the Kong with my wife in my arms. Lying under the blanket, Qin Wei said, Daong, the coal delivery from Day coal mine arrived today. When my eldest sister comes tomorrow, heat up the west wing for you two to stay in. I gave a bitter smile. Do you think she'd agree so quickly? It's only a matter of time. I'll convince her. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoling and Li Fun, lying at home, couldn't sleep. Li Fun had been cursing me nonstop since she got back, dragging in the ancestors from 8 generations back. Wang Xiaoling, her face still swollen, had been crying half the day. It had never crossed her mind that I would actually hit her. She had just insulted Qin Wei a few times. How could I bear to? Li Fun eventually wore herself out from cursing. While still muttering complaints, she stitched up the torn red dress, adding several patches. It was an old dress to begin with, and now with the patches, it looked even shabbier. Daughter, just make do with it. Iron Chung will come pick you up tomorrow. Sleep early. Wang Xiaoling nodded. What happened today had completely extinguished any feeling she had for me. Anyway, Lu Taiching gave 30 yuan as the bride price. It wasn't a bad deal. She pulled the blanket over herself, fantasizing about marrying in grand style tomorrow. Her upcoming wedding wasn't widely known in the village. Li Fun wasn't particularly well liked, and since the wedding party pulling the labor would all be from Shangingtan, Li Fun's family only needed to wait. But early the next morning, Li Fun was woken up by the commotion outside. Pulling back the curtain, she saw people gathered outside. It's not like their daughter's getting married. What are they so excited about? Despite her grumbling, she quickly got up, washed, dressed in her best clothes, and put effort into her appearance. After all, it was her daughter's wedding, and she didn't want to embarrass her daughter. Wang Xiaoling got up early too and changed into that patched-up red dress. The patches were a sore point, but she consoled herself. It was at least a red dress, better than what most in the village had. By this time, I had already reached the town and gathered everything, hiring a cart as well. We headed straight for Zioxidin. At the village entrance, Zhao Long and the others were already waiting. They were the young men from Ziodongtan, all grinning ear to ear. I handed Zhao Long some money and asked him to give each person a pack of cigarettes and a couple of candies. The boys were thrilled. Normally, they only smoked hand-rolled tobacco. Today, they had proper cigarettes, well worth the effort. I pushed the bicycle, while the cart behind carried a sewing machine and a radio. Our group marched with grandeur into the village. Qin Jinghua, my father-in-law, was already waiting at the door. Seeing the display, he was visibly taken aback. This boy really went all out. Inside, Qin Xia was sitting on the Kong, her face as red as an apple. She didn't know if she was nervous or excited, but her heart was racing. Eldest daughter, Daong is here to pick you up. I parked my bicycle at the entrance, greeted my father-in-law, and loudly called out with a red dress in hand. Xia, I'm here to pick you up. Qin Xia didn't dare respond. She busied herself with needlework, pretending to be occupied. I stepped into the room with the dress in hand. She sat on the kong, her head bowed, not meeting my gaze. It was clear she had put effort into her appearance today. Her hair was clean, and her face looked tender and fresh. Xia, put on this dress and come with me. I placed the dress on the kong. She bit her lip. Why waste money on this red dress? I grinned. Money spent on you isn't wasted. Put it on. I'll wait outside. Since we hadn't consummated our marriage yet, I knew staying inside would make her uneasy, so I tactfully stepped outside. Clutching the red dress, Xia ran her fingers over the soft fabric again and again. I had thoughtfully added padding to this outfit, making it warm enough for now and suitable for cold winter days with an extra layer inside. Her blushing intensified the longer she held it. Outside, we smoked and chatted while villagers gathered to watch. I handed out cigarettes to the men and candies to the women. Those who originally wanted to sneer at Qin Xia for joining a shared household found their mouths stuffed, resorting to dishing out forced blessings instead. Qin Jinghua patted my shoulder. Daong, after you take Xia back, come by tomorrow. I have something to discuss with you. He looked serious. I nodded, probably something about the family back home. I had just finished one cigarette when Qin Xia stepped out. That red dress on her hushed the entire crowd. Qin Xia had always been beautiful, but with a little dressing up, she was stunningly radiant. In that red outfit, the men in the crowd were left gawking, swallowing hard. I felt both elated and proud. While others didn't know, I did. Although Qin Xia had been married before, she was still untouched. Her former husband never got to enjoy any of that good fortune. He passed it all to me instead. As soon as she stepped out, Zhao Fifan lit firecrackers. The crackling explosions were met with cheers from the crowd. Qin Xia, blushing furiously, climbed onto the back seat of my bicycle. Yesterday, Zhao the tailor had made me a special cushion for the bike. It was soft and comfortable. Sitting there with her red face and bashful demeanor, she was stunning beyond words. Even though the gathering was lively, it wasn't a real wedding, so the crowd didn't get overly raucous. I led the procession, pushing my bicycle in front. Behind me was a cart loaded with a brand new sewing machine and radio, followed by the group of well-wishers. Together, we slowly left Xioxiden. The sewing machine, radio, my bicycle, and wristwatch, 3 rounds and 1 sound, together completed the set. The people of Xioxiden were speechless. Old Qin, your son-in-law, is incredible. He's got the full set of 3 rounds and 1 sound. I've never heard of this in all the villages around here. Old Qin, with 2 daughters like yours, you're really living the good life now. My father-in-law, Qin Jinghua, was all smiles, his face practically glowing. I chuckled to myself. Back when I married Qin Wei, his glare looked like he wanted to skin me alive. But today, the man was basking in pride. Meanwhile, back in Zidongton, the entire village had already gathered, blocking the gate to our yard. Everyone was waiting to see the excitement unfold. Everyone knew I was going to pick up Qin Xia today. Folks gathered around to share the celebratory vibes, maybe even snag a piece of candy or bum a cigarette while they were at it. Kids were the most eager, standing on tiptoe, eyes wide with anticipation. Inside one of the houses, Wang Yu busied herself tidying up. Meanwhile, Chen Rongmao pushed the door open with a smug grin plastered across his face. Wifey, Wei Yong is on his way back with his sister-in-law. Aren't you going to step out to take a look? You might even score some wedding candies. Wang Yu's face turned sour, ignoring him completely. Ever since last night, she hadn't spoken a single word to him. The thing is, Chen Rongmao had spent half the night outside, chain-smoking so much that he got dizzy before daring to come back inside. He thought he could sweet-talk his way back to harmony, but Wang Yu gave him the cold shoulder. He got up early this morning, even prepared breakfast, in hopes of making amends. He'd been pent up for a while. Life before was tough. They barely had enough to eat, so romance was often out of the question. But now, eating comfortably with meat at every meal, and with his wife looking fair and radiant, it left him itching for something more. Yet Wang Yu seemed to be growing increasingly short-tempered. Chen Rongmao ruminated miserably. It wasn't even a big deal last night. So I didn't ask about her right away because I was craving a smoke. Is that worth being this upset over? Wifey, you're still mad? I get it now. I'll pay attention to you first thing from now on. Is that good enough? Wang Yu snorted indifferently. She wasn't really that angry, truthfully. She simply didn't care to deal with him. She'd long since seen him for what he was. But more importantly, she was in a good mood today. Her new clothes were arriving soon. That good mood, though, had nothing to do with Chen Rongmao. It was all thanks to me. Quit yapping. If they hand out candy and smokes, take some. If not, don't even think about asking. They'll embarrass me. Hearing her finally speak, Chen Rongmao sighed in relief and slid closer, placing a hand around her waist. Wifey, it's been a while since we. What about tonight? Get lost. Wang Yu shoved him away in disgust. Ugh, you stink like smoke. You can touch me again when you quit for good. Unlike my faint, pleasant tobacco aroma, the stench clinging to Chun Rongmao was revolting to her. His face froze. Quit smoking? Might as well just kill him outright. Clearly, she still hadn't fully cooled off. He made a mental note to buy her something nice later to make it up to her. His wallet was pitifully light, but perhaps a scarf would do. She'd been mentioning new clothes frequently enough. Couldn't afford that, but a scarf? Sure. With a new scarf, maybe there'd be some action under the covers later. Because honestly, rural nights offered little else in the way of entertainment. Besides, with a wife as stunning as his, envied by all the men in the village, how could he not feel tempted? Lately, with proper nourishment, she'd grown even fairer and more delicate. Their grain stores had expanded as well, visibly plump. And yet here he was, with such a beautiful wife, unable to even touch her. Who'd believe it? Wang Yu adjusted her hair, stepped outside, and joined the gathering for some entertainment of her own. Though she wouldn't say it out loud, she envied Qin Xia a little. Sure, Qin Xia's husband had passed away, but she ended up with a stroke of luck, moving into my house and becoming its mistress. Sometimes, Wang Yu dreamed about marrying me too, but she knew it was a pipe dream. Still, I treated her well enough. Even though she was married to someone else, I'd keep buying her little gifts here and there. Thinking about the kiss she'd stolen from me by the river last night made her cheeks flush slightly. Firecrackers exploded at the edge of the village. The entire village craned their necks, eager to see what was happening. Children practically buzzed with excitement, waiting for us to pass so they could dart forward and snatch up any leftover firecrackers that hadn't gone off. At the Wang family's house next door, Li Fen climbed off her bed and hollered at Wang Xiaoling. Girl, go wait for Liu Taiqing. He's gonna be here any minute. Wang Xiaoling pouted. Why should I? Look at this house. Roof patched with old bedding. It's embarrassing. If his family comes inside, they'll just look down on us. Wang Xiaoling glanced around the shabby room. Fair point, she realized. Li Fen wasn't much of a housekeeper. The place was always in disarray. Fine, I'll wait outside. She straightened her clothes, tidied her twin braids, and walked out through the gate to wait by the road. From across the way, Widow Zhang noticed her and called out, Xiaoling, why you dressed up so nice today? Wang Xiaoling offered a bashful smile. My husband's coming to get me. Gotta look nice, don't I? Widow Zhang paused, confused. Your husband? Who? Liu Taiqing, from Shangyangtan. Recognition dawned. Oh, you're getting married today? Silly me, I forgot. Li Fen had mentioned Wang Xiaoling's wedding plans to the neighbors before, but since nobody liked her much, the news hadn't stuck. Only now did everyone get reminded. But wasn't the firecrackers by the village entrance for me? Since when did this Liu Taiqing guy have such a grand welcome planned? The villagers exchanged glances, instinctively withholding comment and waiting to see what happened next. Wang Xiaoling simmered internally. Who do they think they're underestimating? Just wait till you see how well I married. Those wedding gifts alone, 30 whole yuan. The firecrackers fizzled out as I rolled into the village, pushing my bicycle along, trailed by a horse-drawn cart and a lively entourage of wedding guests. Everyone recognized the bicycle from a distance, their eyes lighting up. A bicycle, right here in Zidongton. For most of the kids, this was probably their first close look, and they jumped, cheered, and danced around in amazement. Wang Xiaoling, too, lit up with excitement. Forgetting herself, she waved enthusiastically toward the commotion ahead, thinking it was for her. The villagers traded peculiar looks. Isn't this Wei Yong fetching Qin Xia? Why's Wang Xiaoling waving like that? Wait, was this really Liu Taiqing coming for her after all? No one said a word, holding back their confusion. As we got closer and more details came into view, people began to notice the showstoppers on the horse cart. Most prominently, a shiny, new sewing machine. Holy crap, a Butterfly brand sewing machine. There's a radio too, 3 turns and a sound. Man, this is some next-level dowry flexing. Back when I got married, I didn't get squat like this. Comparing notes now just makes me want to quit marriage altogether. Some wives, their green-eyed envy raging, began publicly chastising their own husbands. The poor men could only force strained grins. If we knew it'd be this extravagant, we wouldn't have come to watch, setting ourselves up for disappointment. Drawing closer still, suddenly, Widow Zhang shouted, Hey, it's Wei Yong. At last, everyone could see clearly. Walking at the very front, guiding the bicycle, was indeed me. On the bike's passenger seat sat a stunning woman in red, Qin Xia. Behind us on the horse cart were the sewing machine, the radio, and more treasures still. A delicate wristwatch twinkled on Qin Xia's arm. Following along, Zhao Long and his son carried 2 massive bags of candy. Wang Xiaoling froze, her raised arm faltering and falling. Her expression shifted into something akin to swallowing bitter poison. Li Fen stepped out of the courtyard at that precise moment. Come on, give me a big smile. I knew Taiqing would make it happen. Such a big celebration. "Daughter, you're going to live the good life now." As the mother-in-law, she was supposed to wait inside. But the house was too shabby. She was afraid the groom's family would be embarrassed to step in. Besides, with all the excitement going on outside, how could she just sit still? Leafin had a loud voice, as if afraid others wouldn't know how impressive her son-in-law was. She stepped out of the house, shouting at the top of her lungs. Zhang Widow sneered. "Li Fun, open your eyes wide. That guy pushing the bike, is that really your son-in-law?" Li Fun snapped back. "What nonsense. If it's not my son-in-law, is it supposed to be your dead husband?" Her sharp tongue had engaged in countless fights with Widow Zhang next door. As soon as the words left her lips, she turned her head. Her face immediately changed color. "Why is it Wei Yong?" There I was, pushing the bike, and Qin Xia sat on the back seat, looking every bit majestic. As we entered the village, Zhao Fifan grabbed handfuls of candies, tossing them to both sides. Kids and adults alike dove to the ground to snatch them up, causing quite a commotion. Qin Xia kept her head down, shyly avoiding eye contact with the villagers, yet the corners of her mouth couldn't resist curving into a smile. What woman doesn't want to be taken away in such grand style? Though this wasn't a marriage, the way I poured my heart into this, of course she'd feel delighted inside. When we passed in front of Wang Xiaoling's house, I didn't even glance her way, just kept pushing the bike forward. Qin Xia sat sideways on the bike, directly facing Wang Xiaoling. She raised her head. That delicate face, that brand new stunning red outfit, those joyous eyes, everything crashed straight into Wang Xiaoling's line of sight. At that moment, the difference between the two of them could not have been starker. Without someone like Qin Xia for comparison, Wang Xiaoling could still be considered pretty. But with this side-by-side contrast, she was absolutely crushed. Qin Xia, standing close to 5 feet 7 inches, tall and graceful with fair skin and striking beauty, was every bit on par with Qin Wei. That red outfit, with the blue glass buttons, the small lapels, and the cinched waist, looked as chic as something out of the city. And Wang Xiaoling's outfit? Straight up and down, a few black buttons, a Mao collar, practically no different from a man's shirt. Even if you gave her a roll of red fabric, that's the best she could do. Just one glance made her look like a total country bumpkin next to Qin Xia. Qin Xia lifted her head, inadvertently locking eyes with Wang Xiaoling. A faint smile curled at the corners of her mouth, eyes tinged with a trace of disdain. Who was Wang Xiaoling? Qin Xia's younger sister had already given her the scoop long ago. Does she even dare think about snagging me? Wei Yong? Dream on. Wang Xiaoling stood there, dumbfounded, watching as the bike passed, followed by the horse-drawn carts. Whack! Zhao Fifan lobbed a candy directly at her head. Before she even had a chance to react, a bunch of kids swarmed over to grab the candy, bumping her so hard she toppled backward, landing flat on her behind in utter embarrassment. Li Fun's face turned beet red, beyond mortified. She'd assumed such a big show must mean Lu Taiching had arrived. Who'd have thought it'd be that cursed Wei Yong? Never in a million years did they expect me to show up today to pick up the eldest sister-in-law. If they'd known, they'd have gone out of their way to avoid running into me. Well, too late now. What an embarrassment. Widow Zhang was absolutely gleeful. Li Fun, I told you it wasn't your prized son-in-law. You just wouldn't listen. Your son-in-law probably won't be here for a while. Take your time waiting, yeah? Li Fun's old face couldn't handle the shame. She quickly helped her daughter up and dragged her back inside the house. Wang Xiaoling looked soul-crushed, like her spirit had left her body. Li Fun hurried to console her. Don't be upset, my girl. When Lu Taiching gets here, it's definitely going to be even grander than this. We're in no rush. I pushed the bike into the house with Qin Xia. Qin Wei had already been waiting inside, too shy to step out, but happy to peek through the window. As soon as her elder sister walked in, she lit up with excitement. Zhao Fifan and the others brought in the sewing machine, then tactfully stepped back out. Qin Xia settled onto the Kong as Qin Wei examined her from every angle, her gaze so intense it made Qin Xia blush. What are you staring at, you weirdo? Never seen anything like this before. Qin Wei laughed. I'm just marveling at how gorgeous my big sister is. That red dress is simply stunning. I pulled a few floral outfits out of my bag and laid them on the Kong. Sweetheart, I got some for you too. Since your belly's gotten bigger, I even had the tailor make them a little larger. Qin Wei pretended to scold me. You didn't have to get me any. Getting some for my big sis is enough. Why bother with me? I won't even get to wear them after I give birth. Despite the chiding, her hands were already stroking the new clothes, her smile impossible to hide. After you give birth, I'll take them back to the tailor to adjust. Otherwise, if your belly gets any bigger, you're not going to have anything to wear. Then I handed the watch to Qin Wei. Picking up my sister-in-law couldn't mean overlooking my wife, now could it? Qin Wei's eyes turned into happy little crescents, utterly adorable. Qin Wei fullness meter +5. Experimental field growth speed +5%. Qin Xia fullness meter +10. Experimental field growth speed +10%. Daily store inventory +1. My heart skipped a beat. Wow, how about that? Turns out buying them clothes boosts the fullness meter too, just like when I tested it on Wang Yu. Big sister-in-law was especially pleased with me today. Her fullness meter jumped a whopping 10 points, and the daily store inventory expanded from 1 item to 2. Just as I'm wagering with Wei Yang and desperate for resources, this bonus couldn't have come at a better time. I glanced at today's store inventory. White rice, 0 renminbi and 30 cents per pound. Rock sugar, 0 renminbi and 50 cents per pound. Seeing these 2 items made me freeze. This is different than before. It's not just that there's 1 extra item. When I bought oranges previously, I clearly remembered there being a purchase limit. 5 pounds max per transaction, no more. This time, the system only listed the price per unit, no quantity cap. Does this mean I can buy as much as I want? I gave it a try. I still had over 300 renminbi left in my pocket, all set aside to buy rock sugar and rice. After a few attempts, I figured out the rules. The store has a daily spending cap of 100 renminbi. I'd already spent that amount for today, with piles of rice and sugar. The system wouldn't let me buy more once I hit the limit. Though the quantity is limited, it's plenty for my needs. If I max out the store's daily limit over the next few days, I'll easily satisfy the department's 2,000 renminbi procurement quota. The potatoes in the experimental field are due for harvest today, too. Let's see what Wei Yang has to say about that. As I stared at the system screen, the Qin sisters must have thought I was just standing there, grinning foolishly at Qin Xia. Qin Xia's face turned red enough to drip water, visibly flustered. Qin Wei, on the other hand, kept laughing quietly. Her husband admiring her big sister only filled her with joy. Living under one roof. How could things work if I didn't care for Qin Xia? Finding an excuse, Qin Wei bit her lip and said, "Big sis, you two go ahead and chat." I headed to the west room to tidy up. "Leave some space for the 2 of us," I said. Qin Xia raised her head and glared at me. "Stop staring at me." I snapped out of it. It was obvious she'd misunderstood. But if she's misunderstanding, so be it. Qin Xia is beautiful, and I can't lie. I couldn't help but take a few glances at her on the way. Hee, Xia, you're just too pretty. I can never get enough of looking at you. Smooth talker, she pouted shyly. But it was also clear, now that she's here with me, she had made up her mind and chosen me. I reached out and grabbed her hand. "Xia, don't worry. From now on, I'll make sure you and your sister live a good life." She pulled her hand back quickly, almost like she'd felt a shock. I'll go help my sister make dinner," she stammered, escaping to the outer room to fiddle with the stove. Then, her younger sister Qin Wei came over and whispered jokingly, "Sister, tonight you and Daong should sleep in the west room. I'll add more coal so it'll be warm and cozy for you too." Qin Xia's face turned beet red in an instant. "No way. He should sleep with you instead. I'll sleep on my own." Qin Wei teased, "Sister, isn't this practically like your wedding night? What are you doing keeping me company? Plus, I'm pregnant. If I share a bed with Daong, it'll be uncomfortable for him and the baby. Come on, just take over for me." Her light-hearted tone made it so clear she was over her shyness about the subject. But Qin Xia wasn't as easygoing. After all, she was still a proper, unwed young woman. Being teased like this, her cheeks burned bright red. "Watch your mouth, you brat. Take over. What am I, a temp worker coming in for shifts? Sis, you know this is bound to happen eventually." Qin Wei giggled. After a moment, Qin Xia bit her lip. "We'll talk about it tonight." She knew she belonged with me, but how could she possibly know what to do when the time came? While they busied themselves, I stepped outside. "I'm heading out to run an errand. I asked the village head to help me get something, and I've got to pick it up. I'll grab a few extra dishes for tonight while I'm at it." Of course, that was just an excuse. What I really needed was to bring some rice and rock sugar from the stash in my spatial pocket. No way I could pull it out in front of them without a cover story. When I got near the village head's place, I walked around until no one was nearby. Quickly, I pulled out 1 bag of rice and 10 pounds of rock sugar. Nowadays, these items are worth their weight in gold. Money alone wouldn't even be enough to get them. Most households are rationed just half a pound of sugar a month, and rock sugar was basically a dream. Those 10 pounds of rock sugar, if sold, would go for a fortune. Thankfully, with my current position, I could justify buying luxury foods, and no one would question it. As I approached home, I saw Wang Yu waiting outside. She had been there for a while. It was clear she knew I'd picked up Qin Xia's clothes when I went to town. And if I had brought back Qin Xia's, surely hers must have been picked up, too. Still, she couldn't very well just ask. After all, I'd paid for them out of pocket. "Daong, what's that you're holding? Let me help you carry it," she offered. "No need, sister you. Just some rice and rock sugar. Later, I'll give you some. You haven't eaten lunch yet, have you? Come eat at my place." I wasn't just being polite. Feeding Wang Yu well could increase her satisfaction, which made it worthwhile, efficient, even, to have a third person join in for meals. Wang Yu hesitated, though. "You just brought Qin Xia back. How could I intrude like that? There's no problem at all. Oh, by the way, we've got hawthorn berries. I heard you're good at making candied hawthorns. Mind making some for my wife? She's been craving them. Hearing that, she finally agreed. All right then, if it's candied hawthorns you want, I'll make them perfect for you. Once inside, I called out, Wife, Xia, I brought back some rock sugar and asked Sister Yu to make candied hawthorns. At the mention of the treat, Qin Wei's eyes lit up. That's great. Thank you, Sister Yu. Stay for lunch, and after we eat, you can make the sweets. Qin Wei didn't suspect anything between me and Wang Yu. In fact, she thought Wang Yu had been a great help and held a good impression of her. I slipped away to the west room under the pretense of looking for something and brought out Wang Yu's clothes. Sister Yu, a friend in town gave me this for you. Wang Yu's face brightened as she happily took her new clothes, showing no signs of suspicion. Thanks so much, Daong, she replied before diving right into preparing the candied hawthorns. Rock sugar was so precious she wasn't about to waste it. She simmered up a pot of syrup, dunked the hawthorns in until they were thickly coated, and then set them out on a steel tray to cool. With the cold weather outside, they'd harden quickly. Meanwhile, Qin Wei hovered eagerly, visibly battling her cravings. Pregnant women loved sour foods, and while plain hawthorns could be too harsh for her stomach, the tangy sweetness of these treats was already making her mouth water. Lunch was sumptuous: steamed rice, sautéed pork, and braised potatoes with cabbage, a real feast. Qin Xia's cooking was excellent, and the meal left everyone thoroughly satisfied. While we'd been eating meat regularly thanks to improved resources, white rice was a rare luxury. Every fluff of grain bursting in our mouths felt incredibly fragrant and indulgent. Qin Wei couldn't help but ask, Daong, where on earth did you get this rice and rock sugar? Aren't those hard to come by? These were from the mine. It's a benefit of my job. The company takes good care of us, I replied with a grin. The sisters both beamed with pride, clearly proud of me. After all, while most families in the village relied on coarse grains and government food aid to scrape by, our workplace was distributing premium goods like rice and rock sugar. But then Qin Wei's expression dimmed a little. Daong, shouldn't we share some of this with Sister Chu? After all, the job is thanks to her. If we keep it all to ourselves, won't it seem ungrateful? My stomach twisted for a moment. I hadn't thought of that. Without meaning to, I'd overlooked the possibility. Of course, I said smoothly. We'll send some over later, but we don't have to give her everything. Wang Yu chimed in. I'll go with you when you deliver it. I know her a little, and it's easier that way. She was right. Me visiting alone wouldn't seem proper, and with Qin Xia unfamiliar, Wang Yu's company was perfect. After finishing lunch, the candied hawthorns were ready, cooled to perfection. I handed one to Qin Wei first. She bit into it immediately, her eyes lighting up at the tangy sweetness. Qin Wei's satisfaction +3. Experimental field growth rate +3%. Just then, the system chimed in with an alert. Experimental field crops are ready for harvest. Proceed to collect? Without hesitation, I mentally confirmed. Harvest. In an instant, the space in my pocket filled up with fresh produce. Potatoes, radishes, sweet potatoes, in overwhelming abundance. I froze in shock at the sheer size and quality, especially the potatoes, which were perfectly round and ridiculously large. It was almost too good to believe. When I calculated roughly, it added up to over 6,000 pounds of food. Bursting with joy, I realized the experimental field was a true game changer. And now, with this bounty, I could sell the crops to the coal mine and easily rake in at least 1,800 yuan. At this rate, I'd complete my work quota early and still have plenty left to profit. Soon enough, I wouldn't just be Wei Yong. I'd be Director Wei. If ordinary people grow their own crops, you won't get more than 10 or so high-quality ones out of every mu or even hectare of land. But look at mine, these are top-notch grains. Who knows, I might even sell them at a higher price. Qin Wei joked. Daong, why are you giving my sister that silly smile again? There are other people around, you know? Have some restraint. I gave an embarrassed chuckle and said, It's not my fault your sister's so pretty. If it's a misunderstanding, then so be it. Honestly, I can't take my eyes off Qin Xia. She kept her head down, quietly eating, not even daring to look up. If she's already like this in broad daylight, how terrified must she be about tonight? Her imagination ran wild. She'd heard from her second eldest sister that it hurt like hell. Given my solid build, surely it would hurt even more. Wang Yu commented, Xia's really in the spotlight today. Half the village came out to see her. Qin Wei added, except for one household, our neighbors across the street. Wang Yu laughed lightly. It's not surprising they didn't come out. Qin Wei was curious. After 3 months here, she hadn't seen anyone from that household once. At first, she'd thought the house was vacant, but during mealtime, she noticed smoke rising from their chimney. It was strange living right across the street for so long, but never catching even a glimpse of them. Wang Yu explained, the man across the street works at the same place as Daong. He's also at the Day coal mine. That caught my attention instantly. Someone else from the mine? Living right across from us. Getting a coal mining job back in the day was a big achievement. Most folks would puff up their chests and brag about it. The neighbor's modest and low-key behavior seemed odd. Wang Yu went on. I've seen the man once. He's fierce-looking and has a bad leg, limping around. He works night shifts underground, a tough job. Now, his wife, I've only caught a glimpse or two of her. She's stunningly pretty, but she never speaks. According to the older village women, he bought his wife. Either she's a mute, or she's a foreigner who doesn't understand Chinese. We all silently nodded. It seemed those neighbors had quite the story. Initially, I'd been thinking of introducing myself since we were both coworkers and neighbors. It could have been helpful to look out for one another. But after hearing all this, I dropped the idea. If the wife really was purchased, then her avoiding people made sense. If she struck up a conversation with the wrong person and bolted, their family would suffer a huge loss. After finishing her meal and carrying her new clothes, Wang Yu headed home. Before stepping through her own gate, she wiped the oil from her mouth with her sleeve to make sure there was no trace of her feast, and then pushed open the door. At that moment, Chun Rongmao was coming out of the house, his face glowing with oil after rubbing it with a piece of pig skin. Puffing on a cigarette, he exhaled contentedly as he sauntered outside. Wife, why are you back so late? I waited and waited. Mom and I have already eaten, but there's half a cornbread left in the pot for you. Wang Yu glanced at him and felt instant irritation. I'm not hungry. These two were quite the pair. Wang Yu stuffed herself full secretly outside and would clean the evidence before stepping home, while Chun Rongmao gnawed on cornbread inside, but made sure his mouth and face shone as if he'd feasted when heading outdoors. Rongmao noticed the new clothing Wang Yu was holding. Wife, when did you get those? Where'd you find the money? Wang Yu already had a story prepared. A friend got them for me. She said she couldn't stand seeing me wear the same old thing every time I visit, so she made me 2 new outfits. Rongmao's face lit up with surprise. He knew Wang Yu's friend came from a well-off family, but this generosity amazed him. 2 new outfits, and one of them was even cotton. Wife, your friend's so kind. Next time, take me along. Maybe she can make me one too. You're shameless, you know that? Why don't you think about earning money and buying your own wife new clothes instead of leeching off others? She made those out of pity for me, and you're still trying to mooch off her? Maybe I should just leave you altogether. Anyone else would make a better life partner than you. Rongmao had nothing to say in his defense. Wife, it's been a drought these past 2 years. Otherwise, when haven't I bought you new clothes? And what's a drought got to do with it? Why don't you go to town and find other work? Look at Wei Yong's neighbor. He heads into the mines and makes a solid wage of a few dozen bucks a month. Why can't you do something like that? Chun Rongmao shook his head like a drum. No way, wife. That kind of work's too dangerous. People die in those mines all the time. If I ended up dead down there, what did you and Mom do? Wang Yu snorted. Well, you're not dead now, and life with you isn't much better. With that, she stormed inside, slamming the door behind her. Rongmao could only sigh in frustration. His wife's temper had been growing lately, but no matter. She'd cool off in a few days, and he'd patch things up like usual. Though life wasn't as comfortable as before, with Wei Yong's help and good relationships here, they weren't going hungry or cold. He considered himself lucky. Chewing on that thought happily, Chun Rongmao lit another cigarette and strutted proudly down the village street. Meanwhile, Lu Tieching's marriage procession rolled grandly into Xiaodong village. Leading the group, Taiching wore a black Zhongshan suit with a bright red boutonniere tied to his chest. Behind him was a horse cart. Even the horse had a red flower adorning its head. The cart carried a few blankets, several bags of grain, and not much else. Following along were about a dozen men serving as his bridal entourage. While not extravagant, the scene wasn't out of place for a rural wedding. But having just witnessed my wedding procession, Tieching's spectacle seemed downright underwhelming. No one received wedding candies or cigarettes. Not even firecrackers were set off. Those looking to join the festivities quickly lost interest and dispersed. Standing outside Wang Xiaoling's home, Lu Taiching called out excitedly, Wife, I've come to take you home. Seeing it all, Wang Xiaoling's face soured instantly. In her mind, she had expected that even if Lu Taiching couldn't match the extravagance of my wedding, it should have at least been close. Instead the disparity was staggering. The only possession was that old yellow cow, which was sold for 30 bucks, all used as a dowry for Li Fun. How could there be any money left for the 3 rounds with a ring? Mom, those flashy things aren't necessary. Having food at home is already enough. Let Xiaoling come out now. Don't delay the lucky hour. Li Fun nodded. After all, she had already pocketed the money, so she was eager to send her daughter off and settle the matter once and for all. But after a long time inside the house, Wang Xiaoling didn't budge. Outside, the wedding procession was getting impatient, and the auspicious time had already passed. Li Fun slammed the table. Wang Xiaoling. Once a daughter is married off, she doesn't belong to this family any longer. If you don't come out now, I'll let them come in and get you. Wang Xiaoling sat on the Kong bed, silent as ever. Fuming, Li Fan opened the door and told Lu Taiqing to go inside and persuade her himself. With a sheepish grin, Lu Taiqing pleaded, "Come on, wife. Let's go. Whatever we're lacking, I'll make it up for you in the future." Wang Xiaoling raised her head. "I don't want anything else. I just want a bicycle to take me." "No bicycle, no way." Lu Taiqing's headache got worse. His older sister, Lu Fong, stepped in. "Xiaoling, stop causing trouble. Delaying the wedding time is bad for both of you." Wang Xiaoling snorted. "No bicycle? Then all of you can leave." Lu Fong clenched her fists in anger, but swallowed it down. She pulled Lu Taiqing aside to the yard and whispered, "Your bride isn't satisfied with $30 as a dowry?" Lu Taiqing gritted his teeth. "Sis, drop it. I'll go find someone to help." He rushed out the door and ran right into Chun Rongmao, who was swaggering around with a cigarette. "Hey bro, you know where Wei Yong lives?" Chun Rongmao patted his chest. "Wei Yong? We're tight. He's just over there. Let me take you. He's doing well now. Figures he wants to flaunt his connections too." Lu Taiqing jogged over to my house and shouted a few times at my door. I stepped out and saw him, puzzled. Honestly, Lu Taiqing is a decent guy. If it weren't for him back then, I wouldn't have gotten into the Dahe coal mine. When he sold me the old yellow cow, he even threw in a piece of its bezoar as a bonus. I owed him a lot. "Dayong, Xiaoling won't come with me unless I have a bike. Can I borrow yours?" Without a second thought, I pushed it out. "Here, Taiqing bro, take it. Thanks so much. I owe you a drink later." Lu Taiqing happily pushed the bike back to his place and shouted as soon as he arrived, "Xiaoling, I brought a bike to pick you up." Wang Xiaoling peeked out the window, her expression softening. After a lot of coaxing, she finally sat on the back seat. Li Fan beamed with joy and escorted her out to the door. But then, Zhang Widow crossed her arms and muttered, "Well, look at that. Isn't that Wei Yong's bike?" Busy day for that bike, picking up one after another. Wang Xiaoling's face turned pale in an instant. "This is Wei Yong's bike." She jumped off as if she had been stung. Upon closer inspection, it was a Phoenix brand bike, brand new, and unique in the entire village. Li Fan shot Zhang Widow a vicious glare. That woman couldn't keep her mouth shut. Lu Taiqing tried to explain. "Xiaoling, I just borrowed it from Wei Yong." Wang Xiaoling's face darkened even further. "I can sit on anyone's bike, but not Wei Yong's. If she entered the Lu family on my bike, she'd have to live her life in my shadow." Lu Taiqing was getting desperate. "It's just a bike. Why make such a scene on our happy day?" The fight escalated. Finally, Lu Taiqing snapped. "Wang Xiaoling, let me be honest with you. My whole fortune amounts to $30, and that's from selling a sick cow to Wei Yong. I can provide you food and clothing, but if you're expecting fancy things, I can't do it. Give me an answer now. If you're not going through with this, give me back the money, and I'll leave." Wang Xiaoling's eyes widened. "You mean this $30 also came from Wei Yong?" "Yes, I sold the old yellow cow to him." Wang Xiaoling looked like her mind was about to implode. Everywhere she turned in this marriage, I was somehow involved. "Lu Taiqing, I'm not marrying you anymore. Get out." Lu Taiqing exploded. "Fine. If you're calling it off, give me back the $30. Li Auntie, hand it over." Li Fan was dumbfounded. That $30 was her lifeline. "Xiaoling, stop messing around and just go with Taiqing." "I won't." Wang Xiaoling stormed into the house and locked the door. No matter how much Li Fan yelled, she didn't respond. Lu Fong sneered. With her attitude, she's still dreaming of marrying into our Lu family? "Li Auntie, cough up the money, or don't blame us for being blunt." The Lu family boys surrounded Li Fan, ready to pounce. Now, in these kinds of cross-village disputes, the locals usually step up to help their own. But Li Fan was so unpopular, no one wanted to intervene. Even the village chief pretended not to see. Faced with this pressure, Li Fan stuck her hand tightly over her coat pocket. Inside, 2 pins secured her precious money. "Old lady, quit hiding it. Hand it over." The boys pinned her down and yanked the $30 out of her pocket. Her clothes were torn in the process. Li Fan collapsed on the ground wailing. "You've driven me to the brink." Nobody cared. If the bride wasn't going, the dowry had to be returned. Lu Taiqing pushed the bike back to my house, his face grim. I watched the whole scene unfold from my yard. "Taiqing bro, what happened?" "Don't even ask. The wedding's off." I patted his shoulder. "If it's off, it's off. There are plenty of fish in the sea." To be honest, she wasn't worth all this trouble. I'd been dying to say this for a while now. I just held back before because I thought they were a good match. Now that it was over, I spoke freely. Lu Taiqing gave a bitter smile. "Thanks for helping me out, brother. I owe you some drinks next time." And just like that, the Lu clan marched off. Qin Wei strolled out of the house, frowning. "Dayong, what's Wang Xiaoling up to this time? She was all set to get married, and now she refuses?" No one was happier about Wang Xiaoling's marriage than Qin Wei. Back in the day, my infatuation with Wang Xiaoling caused a lot of trouble for Qin Wei. She still had nightmares about me beating or threatening to sell her so I could pursue Wang Xiaoling. But now, with this fiasco, was she still hung up on me? I shrugged. Who knows? Let's go have some candied hawthorns. Qin Wei nodded, though still a little uneasy. But with her older sister behind her now, the two of them combined had little to fear from Wang Xiaoling. Her sister's red dress outshone Wang Xiaoling by miles. After tidying up the stove, night fell. Qin Wei yawned. I'm tired. I'll head to bed first. Oh, Dion, I moved your pillow and blanket to the west room. I'm locking the door, okay? With that, she disappeared into her room and bolted the door from the inside. That left me standing there with a very flustered Qin Xia. This girl had already said earlier she'd find ways to set us up. I didn't think she was serious. The translated content contains themes that may not align with appropriate standards of respect, decency, or professionalism. If you'd like, I can help rewrite or summarize the story while keeping it suitable for sharing in an English-speaking context. Let me know how you'd like to proceed. If you lose this job, sis will find another one for you. Worst case, you can do some labor work. At least you won't starve. I laughed. Thank you, Sister Dan. If I really lose my job, I can work as your chauffeur, ride my bicycle daily to pick you up and drop you off. I wouldn't even need a salary. Just catching a whiff of your perfume would be enough. Sister Dan's face flushed red, and she shot me a glare. You brat. Aren't you in enough trouble already? Stop joking around with me and think about what you're going to do. At that moment, the door swung open. Wei Yong barged in with a sour face, flanked by his group from the procurement department, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking smirk. This month was already tough, with the impossible goals set at work, but my earlier bold boasting just handed him the perfect opportunity to shift the blame to me. The moment Wei Yong stepped in, he barked coldly. Wei Yong, do you think hiding here will spare you from trouble? Let me tell you, today is not your lucky day. Leaning back in my chair with my legs crossed, I didn't bother standing up. What's the matter now? What's the matter? Have you already forgotten our bet? Do you need me to spell it out? Feigning ignorance, I picked at my ear. What bet? Wei Yong sneered. Playing dumb won't get you out of this. Everyone here in the procurement department is a witness, and so is Deputy Manager Zhao. He gestured to the group behind him and ordered, Go fetch Deputy Manager Zhao. Thrilled to watch a drama unfold, a few of his minions gleefully rushed out, spreading the word to anyone they saw along the way. Before long, a crowd had gathered outside the office. Sister Dan frowned tightly. Wei Yong was clearly trying to escalate the situation. As she predicted, Wei Yong wanted to stir up as much of a commotion as possible. The more attention, the better. Ideally, the higher-ups would catch wind of this and realize that the procurement department's failures weren't his fault. It was all because of me, Wei Yong. Soon enough, flanked by the crowd, Deputy Manager Zhao stormed in, his face as sour as everyone else's. He had assumed that my bet with Wei Yong was just a private disagreement, amounting to no more than a minor payment of $500. But now, with the situation escalating and responsibilities being scrutinized, it wasn't an easy matter for him either. If the miners underground go hungry and strike, the loss for the coal mine would far surpass a few $100. A decision had to be made today, and my job was likely on the line. Since Deputy Manager Zhao hadn't seen Li Ping around lately to gauge his opinion, he had to enforce company rules first. If the task can't be completed, sack me on the spot. As Deputy Manager Zhao arrived, Wei Yong began his grand performance. Putting on a smug smirk, he cleared his throat and began. Now that Deputy Manager Zhao is here, we can clear things up. Let me provide a little context about the procurement department. He pointed accusingly at me. This gentleman here is our new recruit, Wei Yong. Quite bold and ambitious, this guy. First thing upon joining, he wants to dethrone me as department head. He even boasted that he'd single-handedly handle the entire department's monthly performance targets. So, naturally, the rest of us stepped aside to let him do his thing. But now, Wei Yang's tone grew sarcastic. Up to this day, he hasn't brought in a single grain of millet. Now the higher-ups are asking questions. How are you going to take responsibility for this? Wei Yong. All eyes turned to me. Still lounging with crossed legs and casually puffing on my cigarette, my nonchalant attitude drew shakes of disapproval from many. People who didn't know me started whispering to each other. This guy's unbelievable. Just started the job and dares to challenge the leadership? And making such ridiculous boasts? Food is already scarce. Our supplier can't keep up with demand. And he plans to solve it all by himself? What a joke. With emotions running high among the crowd, Wei Yong smirked victoriously and turned back to me. Look, Wei Yong, we need an answer today. When the higher-ups investigate, someone has to take the fall. So here's the deal. If you can deliver 1,000 units of grain today, I'll consider it settled. Otherwise, out you go. Deputy Manager Zhao, I don't think I'm being unreasonable, am I? Wei Yong knew that Deputy Manager Zhao had some favoritism toward me, So on the surface, he have the original expected amount. But it was still a trap. At this rate, it was impossible to collect even 500 units of grain, let alone 1,000. It was obvious to everyone here. Wei Yang came prepared to pin me down today. The members of the procurement team stood by idly, watching the spectacle. That cocky kid, their eyes seemed to say. He thought having Deputy Manager Zhao in his corner meant he could strut around without consequence. Let's see how he gets out of this mess. Sister Dan watched anxiously, her brow furrowed. If she stood up for me now, the gossip and backlash would make her position as accountant untenable. She glanced at me anxiously, silently urging me to concede. But I was still lounging there, acting like it had nothing to do with me. Wu Yong, are you deaf? I'm talking to you. Wei Yang shouted furiously. I calmly stubbed out my cigarette on the floor, got up, and walked over to him. Without even a warning, I grabbed him by the collar. Didn't I tell you last time to stop talking crap with me? Are you asking for it? I'm a burly guy, and even with a whole group from the procurement team present, I didn't flinch. I casually hoisted Wei Yang up until his heels lifted off the ground. Wei Yang panicked. He didn't expect me to be this bold, manhandling him in front of the entire crowd. He quickly yelled, Deputy Manager Zhao, you've got to help me out here. Deputy Manager Zhao frowned, caught between a rock and a hard place. He wanted to side with me, but my aggressive attitude wasn't helping the situation. Wei Yang, knock it off. We're here to solve problems, not settle things with fists. As soon as Deputy Manager Zhao spoke, the entire room fell silent. Among the crowd, a figure pushed his way forward. It was Gao Fei. He perked right up when he saw Wei Yang grilling me. This guy had been holding a grudge against me for ages. Back when he tried to profit off my meat sales at the coal mine gate, I refused to let him take advantage. Cutting into someone's earnings is as bad as killing their family. So he wasn't just here to watch the drama. He was ready to back Wei Yang and stir the pot. Gao Fei chimed in. Maybe not everyone knows, but I do. This guy Wei Yang, from Zidongton, is a notorious troublemaker. How he even got a job here is beyond me. But let me tell you, he's lazy, selfish, and spends his days lounging in the office sipping tea and smoking cigarettes instead of doing any real work. Meanwhile, the rest of us are busting our backs mining underground. He doesn't care if we starve or not. People like him are parasites in this coal mine. Don't you all think so? Those words instantly sparked the crowd's ire. The canteen food was already bad, and many people were harboring resentment toward the procurement team for working above ground. Hearing that I was slacking off in luxury just poured fuel on the fire. Everyone started yelling for me to give an explanation. I shot a cold glance at Gao Fei. Who would have thought? Even a clown like him would seize the chance to kick me while I'm down. For someone as earnest as Lu Taiching, how unfortunate to have this guy as a brother-in-law. Deputy Manager Zhao slammed the desk, interrupting the chaos. Silence. When the noise settled, he turned to me, hesitant but resolved. All right, Wei Yang, about your deal with Wei Yang, I was a witness to it. You said you'd. How's this month's progress looking? I replied, Director Zhao, I made a bet with Director Wei earlier, saying I'd meet the target by the end of the month, right? There's still a few days left before the month ends. Wei Yang interjected impatiently. That's true, but the cafeteria's supplies are nearly empty, and we need to expedite this now. It's been so long. Surely you have some progress, don't you? Don't tell me you're planning some miracle where you wrangle 2,000 pounds worth of supplies on the very last day. What do you take us for? Others in the room started chiming in, with Gao Fei yelling, yeah, show us the food today. There's no way you're getting away with this. Director Zhao intervened, addressing me calmly. Wei Yang, how much have you brought in so far? Let everyone know. Times are tough, I understand. But as long as you've made an honest effort, we can all be reasonable. It was clear he was trying to cut me some slack. Collecting grain wasn't easy for anyone, and as long as you'd put in the effort, a bit of understanding could go a long way. I smirked, then turned toward Wei Yang and said, Director Wei, you remember what we agreed upon, right? If I hit the 2,000 unit target, you'd willingly give up your position. Does that still stand? Wei Yang sneered. Of course, but let's be real. You haven't even hit 1,000 units yet. Dreaming about 2,000? Are you out of your mind? If you really meet the target ahead of schedule, I'll call you Grandpa in front of everyone. I immediately responded, all right then. Everyone here heard that, right? If I meet the target early, he calls me Grandpa. Wei Yang's face turned dark as thunderclouds, his eyes narrowing sharply as he spat. Wei Yang, stop stalling. If you can't produce the goods, then pack up your desk and get out. The threat of being let go in this era was terrifying. With winter fast approaching, nobody could afford such a blow. Standing nearby, Xie Dan clenched her fists, wanting to speak on my behalf, but with the mob against me, even she felt powerless. I chuckled coldly, fixing my gaze back on Wei Yang. All right, Wei, let's settle this today. Follow me to the warehouse. Without waiting for a response, I strode through the crowd straight toward the warehouse. Everyone started murmuring among themselves. unsure what I was up to. Wei Yong followed behind, a mocking grin on his face, clearly expecting me to embarrass myself. Director Zhao frowned, casting a questioning look towards Xie Dan. She returned the glance with a clueless shrug, clearly signaling that my affairs were none of her concern. Before long, a whole crowd, those ending their shifts and those starting, gathered outside the warehouse, eager to see the spectacle unfold. Stopping at the warehouse door, I turned back with a bemused expression and called out, "Wei, open your eyes wide." With a dramatic motion, I pulled open the doors. The entire audience gasped in unison. Inside was a massive pile of produce, potatoes the size of fists, round and plump. Sweet potatoes and radishes, each boasting hefty weight. In addition to these, there were sacks of rice, cornmeal, millet, sugar, even rock sugar, and, believe it or not, fresh fruit. Obtaining such an array of premium foodstuffs in this era was practically a miracle. Director Zhao's eyes widened. How much is there in total? Just the potatoes, radishes, and sweet potatoes, 6,000 pounds altogether. My word. Rushing into the warehouse, Zhao grabbed a potato, inspecting it closely before biting straight into it, revealing its golden yellow flesh. The crowd audibly gulped. The thought of these potatoes cooked up would make anyone's mouth water. I then handed him an orange, casually explaining, "Director Zhao, these oranges cost me 6 cents per pound. Not pricey, right?" Peeling and tasting the orange, the burst of fragrance and flavor could only inspire praise. Not expensive at all. An absolute bargain. Back in those days, fruit was more expensive than meat, and managing to source such high-quality supplies was bound to earn high praise from higher-ups. Meanwhile, Wei Yang's face had gone ashen as he stormed into the warehouse. Breaking open a potato and then biting into a radish, its sweet flavor left him utterly defeated. Taking the opportunity, I quipped coldly, "Wei, take a good hard look. All of these supplies cost me a total of 2,300 units. Now, let's hear that grandpa you promised me." Silence blanketed the room. All eyes shifted to Wei Yang. Calling me grandpa in front of everyone? Good luck recovering from that reputation blow. Wei Yang gritted his teeth. "There's no way. This is all you're doing? Where did you even source all this?" "I call BS. Smirking, I shot back. "And why would I share my sources with you? This isn't my first rodeo as a procurement officer. Use your brain." Wei Yang froze. Of course, it made sense I wouldn't divulge my methods, lest he try to claim credit next month. Hesitating, a suspicious glint flashed in Wei Yang's eyes as he barked, "When did all this get moved in here? How come nobody noticed anything?" I internally chuckled. Of course no one noticed. That's because it was pulled straight out of my system storage space. But out loud, I replied evenly, "I've been coming to the mine at the crack of dawn each day, bringing in the prior day's haul and unloading it into the warehouse. Day by day, it adds up. If you didn't notice, that's on you. How long has it been since you even checked the warehouse, Wei Yang? And you others? It's been ages since any of you brought in anything, hasn't it?" The other procurement team members visibly shrunk under the accusation, suddenly finding more interest in the ground than meeting anyone's eyes. The truth stung. While accusing me of slacking off, they were the ones falling behind. Left with no room to argue, Wei Yang retreated to the familiar complaint. "Fine, you've completed the task. Now move some of the supplies to the cafeteria before lunch service gets delayed." He made a show of grabbing a sack of potatoes, but I halted him, gripping his collar. "Where do you think you're going? You still owe me a grandpa before you leave." The sack of potatoes hit the ground with a thud as Wei Yang quivered in his shoes, like a scolded child. "Wei Yang, you've gone too far. Leave some room for dignity. You'll regret this someday." I hoisted him effortlessly, tossing him aside. "Where was all this advice when you were making life hard for me earlier? Everyone heard you loud and clear. You agreed to call me grandpa. Even one word short, and I'll knock a tooth out." Wei Yang had grossly underestimated me, but the fire in my eyes left no doubt. I meant business. He clenched his fists tightly, then through gritted teeth eked out the reluctant words, "Grandpa? Happy now?" Satisfied, I turned to address the gathered crowd. "Folks, as a procurement team member, I've been working hard to ensure everyone's food supply without seeking recognition. Now that you've seen what's here, any complaints about me?" The crowd responded resoundingly. "Not a one. They only care about whether they can fill their stomachs." When the procurement team found out I was the only one who regularly went to the warehouse, their resentment dissipated long ago. Look at their incredible performance. What's the harm in someone taking a break at the office to smoke a cigarette? Not long ago, the cafeteria was running low on supplies, and complaints were endless. But today at lunch, no one's going hungry. All right, thanks for understanding, everyone. Now there's one more thing I need to deal with. I pushed through the crowd and grabbed Gao Fei by the collar. For a guy as tall as him, he couldn't stand his ground when faced with me. With a light tug, he stumbled. "What do you?" Before he could finish his sentence, I swung my arm and slapped him square across the face. The sharp crack resonated through the room. 5 distinct finger marks appeared on half his face as he crashed to the floor, landing hard on his backside. Were you running your damn mouth at me earlier? Let this be a warning. Since I was a kid, I've never had a good temper. Before you piss me off, think about whether you can handle the consequences. If you dare insult me again, you'll get more than just a slap. The sheer silence that followed told me all I needed to know. Intimidation runs deep in human nature. Seeing someone like me act this bold, who would want to provoke that, especially since I'd outdone myself today and earned protection from the higher-ups. Instead of reprimanding me, Zhao, the mind boss, applauded and encouraged me. Take notes from Wei Yong here. You procurement folks. Procurement isn't something you can achieve while sitting in an office. From now on, no more letting workers go hungry. Today, Wei Yong not only completed his tasks, but exceeded them. I've decided we'll add an extra meat dish to lunch as a celebration. Everyone, give Wei Yong a big round of applause. The workers erupted into cheers. I noticed Wei Yong trying to blend into the crowd and sneak away, but I called him out before he could escape. Wei Yong, you lost our bet. When are you handing over the position of head of procurement? Wei Yong froze mid-step, his face immediately stiffening. He was prepared to call me boss, or even take another slap, but there was no way he was giving up that title. Being head of procurement came with perks. Farmers often added a little kickback into grain transactions. If he lost that position, his wife, Xie Dan, might even divorce him. He was struggling under the weight of it all already, and losing the title would be a knockout blow to his pride at home. He stood there, his eyes pleading with the mine boss for help. But Zhao only sneered. You made the bet yourself, Wei Yong. What's it gonna be? Wei Yong had really embarrassed himself, and given how he'd been slacking recently, Zhao had already been considering replacing him and promoting me instead. This was the perfect segue. Wei Yong stammered endlessly, unwilling to concede. I stepped toward him, which made him panic. He thought I was about to knock him out then and there. At that very moment, boom. A deafening explosion shook everything, and everyone's expressions immediately changed. Zhao was the first to snap into action. Damn it, something's happened. He sprinted toward the mine's entrance with the rest of the workers hot on his heels. A sound like that could only mean a cave-in underground. If there were casualties, Zhao would have his hands full managing the aftermath. Wei Yong took advantage of the chaos to dash into the crowd and escape. No matter how this played out, losing face earlier was bad enough. There was no way he'd give up his position now, even if he had to endure a beating. Pushing through the panic, I frowned but didn't have the energy to run after him. What mattered most was checking for injuries or casualties in the aftermath. Everyone gathered near the mine's entrance. After more than half an hour, 5 injured miners were carried out. Boss Zhao, someone said. Looks like everyone survived, but some are hurt pretty bad. Zhao exhaled in relief. Get them to the health facility right away. Wei Yong, you're coming with me. Everyone else, back to work. I nodded, following him to transport the injured. Inside the clinic, we didn't have to wait long before a doctor stepped out. None of the injuries are life-threatening, but there's one major case. Both legs were crushed and must be amputated. The man's name is Zhang Jiao from Zaidantan. Anyone know him? I froze for a second. I'm from Zaidantan, but I don't know him. Then it hit me. Didn't Wang Yu mention that my neighbor across the way works at Dadahe coal mine? I knew just about everyone in Zaidantan, except for the family living right across from me. Zhang Jiao must be that guy. I know where he lives, I said. Good. After the surgery, you'll need to help bring him home. I nodded. I didn't know him, but we were practically neighbors in the same small village. Of course, I had to help out. They say Zhang Jiao has a wife he bought, stunningly beautiful, but I've never seen her. What a shame. Looks like Zhang Jiao's luck ran out. With something this major happening, Zhao had bigger issues to manage and dropped the matter between me and Wei Yong entirely. Together, we smoked a cigarette outside the health facility while waiting. Hours later, the doctor came out, finishing up Zhang Jiao's surgery. We managed to save his life, but both legs are gone. You'll need to take him back home. Boss Zhao nodded and got us a horse-drawn cart. Wei Yong, ride your bike ahead and notify his family first. It's better to soften the news instead of shocking them when they see him. It was sound advice. The sight of their main provider coming home without legs could have been too devastating to bear without warning. I pedaled hard, racing home across the gravel road. Not even stopping at my own house, I went straight for the neighbor's door, pounding on it with urgency. Open up. It's your neighbor. Something happened to Zhang Jiao in the mine. After repeated knocking, I finally heard footsteps approaching. The door cracked open, revealing a pair of gorgeous eyes staring back at me, wide and unblinking. It was Zhang Jiao's wife. Unsure if she didn't understand or couldn't speak, I hurriedly clarified. Zhang Jiao's been injured in a mine accident. His legs were crushed, and he'll be back later. I just came to let you know ahead of time. What? My son? What happened to my son? A voice trembled from deeper inside the house. Turned out, there was an elderly lady inside as well. Zhang Jiu's wife pushed the door wider and let me step in. An old woman with a cane wobbled into the courtyard. Zhang's wife quickly rushed over to support her. Mom, take it slow. So she could talk, apparently, just with a noticeable accent. Rumors were true. This woman must have come from somewhere far away, bought into the family. The old woman's hands trembled as she spoke. Say it again. What happened to my Jiu? I gestured to my thighs for reference. There was a cave-in at the mine. From here down, both legs had to be amputated. Her eyes rolled back as she fainted, collapsing on the spot. Zhang's wife grabbed her before she could hit the ground, easing her to a sitting position. After a few labored breaths, the old woman began wailing loudly. My boy, how will I live now? Her cries drew the attention of other villagers. Old-timers knew the family, but no one younger had much familiarity with them. As I looked around, Zhang Jiu's wife, who never stepped out of her house, had always been the subject of mystery in the village. Today, for the first time, she made an appearance. And just like the rumors said, she was stunningly beautiful. Her skin was pale like snow, her long, black hair draped over her back. She wore a faded gray outfit, slightly ill-fitting, and despite the simplicity of her clothes, her beauty was undeniable. Her figure was striking, to the point where her blouse looked like it might give way. The men of the village, slack-jawed, could hardly keep their eyes in their sockets. After all, in Xiaodongtan, there weren't many striking women. Widow Chu, Widow Zhang, Wang Yu, and the Qin sisters were about all there was. But apart from Widow Zhang, the others were all taken. These guys usually only had the luxury to look from afar. Yet, Zhang Jiu's wife, Su Su, was the most mesmerizing of them all. Rarely seen, whispers in the village had it that she might even be a foreigner. Today, her full presence finally confirmed her allure. Lucky bastard, that Zhang Jiu. But misfortune had struck. Word got out that Zhang Jiu had been gravely injured in the coal mine. Such a woman, folks muttered, shaking their heads. He sure won't be able to enjoy her beauty any longer. Surrounded by villagers gawking without any subtlety, Su Su's evident discomfort showed. Just then, village chief Zhao Long arrived. De Yong, what happened? I recounted the situation to him. He turned to Zhang Jiu's mother, who was sobbing uncontrollably. Don't worry too much, Zhang Jiu's mom. The fact that he's still alive is what matters most. If you keep crying like this, he's going to feel even worse when he sees you. His comforting words managed to subdue her crying. Su Su, help me to the door. I need to see when my boy is coming home. That's how I learned Zhang Jiu's wife's name, Su Su. All right, said Zhao Long, waving a hand. Everyone scatter. Mind your own business. Reluctantly, the villagers dispersed, though they left unwillingly. Among them was Chun Rongmao, whose wife Wang Yu shot him a glare before huffing. Did you get a good look at her? Zhang Jiu's wife is so much prettier, huh? I saw your eyes nearly glued to her. Scrambling defensively, he answered. Oh, come on, wife. Don't be unreasonable. I was just thinking how lucky I was not to go to the coal mine that day. If I'd gotten injured, what would have happened to you and Mama? Rolling her eyes, Wang Yu retorted. Did I ever tell you to go down the shaft? I only told you to find work in the town, just like Zhang Jiu. Not every job out there is mining. You're just lazy. And with that, and an exaggerated sway of her hips, she stormed off, clearly ticked off. Those two bickered all day, every day. Nearby, the Qin sisters, Qin Wei and Qin Xia, stepped aside with me. Eventually, the scene cleared until mine manager Zhao himself escorted a cart carrying none other than Zhang Jiu. When they saw Zhang Jiu's condition, both of his legs gone, the Qin sisters couldn't bear to look. Qin Wei buried herself in my arms, trembling. De Yong, please, don't ever work in that mine. It's too dangerous. I managed a faint smile. I work above ground, not down there. What are you so afraid of? On the other side, Qin Xia's pale face betrayed her worry. I reached out to hold her hand. Xia, don't worry. I'm staying on the surface, safe and sound. After sending them home, I headed back to Zhang Jiu's place alongside manager Zhao. Inside, Su Su and Zhang Jiu's mother were crying, while Zhang Jiu remained unconscious. It's okay, said manager Zhao. The coal mine will compensate your family. Turning to me, he added, De Yong, please look after them on behalf of the mine. I gave a firm nod. Of course, don't worry, Zhaoji. We're neighbors, it's what we do. Before leaving, Zhao gestured for a private talk in the courtyard. Lowering his voice, he said, Look, see if you can help take care of them for the next few days. The mine will provide some compensation later. How much will they get? I asked. With a heavy sigh, he explained. Well, for fatalities, the usual compensation is 1,000 yuan. Since Zhang Jiu isn't dead but is disabled, the most the mine can allocate is 200 yuan. He added, This isn't something I have much control over. There are multiple injured workers from this incident. If Zhang Jiu's family gets more, the others will raise a fuss. My hands are tied. Flicking open a lighter for his cigarette, he lit mine too, before both of us silently smoked. Unspeakable as it was, coal mines came with their risks. Heavily so. 200 yuan wasn't nearly enough for Zhang Jiao, a man who was the backbone of his family. Now disabled, without coal mine earnings or physical ability for farming, what could 200 yuan possibly achieve for this household? After some final words of advice, Manager Zhao hurried off to handle other injured cases. Meanwhile, I retrieved 10 pounds of potatoes from the system. Back in the house, I noticed Su Su squatting by the stove, preparing food. From what I could tell, she was making some rough cornmeal pancakes mixed with foraged wild greens. Some leftover cornmeal had been made into gruel for several small bowls. She set everything up on a small table and carefully placed it on the kong, a traditional heated bed platform, for Zhang Jiao's mother and himself. As for her portion, she sat atop a tiny stool near the fire, scooping herself some porridge from the pot. But calling it porridge was generous. It was more water than anything else. It reminded me of why her satisfaction level in the system was a shocking 0. In times like these, it wasn't uncommon for households to serve special meals for the men, better food with more nutrition, on grounds they did the hardest work. Women and children were often left with whatever scraps could fill stomachs. But in this case, it wasn't fair. Zhang Jiao and his mother were eating relatively better food, while Su Su, this young woman carrying the burden of the family, was left with watery gruel. Normally, whether women ate well or not was none of my business. Family matters ought to be resolved within families. However, now that Su Su was inexplicably bound to me by the system, her 0 satisfaction level gave me no choice but to intervene. Approaching with the bag of potatoes in hand, I placed them nearby. Su Su glanced at them briefly before lowering her gaze again, without a single word. "Here, some potatoes," I offered again. She didn't respond, keeping her focus solely on her thin porridge. Slightly frustrated, I asked, "Is that even enough to fill you up?" Not a single response. She turned her back completely to me, as if signaling she wanted 0 interaction. Now I was starting to lose patience. "I'm talking to you. Don't understand me, or just don't want to respond." She shivered all over, turned her head, and stared at me with a terrified expression. Please, don't hit me." I was speechless. Why would I hit you? The fear in her eyes made it look like she'd seen a ghost. I saw you hit someone before." I was scared. That explained it. She must have seen me beating up Qin Wei in the yard before, peeking from behind the door. That vicious version of me must have frightened her badly. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a piece of milk candy, handing it toward her. "Relax, I'm not going to hit you. Here, take this." She shook her head fiercely, clutching her broken bowl, sipping at the thin rice soup like she didn't want to waste a drop. I was starting to get a headache. Wanyu would eat whatever I gave her. That one was lively and easy to handle. But this Chinsusu, if she wouldn't eat what I offered, how was I supposed to level up her satiation meter? And without that meter full, there'd be no rewards. I clenched my teeth. Seemed like I had to take a different approach. "You come with me." I deliberately put on a stern face and used a commanding tone. She paled immediately, hesitating for a long moment before setting down the bowl and timidly following me outside. Once we got to the backyard, she lowered her head, wringing the hem of her shirt with both hands, too nervous to speak. I pulled out 2 milk candies, letting them sit on my palm in front of her. "Eat them. If you don't, I'll hit you." Her whole body trembled, and she peeked up at me. The second my cold, menacing gaze met hers, she panicked and snatched the candies, hastily unwrapping one and stuffing it into her mouth. When she glanced up again, tears seemed to shimmer in her big, watery eyes. I sighed in relief. Maybe this tactic was a bit harsh, but it needed to be done to fill her satiation meter. It was just a scare, after all. I wasn't actually going to hit her. After she ate the second candy, she hesitantly asked, Can I go back now?" She looked like a frightened little rabbit, unbearably adorable. I shook my head. "Not yet." I pulled an apple from my pocket and handed it to her. "Here, take this too." Her expression was pure disbelief as her eyes darted between me and the apple. An apple during these times? Even in good harvest years, families might splurge on a few apples near winter. But now, apples were essentially priceless. She could barely get enough coarse grain to eat, let alone something like fruit. She swallowed hard, the sweet, fragrant aroma of the apple teasing her taste buds before she even took a bite. Her gaze held a mix of confusion and amazement. "Something this good for me?" I shrugged, pretending indifference. "I can't finish it. No point wasting it. Eat up. If you don't, I'll hit you." Without hesitation, she took a cautious bite. The burst of fruitiness lit up her entire face, and hunger overtook her completely. She devoured the apple in just a few bites, not even sparing the core. It was sweet, after all. Better than chewing on roots or tree bark. Chinsusu's satiation +5. Test field growth speed +5%. Shop inventory +1. I grinned with satisfaction. Newbies really did reward more generous gains. Her satiation meter leveled up fast. This helper was going to be useful. I handed her 5 more pieces of milk candy and shoved them into her hands. I don't need these right now either. If you're hungry later, eat one by yourself. Don't share them with anyone else, or I'll hit you. She nodded quickly, clutching the candies as if they were a precious treasure, then scurried back inside the house. As I stepped out of the house, a faint sense of guilt started to creep in. Scaring this little woman so much wasn't exactly the noblest thing to do. But what choice did I have? It was the quickest, most efficient way. Chinsusu wouldn't take anything without a push. As soon as she returned indoors, her mother-in-law, Zhang Jioma, started yelling. "Where have you been, you useless girl? Get over here and clean up the table." On the table sat half a corn pancake and a small bowl of porridge. "This is for my son," Zhang Jioma bellowed. "If you dare to sneak a bite, I'll break your legs." Susu stayed silent, cleaned up the table diligently, and sat back on the calm. Picking up an old garment, she began working on some mending. Her mother-in-law glared at her icily and continued to rant. "You better hear me loud and clear, Sue. My son's life might be ruined now, but you'll serve him for the rest of your days. He worked for you before, so now it's your turn. And don't even think about touching the compensation money from the coal mine. That's for him, not you. This winter, you better tighten your belt and stop slacking off. Come spring, every last bit of farm work is your responsibility. You understand?" Susu bit her lip, tears shimmering in her eyes. Before, the heavy farm work was shared between her and her husband, Zhang Jiao. Though she had little strength, he'd always been the main laborer and carried most of the burden. But now, with him injured and her mother-in-law refusing to feed her properly, how could she possibly handle everything alone? Finally, her tears started to fall, but she didn't say a word. Zhang Jioma grabbed a feather duster and whipped it harshly against Susu's leg. Susu yelped quietly, curling up in pain. "Crying? Crying for what? My son's still alive, isn't he? All of this is your fault. You cursed my boy, and now you're here bawling like some victim? What kind of shameful behavior is that? You listen to me. There's no food left at home, so you better head up the mountain and forage for something. If you can't catch anything, don't bother coming back." Susu sobbed even harder. Sending her up the mountain? That was essentially a death sentence. She didn't have the skills for that, and if the wild animals didn't get her, starvation surely would. How had her life turned out this miserable? Zhang Jioma finally calmed down after yelling for a while and snorted. "Now go split some firewood. We're running low. What are you trying to do? Freeze us all to death?" Susu shuffled outside in silence, picked up the freezing axe, and began chopping, stroke after stroke. Her hands quickly started to burn from the strain and cold. She quietly slipped a piece of candy into her mouth. So sweet. Chinsusu's satiation +1. Test field growth speed +1%. Back at the house, I noticed the progression pop-ups. It meant Susu ate the candy. This tool person wasn't easy to work with, that's for sure. I spent more time with Wang Yu, and with Dehei around, we could even collect resources during hunts. Our relationship had progressed far enough that she'd willingly accept tasks from me or items I gave her. But Susu was different. She hardly left her house even before her husband's accident, and now she was practically confined to it. Good thing Manager Zhao already gave me clear instructions to represent the coal mine in assisting their family. It provided enough of an official reason to give her things. Whether or not she'd cross-check with the mine was none of my concern. "Wife, Xia, I'll be heading back to the mine. Got a few things to handle. Might not make it home tonight. Probably will stay over at my dad's house." It was already late afternoon, and with all the running around, I'd end up pretty late. No point trying to rush. Besides, I needed to deal with the bet I made on the procurement manager hire. In the accounting office, Wei Yang sat across from Xia Dan, his face dark as storm clouds. Xia Dan's expression wasn't any warmer, cold enough to freeze the air in the room. Here's an excerpt translated into English while maintaining the tone and cultural essence that fits a U.S. context. "Wife, you've got to go talk to Wei Yang. You have a good relationship with him, and he'll listen to you. I can't afford to lose my job as the department head." Xia Dan smirked coldly. "If you knew this day would come, why bother creating trouble for him in the first place? You went out of your way to make his life hard, and now you expect me to beg him on your behalf. How? Use my charm." Wei Yang looked embarrassed. "I don't mean it like that. You and Wei Yang get along, so your words carry more weight than mine." Xia Dan sneered again. "Don't give me too much credit. Wei Yang and I are on good terms because he once helped me. It's not that I have power over him. Asking me to seek him out, you're overthinking it. My words won't mean much." But deep down, she knew. As long as she asked, I would definitely give her face. Still, she didn't want to help Wei Yang. The man had embarrassed himself enough. It was one thing to make her life difficult before, but now he'd humiliated himself as well. As the head of procurement, at least he's a minor leader. Yet he failed to even secure his department's share of resources, and he thinks he can scold her? However, Wei Yang's constant pestering wore her down. Finally, she had no choice but to agree. Fine, stop bugging me. I'll talk to Wei Yong, but whether it works is not on me. Wei Yong let out a sigh of relief. Darling, you're my only hope. At this point, Wei Yong was willing to throw pride out the window. Technically speaking, who holds the coal mine's leadership roles isn't a decision individuals can make lightly. No one's going to swap out a department head because of a bet. But here's the twist. Director Zhao is inclined to promote me, plus my performance today won broad support. If Director Zhao officially moves forward with it, no one would object. That would leave Wei Yong at a disadvantage with no opportunities to manipulate the situation further. If Xie Dan pleaded with me and I chose not to pursue the promotion, Director Zhao's hands would be tied. Just then, an older employee from the procurement department peeked in through the door. Director Wei Yong's back. At the news, Wei Yong jumped to his feet and briskly walked out, glancing back as he left. Wife, I'm counting on you. Xie Dan rolled her eyes at him and didn't even bother responding. Not 2 minutes after he left, I happened to pass by Xie Dan's office door on my way into the procurement department. To my surprise, her door creaked open, and she called out, Wei Yong, come in for a moment. I need to talk to you. I paused for a second, then followed her into the office. Danjia, what's up? She smiled slightly, turned to lock the door, and drew the curtains closed. Her actions left me thoroughly confused. Danjia, why are you closing the curtains and locking the door? She batted her eyes at me in mock annoyance. What's the matter? Afraid I'm going to behave inappropriately toward you. I chuckled. Oh, I wouldn't go that far. If you did, I'd probably be thrilled. But this is awkward, Danjia. Remember, last time at your house, you asked me what it'd be like if I were your husband. Well, let me give it to you straight. I'd keep you so busy every single day you'd barely be able to stand. Her face flushed deep red in an instant, from her forehead straight down to her neck. The truth was, the last time she'd asked me that question, it wasn't meant as flirting. She just felt she lacked personal charm and wanted an outside opinion. The minute she'd asked, she regretted it. After all, what kind of married woman asks a younger guy that sort of thing? But later, when she discovered I was also married, she felt a bit more at ease. But now, here I was in her office, bringing it up again, more boldly this time, and with my eyes lingering on her in a way that sent shivers down her spine. She bit her lip before breaking the silence. I'm here on someone else's behalf. I smirked slightly. Let me guess, it's for Director Wei, right? She nodded, looking a little embarrassed. He's trying to keep his position, but doesn't have the nerve to ask you himself, so he sent me. I told him my influence with you isn't that great, but he didn't believe me. After speaking, she lowered her head. Frankly, Wei Yong had been the one to mess with me first. Now he'd lost a bet and wanted me to spare him. Embarrassing, to say the least. I said, who says so? Danjia holds major sway with me. If you ask, it's done. Wei Yong keeps his position. She lifted her gaze, her face even redder. You're agreeing so easily? Not even going to ask for a condition. I thought for a moment. All right, I'll name a condition. Danjia, marry me. Get lost. Xie Dan punched me playfully on the chest. Clearly, nothing was off limits for me to say, but I was quick. I caught her hand mid-swing. Her face turned bright red again. She quickly glanced toward the door. No movement outside, and with the curtains drawn, she relaxed and pulled her hand back. Why are you so cheeky, grabbing at me like that? What kind of person do you think I am? Feigning seriousness, I replied. You're my good sister, of course. What else would I think? She shot me a mischievous side eye, one that felt more like a provocation than anything else. All right, Wei Yong, consider this a favor you're doing for me. I owe you one. To balance things out, the mine leadership recently approved me for an additional office staff slot. If your wife wants a job, have her join my team. She'll get the same salary and benefits as you. Does that work? My eyes lit up with joy. This was no small favor. Hong adjusted his clothes nervously and stood up. The door opened, and in came Director Zhao. Zhao Gu is here. He didn't seem surprised to see me. After all, he was here for me this time. Daong, how are you planning to handle the matter with Wei Yong? If you're ready, I can speak to the higher-ups about appointing you as the head of the procurement department. Immediately, Xie Dan grew tense. Had this not been her office, she likely would have excused herself. Instead, she quickly sat down, picked up a pen, and pretended to look over the accounts. I replied, forget it, Zhao Gu. Just teach him a lesson, that's enough. I've only been at the coal mine for a few days. If I were to take on the role of department head, no one would respect me. Everyone already thinks I'm here because of your connections. I'd rather stay low-key, so I don't cause you any trouble. I meant what I said. Director Zhao had been good to me. First, there was Li Ping who had put in a good word for me. And second, the medicinal herbs I sold him had made him a considerable profit. But his kindness extended far beyond these transactions. He admired me and felt we shared the same mindset. Even without Li Ping or the herbs, I believe he would have looked out for me. I figured I should also consider things from his perspective. The mine had just experienced a collapse, and the last thing I wanted was to bring him any unnecessary trouble. Director Zhao paused for a moment, then gave me a pat on the shoulder. All right, you've got potential for sure. Stick at it here, and you'll go far. You'll never be overlooked. With that, he turned and left the office. Xie Dan let out a long exhale, clearly relieved. Wei Yang's position was safe, for now at least. After all, as her husband, losing the department head role would have made life tough for them. Noticing her grateful look, I turned to her and said, Sister Dan, don't forget about that meal we planned. Just the two of us. Her face instantly turned red, and she snapped. A meal is a meal. Why emphasize just the two of us like that? I couldn't help laughing out loud as I opened the door and walked out. Just a few playful words, and I had her heart racing. She had intended for this to be a serious discussion, but in the end, my teasing completely disarmed her. No sooner had I left than Wei Yong barged in, a mysterious look on his face. Hey, darling, how did it go? Xie Dan's face instantly clouded over, like she was settling a debt. Wei Yong agreed. The department head position is yours. Wei Yong beamed. Really? What did you say to him? Xie Dan scoffed. I told him I'd go to a hotel with him if he agreed. What? Wei Yong raised his voice, but quickly caught himself. He knew Xie Dan wasn't that kind of woman. She'd never go to such lengths over a trivial matter, and judging by her annoyed expression, it was clearly just a jab. He quickly switched to a sheepish grin. Come on now, don't joke about that. What did you really say? Are you sure Wei Yong isn't messing with you? Once the paperwork is finalized, there's no going back. Xie Dan rolled her eyes. Relax. Wei Yong isn't that kind of person. Zhao Ge came to talk to him earlier, and he refused right in front of me. That's fantastic. So that guy didn't ask you for anything in return? The higher-ups gave me a spot to recommend someone as a worker, and I gave it to Wei Yong's wife. Without some sort of gesture, do you think he'd just agree? Wei Yong paused, then nodded. That spot was valuable, but you couldn't sell it for money, and his family didn't have anyone qualified to take it anyway. Most importantly, with Wei Yong's wife working at the mine, nothing could happen between Wei Yong and Xie Dan anymore. Wei Yong wasn't particularly capable in certain respects, and he was always overly suspicious. Xie Dan, having lived a monotonous life, hadn't had much interest in the men around her before. But now, with someone like me making my presence felt, Wei Yong definitely felt some pressure. Later that afternoon, Director Zhao called a meeting with the procurement department and scolded everyone severely. Had I not exceeded expectations today, the higher-ups would have undoubtedly come down hard on us. After the telling off, Zhao Ji's tone shifted. Following discussions with the senior leadership and in recognition of Wei Yong's outstanding performance, we've decided to promote him to deputy head of the procurement department. The notice has already been posted on the board, and it will take effect officially in a week. The room erupted in applause, and I could feel the change in how everyone looked at me. Even I was taken aback. Zhao Ge hadn't given me any heads up about this. All I had wanted was to keep a low profile as an ordinary worker. But today, I had made such a splash with my work that they couldn't not reward me. The procurement department hadn't had a deputy head before, but they made a spot just for me. It wasn't a high-power position, but the pay raise was significant. Once I thought it through, I gave a bitter laugh. What did a pay raise matter? It was all just going to end up in widowed Chu's hands anyway. All I had was an empty title, deputy head with no real perks. Still, at least it was something to mention back home. It would bring Qin Wei and Qin Xia some pride. Plus, given my newfound reputation, Wei Yong would have to defer to me in the department. After all this, it was clear the head of the procurement department was practically mine for the taking. Wei Yong, meanwhile, would be little more than a glorified staff member with no extra responsibilities beyond his salary. After work, I rode my bike to Xiaoxitan. I had promised my father-in-law I'd visit, though I had no idea what he intended to discuss. As soon as I entered the village, I noticed the difference. Villagers greeted me warmly, one after another. Someone even shouted with excitement, "Old Qin's son-in-law, you're a department leader at the Dahang coal mine now? That's incredible." I froze. How had news spread so quickly? It turned out that the announcement of my promotion had gone up on the notice board during the meeting. By the time the workday ended, everyone had seen it. With a few Xiaoxitan villagers working at the mine, word spread like wildfire. By the time I showed up, the rumor had thoroughly outpaced me. The last time I came to pick up Qin Xia had already made waves. This time, with the added allure of being a leader, the villagers admired me even more. They didn't really know what a deputy head did, but to them, a leadership role at a state company was as good as gold. People like me rode bikes, smoked premium cigarettes, and drank mitai, a world away from their meals of wild greens and cornbread. And considering how young I was, I clearly had a bright future. Hearing the commotion, Qin Jianguo walked out with a rare smile on his face. "Daong, you're here. Come on in." The kitchen was already prepped with a hearty pork hock, waiting for me to join him. He sliced it thin, paired it with a bowl of garlic soy dipping sauce, and set out some peanuts, along with 2 jugs of the local spirit. Tonight, he was intent on drinking until we were both on the ground. A couple of drinks in, I finally spoke up. Dad, what's this about? Qin Jiangua sighed deeply. There are 2 things. First, tomorrow I'll be heading back to the old country, so I'm leaving both girls in your hands. Take good care of yourself. I nodded, pulling 500 yuan out of my pocket. Dad, don't worry about the 2 of them. Take this 500. You need to have some cash on hand for the journey and to help out any relatives back home who might need it. Before leaving, I had collected 2,300 yuan from Xiedan, so now I felt like a rich man. My father-in-law was heading off, and there was no saying how long he'd be gone. Giving him a bit of extra cash for security seemed like the right thing to do. Qin Jiangwo opened his mouth as if to refuse the money, but then, thinking of the siblings back in the old home, sighed and put the money away. All right, I'll consider this a loan. Once the tough years are over, I'll pay you back. I smiled without saying anything. After all, both his daughters were married to me. What's this little bit of money compared to that? Dad, what's the second thing? I asked. Qin Jiangwo lit a cigarette for himself and handed one to me. We sat together, letting the smoke linger in the air as he started talking. The second thing, I have to be honest with you before I leave. Those 2 girls, they're not my biological daughters. I was stunned for a moment before breaking into a grin. Dad, honestly, I already figured that out. My 2 wives are so beautiful, they don't look a bit like you. Qin Jiangwo burst into laughter. You cheeky brat. You really say it straight up, don't you? Though we were joking, there was some truth to it. Qin Wei and Qin Xia were both stunning, and looking at Qin Jiangwo's rugged, tough features, it was hard to believe they were related. So, were they adopted? I asked. Qin Jiangwo shook his head. I had an old comrade in arms named Ding Sihai. Back then, his wife was killed by the invaders. Since he had to continue fighting on the front lines, he couldn't take care of his 2 daughters and asked me to look after them. Over the years, I've heard nothing from him. No clue how he's doing. Before he left, he told me if he got back on his feet, he'd come for them. But if not, he would just let them stay with me. You deserve to know this. Hearing this, I furrowed my brow and started rummaging through my mind for the name Ding Sihai. Suddenly, a memory struck me. In my previous life, after marrying Wang Shaoling, I didn't live for many more years. But during that brief time, I'd heard of a thriving business in the Northeast called Sihai Group. It was a powerhouse, and the owner went by the name Ding Sihai. To think, my 2 wives are actually the daughters of Ding Sihai? In my last life, Ding Sihai hadn't yet risen to prominence. Qin Wei had already passed away, and Qin Xia had gone back to the countryside with Qin Jiangwo, vanishing without a trace. As a result, I never knew if Ding Sihai had eventually reunited with them. But now, I'd been reborn, and everything was different. For all I knew, Ding Sihai could come looking for his daughters one day. I had originally thought I could live a peaceful, quiet life, but with this revelation, no way. I need to step up my game. Someone of Ding Sihai's stature, running a top-tier company in the Northeast. How could he possibly allow both his daughters to marry an ordinary guy like me? I had thought becoming a deputy director was already a big enough achievement for me to bring pride to my family. Now I realize, not even becoming the mine director would meet Ding Sihai's expectations. Fortunately, I still have a few years. I'm determined to grow into someone even Ding Sihai wouldn't dare underestimate. I kept all of this to myself. No point worrying my father-in-law or my wives. Though I now had a system ensuring our livelihood, I couldn't let myself waste away like I did in my last life. I was going to make sure these 2 sisters became the happiest women in the world. After having dinner with my father-in-law, I rode my bike home, slightly tipsy. As soon as I got through the door, I found Qin Wei and Qin Xia both waiting for me. Even though they knew I worked on the surface of the mine, they couldn't help worrying after hearing about the coal mine incident earlier in the day. Seeing me come home safely, both of them visibly relaxed. I stepped into the room and pulled Qin Wei into a big hug, planting a few kisses on her face. Her cheeks turned bright red, and her little fists patted my chest playfully. What are you doing? Xia's still here watching, she exclaimed. I chuckled, emboldened by the alcohol. Letting go of Qin Wei, I turned and gently pulled Qin Xia into a hug as well. Qin Xia's face flushed red as she looked to Qin Wei for help. But Qin Wei just tilted her head up, pretending to study the ceiling as if she hadn't seen a thing. Qin Xia's face grew so red it was practically dripping as she allowed me to hold her for a moment. Once I let go, she hastily ran back to her room and locked the door. This time, she was the one who locked her door first, leaving no chance for Qin Wei to beat her to it. After all, what could they do? Leave me to sleep outside? Qin Wei gave me an amused look. Daong, look at you. You scared my sister to death. Grinning, I hugged Qin Wei tight and leaned in close to whisper in her ear, well, your sister's off duty tonight, so I guess that means you'll have to take over? Qin Wei's face turned as red as an apple, but after a moment of hesitation, she nodded shyly in agreement. After all, even though her sister was here, she was still my wife. It was her duty to oblige, so long as I kept things gentle. The next morning, I lingered in bed, deciding not to rush to work. I hadn't told the sisters about my conversation with their father. They probably already knew about their origins, but having been raised by Qin Zhangwo, they now saw him as their real father. And now that they had me, they likely never even entertained the thought of their biological father coming to get them. After a good sleep in, I joined the sisters for breakfast, bringing out the potatoes, sweet potatoes, and radishes I'd brought home from the mine, claiming they were distributed by the work unit. The girls were thrilled, and Qin Wei couldn't stop smiling, especially after hearing that I'd officially become a section chief. No wonder I'd been in such high spirits last night, insisting on celebrating with her. "Xia," I said, "if you have some spare time today, check on the fields. No need to do any hard labor, just see how the crops are growing." Qin Xia, as always, nodded obediently. Qin Wei chimed in. "Daong, don't bother with those fields anymore. They're too dry right now. Sure, there are shoots above the ground, but the potatoes and radishes underneath are tiny. Even the villagers have stopped caring much." She had a point. Now that I was a section chief and we had plenty of food at home, tending to those crops wasn't really necessary. I smiled. "Still, that's no excuse. Those are my crops. I planted them myself. Just because others can't grow big potatoes doesn't mean your husband can't." Qin Wei shrugged. She and her sister didn't have much to do anyway. If nothing else, checking the crops would give them something to pass the time. "Oh, right," I added. "Later I'm planning on visiting Sister Yu. The mine's finance department happens to need someone. I'll ask her if she's interested." "Sure," they responded, not giving it much thought. Neither of them could take the job under their current circumstances, so they figured it was better suited for someone else. After breakfast, I made my way to Wang Yu's house. As I entered the yard, her big dog barked joyfully. Wang Yu had just finished washing clothes and was hanging them to dry. Seeing me, she greeted me with a warm smile. "Daong, what brings you here? Got something you need?" "Sister Yu, mind if I crash at your place for lunch today?" Startled for a moment, she quickly replied, "Of course. If you're coming, I'll make sure to treat you well. You should also bring Qin Wei and Qin Xiao along." "No need," I said. "It'll just be me." "All right then, let me start preparing." Wang Yu quickly headed inside to grab some supplies from her cellar. "Take out a piece of cured pork and start washing the cabbage and potatoes." Seeing his wife take out the cured pork, Chen Rongmao asked, "What's the special occasion, dear? Why the treat today?" "Wei Yong is coming over for lunch. I thought I'd make something nice to host him properly," Wang Yu replied. Chen Rongmao frowned. "He's coming to eat at our place? Why? Doesn't he have better food at his house?" Wang Yu shot him a sharp look. "So what if he eats better? Can't he come here for a free meal? He's helped us out so much, and you're telling me we can't serve him a meal?" Chen Rongmao thought for a moment and said, "If he's coming to eat, surely he won't show up empty-handed?" Wang Yu was rendered speechless. "And what's wrong with coming empty-handed? I go to his house empty-handed sometimes too." Chen Rongmao decided not to push further. He didn't want his wife to lose her temper. Hearing the commotion, Shun Guifeng, the mother-in-law, walked out. "Wei Yong's suddenly coming over? Did he mention why? Is there something he needs?" "He didn't say," Wang Yu answered. "But regardless of whether he needs something or not, he's helped us a lot. We ought to serve him properly." When Wang Yu took out a large block of cured pork, Shun Guifeng commented, "There's no need to use that much meat. His family eats well, he won't miss our meat. Just put in a little, enough to show some courtesy." Wang Yu's expression darkened, thoroughly annoyed at how stingy her husband and mother-in-law were. They were so miserly, even towards someone who had done them so many favors. She'd been so generous with his family. How could they be so ungrateful? If she only prepared cabbage and potatoes, what would Wei Yong think? After all, when Wang Yu went to his house, they served spare rib dumplings. Even if she didn't cook something as lavish, it couldn't be too shabby, right? Ignoring her mother-in-law's objections, Wang Yu went ahead and chopped up the entire block of cured pork. Watching her do this made Shun Guifeng's heart ache. Still, there wasn't much she could say. That meat was something her daughter-in-law had earned herself. It wasn't hers to control. But she had already made up her mind to complain to her son about this. Her daughter-in-law clearly favored people outside the family. The cured pork that the family was usually reluctant to eat was suddenly being lavishly spent now that Wei Yong was coming over. As lunchtime approached, the food was ready, just as I arrived at their door with a bag of goods. "Chen brother, you sister, I'm here to mooch a meal," I greeted them, holding bags filled with 5 kilograms of rice and 2 kilograms of oranges. After being bound as Chen Susu's investor partner in a fictional context, I had daily allocations that let me acquire 3 things from the system, which had often been rice and fruits. My own pantry was stocked full, so I figured I'd bring some along to Wang Yu and also boost her satisfaction level in a gamified sense. Seeing me carry so much, Chen Rongmao almost grinned ear to ear. He knew me too well and correctly guessed that I wouldn't show up empty-handed. I carried the goods into their house. To be honest, even the cheapest item in my bag was worth more than the meal they prepared today. As soon as I stepped inside, he tried to sound polite, saying, "De, you're too kind. Bringing so much just for a meal, it's unnecessary." But his actions betrayed his words as he quickly seized the bags, seemingly afraid I might take them back. Wang Yu stood nearby, embarrassed by her husband's behavior, her face reddening. Even Shun Guifang put on a show of being bashful, weakly pushing the bags back twice before inviting me in to sit down for the meal. At the dining table, Wang Yu apologized. "De, our family's not as well off as yours. We don't have much to serve. Please make do with what's here." I chuckled and responded, "Sister Yu, you're too modest. No one eats lavishly every day, and this cured pork smells amazing." After a few bites, curiosity seemed to get the better of Chun Rongmao. "De, you didn't just come for a meal, did you? Is there something on your mind?" I smiled. "You figured me out. You're right. There is something I'd like to discuss. But first, let me enjoy this meal. It's not every day I get a homemade treat like this." Turning to Wang Yu, I added, "Sister Yu, what if I told you I could get you a job at the coal mine? How would you thank me?" As I spoke, my left hand reached under the table and lightly brushed her leg. Startled, Wang Yu froze momentarily, her body giving a slight shudder. She stole a quick glance at her husband and mother-in-law, who noticed nothing, and then lowered her gaze back down to her meal. Her face turned visibly red, and her hand trembled slightly. In her head, she fumed. "This cheeky De, he's gotten bold, touching me not only in private, but now at our family's dining table? What if my husband or my mother-in-law notices? How could I ever face them?" Without a word, she placed her chopsticks down and subtly reached under the table to push my hand away. Keeping outward composure, she calmly said, "De, are you really offering me a job? I don't think I can handle the heavy work at the coal mine." Amused by her quick adaptability, I replied, "Sister Yu, of course, I wouldn't assign you to manual labor underground. The finance department head, Ms. Xie Dan, has been overwhelmed with bookkeeping and needs an assistant. You went to middle school, didn't you?" Wang Yu nodded. "I finished 9th grade. You want me to help with accounting and office work?" "Exactly. It's a desk job assisting Ms. Xie. The pay is 37 yuan a month." Upon hearing this, both Wang Yu and her husband lit up with joy. Chen Rongmao slapped his thigh. "That's fantastic. 37 yuan a month, and no worries about droughts or floods. It's way better than farming." He then asked, "De, is it true you've become a supervisor at the coal mine?" Wang Yu looked shocked. "Seriously? You've only been there for less than a month, and you've already gotten that far?" Waving off their amazement, I said, "It's not as impressive as it sounds. I'm just the deputy head of the procurement department, a minor supervisory title, really." Wang Yu seemed genuinely touched. "Still, it's a leadership role, and here you are thinking of me with this opportunity. I don't even know how to begin thanking you." Half jokingly, I teased. "That's why I asked, how are you planning to thank me, Sister Yu?" Under the table, I gently took her hand in mine this time. Surprisingly, rather than pulling away, Wang Yu clasped mine tightly. Despite her firm grip, her facial expression gave nothing away. "You tell me how, and I won't say no." Even in front of her husband and mother-in-law, she masked her emotions perfectly. Meanwhile, Chen Rongmao, entirely oblivious to the exchange beneath the table, declared energetically, "De, we owe you a huge favor now. If you ever need anything at all, my family will be there for you first thing." I suppressed a laugh. For now, his promise didn't mean much to me. However, Wang Yu's determined grip told a different story. She was silently pledging herself in gratitude. To keep it light, I leaned back and smiled casually. "For now, there's nothing major, just that I'm busy at the coal mine lately. If things come up at home, I might need to count on you all for some help." Patting his chest, Chen Rongmao assured me, "Say no more. I'm usually at home, so just have sister-in-law come ask for help when needed." "Call me," I said. Shun Guifang added, "If your wife is having a baby, or if there's anything women need help with, I can lend a hand." "Thank you, Chen Gu and Guifang Andy. You Jia. After lunch, I'll take you to report at the coal mine and introduce you to Jia Xie, who will be your boss," I said. "Okay, I'll change clothes quickly," she replied. Heading to work at the township office wasn't something she could go dressed as if she were going to do farm work. Luckily, I had just bought her 2 floral outfits. Going in new clothes, looking well put together, made Wang Yu feel delighted just thinking about it. But Chen Rongmao frowned. While his wife went to change in the room, he sneaked in and whispered, "Are you taking Wei Yang's bike to work?" "Yeah, otherwise what? Walk there?" "That'd kill me," Wang Yu said nonchalantly. "We used to walk to the township before," Chen countered hesitantly. Wang Yu's expression darkened immediately. "What are you afraid of, Chen Rongmao? That I'll get up to something if I ride on Wei Yang's bike? You'd rather I walk instead of letting me ride? Is that it? I'm going there for work, not leisure." and I'll be exhausted if I have to walk for hours. If you don't like it, then buy me my own bike. Chen Rongmao panicked and tried to calm her down. Keep your voice down, I didn't mean that. I was just worried you might be at a disadvantage on his bike. What's the disadvantage? Do you think he's thrilled to give me a ride? Wang Yu snapped. Forget it. If he won't let me ride, then I won't go at all. She threw her clothes on the heated sleeping platform, Kong, and crossed her arms, sulking. Chen was terrified. The job paid 37 yuan per month, involved office work, and was perfect for her. Even with just a middle school diploma, jobs like that were incredibly hard to come by. My dear wife, I'm sorry, please don't be mad. Go along with Wei Yong and don't forget to buy me 2 packs of smokes when you get your paycheck, Chen ultimately pleaded. Smoke, smoke, that's all you care about. You'll end up smoking yourself to death. Wang Yu retorted, but she changed clothes, left the dishes sitting on the table, and came out the door with me. Watching his wife get on the back seat of someone else's bike, Chen felt a pang in his heart. No, nothing inappropriate could happen, but sitting on the back inevitably meant there'd be some physical contact along the way. He sighed. What could he do? He didn't even have a bicycle. Quietly, he resolved to save money for one after his wife got paid. But then again, maybe he'd treat himself to a few packs of nice smokes first. I rode, carrying Wang Yu out of the village and past the creek. Only after we had traveled some distance did she place her hands on my waist. I transitioned to riding one-handed, placing my left hand on my waist to grab hers. This time, she didn't really react, as if she had expected it. She merely complained lightly. De Jong, can you even ride with one hand? Don't end up making me fall. It's fine if I get hurt, but if the new clothes are ruined, now that'd be a real pity. I chuckled. Yujia, you've got it backward. If the clothes are ruined, I'll just buy you new ones, but if you fall, now that would break my heart. She felt warmth spread through her chest, but playfully pinched my waist. You've got such a silver tongue. Flirting with me in my own home. If my husband sees this, how will life go on? I laughed. Yujia, if things don't work out between you and him, why not come live at my place? My house already has 2 women, one more won't hurt. Get lost. As if you dare, she snapped back with a laugh. We continued chatting and joking along the way. My hand hadn't had its fill of holding hers when we arrived at the coal mine. Once we reached the destination, I restrained myself. Wang Yu let go of my waist and sat properly on the back of the bike. I took her to Xie Dan's office. Dan Jia, this is my neighbor Wang Yu. She's gone to middle school, is quite sharp, and will definitely be of help to you. My wife's pregnant, so I decided not to have her come out for this work, I explained. Xie Dan looked a little surprised. Not my wife, but a neighbor? This was truly a good job, requiring major connections to get in. The fact that I'd arranged it for Wang Yu spoke volumes about our relationship. I'm Wang Yu, hello, Director Xie, she greeted politely. Xie Dan smiled. You don't need to be so formal. Dan Jia will do. Come along, I'll show you the ropes. The job isn't hard. You just need to pay attention to detail. Despite only having a middle school education, Wang Yu was quick on the uptake, and Xie Dan was satisfied with her performance. After all, the favor itself had been for me, and it made no real difference to her who I brought in as long as the work got done. Once the two began working, I left to return to my office. I leaned back, put my feet up, and lit a cigarette. Same old nonchalant attitude, except now no one in the procurement department dared utter a peep. Old Wang from the department casually sidled up. Boss Wei, the leadership increased next month's quota to 4,000 yuan. How do you want to assign the tasks? Old Wang was even older than Wei Yong, but had no shame in calling me Boss Wei. Nowadays, people were so quick to curry favor. As soon as I became a small-time deputy director, their attitudes underwent an instant transformation. I replied, distribute the quota according to everyone's regular workload. What they can't complete, I'll take care of. I could easily meet the quota myself. My experimental fields grew crops at a stunning speed, maturing within a month. Coupled with existing inventory in the marketplace, reaching 4,000 yuan wasn't a challenge. But if I handled everything myself, it'd only make the department lazier. Let them push themselves first. I'd step in when necessary. Old Wang nodded approvingly. Boss Wei, you're so generous. This quota is tougher than last month's by far. It was approaching harvest season, typically when farmers had more grains, so quotas would go up. But this year, droughts had ruined much of the corn. All that was left in the fields were potatoes and radishes. Yielding even over 1,000 pounds of potatoes per acre was considered good. After public grain contributions, most villagers weren't willing to sell their remaining supply at all. Just then, Wei Yang stepped into the office. The mood immediately became awkward. He had been humiliated just yesterday, publicly calling me his grandfather in front of the entire staff. Though he had kept his position as director, my promotion to vice director was a direct slap in his face. Wei Yang spoke in a surprisingly pleasant tone. Wei Yang, the quota this month has increased to 4,000. Can you organize the work assignments? acting like nothing had happened. His face was truly thick as a brick. "I've already sorted it out," I replied coolly. "All right," he responded, though his expression seemed awkward. Wei Yong was still the titular director, but everyone in the department deferred to me as the real boss. And to be honest, his current position was thanks to his wife pleading on his behalf. Otherwise, he'd be just another worker now. He didn't have much choice but to keep a low profile. These days, I was in my prime, and although he might try to win favor with higher-ups, he didn't dare provoke me directly for the time being. I decided to show some leniency. As long as he didn't step on my toes, there was no need to push him to the edge, better to leave some breathing room. After all, we worked in the same place. No need to create a mortal enemy. With tasks assigned, I began wandering around the coal mine. Eventually, I reached a pile of waist-high coal waste. The system's treasure-seeking function emitted a faint beeping sound near the pile of rocks. The first time I came here, I already suspected there was something hidden in this heap. Back then, I was just here to sell goods and didn't dare to get too close or take a closer look. But now things are different. I'm a deputy manager, after all. Wandering around isn't an issue for me anymore. I began pacing back and forth around the coal gang pile, searching for the location of that treasure.